Oh my God. My peoples, come outside. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you guys. I mean, I was gonna come live anyways, but y'all, what is going on? What is going on? Senor, what have they done to him? You guys, MC.
Hey,
What
don't
up?
be late to the party tonight.
Where at?
You know where it's at. No, go ahead, babe. No, 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 no. Go ahead, babe. No, 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 no. Didn't I tell you to put the phone down? Uh-oh, somebody's gonna have to pay for that. Da, 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 da. Hey, for everybody coming to the party. La, la, la. Yes, I am serving you. I am serving you. And you better be at that party tonight. Oh, yes. 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 Get my good side. Every side. Yes. Boom, cat, towel. Ooh. Sean Bankhead taught me that one. Hey! Woo!
Oh. Oh. That means he's on drugs. He's on drugs.
It's going to be a beautiful sunrise. Give me that phone so I can throw it. I want to throw it far away so you never see it again. I don't like phones. Don't miss the party tonight. Why are you still here? You need to be telling everybody about the party, girl. What's your problem? Break it down, break it down, break it down.
Oh, my Lord. So
Hey.
What up?
they're saying he has been hospitalized due to a suspected overdose after being found walking in the streets of LA at 4:00 in the morning wearing only his underwear. Y'all, listen. I've had a rough day today. I really had a rough day. Well, I guess this started last night. I've had a rough day. I really did. I cried this morning. I cried so much. I had a headache. I had to take a nap. Hey, Janet. I had to take a nap. Now I woke up and it's like, it just won't stop. I'm like, please leave me the hell alone. Okay. I really think white people hate us for real. Like, for real. I really think white people hate black people for real. I really do. I really, really do. I really do. I really do. I think they have put curses on black people. Yes, you guys. Anybody, I told Logic this morning. I'm like, I feel like the older I get, every day I wake up, I understand the major prophets of the Bible, especially Jeremiah. Like, if you read the Bible, Jeremiah, he was crying every day. Jeremiah was depressed. I see why prophetic people, like the prophets in the Bible, I see why they were always sad. They were always crying. They were always in prayer. They were always living in isolation. They were always crying. They were always crying because they could see what was about to happen. Like, nothing good is going to happen. People are going to be taken. People are going to go into slavery. People are going to be in bondage, Jeremiah was always crying. Because I'm like, you look at your people and you say, this right here, this is not going to end well. You understand? But black people have a thing. Black people have a thing for white people. I don't know what to tell you. And I don't even know. Let me see. I think some white people intentionally want to harm black people. Some white people, it might not even be intentional, right? But at the end of the day, white culture is not conducive to healthy black people. You understand, right? Black people have their own culture. Like, I don't know. Me personally, honestly, I don't believe in like there's a white race, there's a black race, there's a human race, because we can all have kids with each other. We can all go to the same hospital. We can all give blood to each other. So I don't know. I don't know that I believe that there are different races. But what I do believe, everybody don't have a covenant with God. Everybody does not have a covenant with God. People that have a covenant with God, when they do ungodly things, bad things happen. because they belong to God. So they're not supposed to do certain things. You understand? Like, for as much as Jewish people might be extreme at times, part of me understands it. Because when you understand that you have a covenant with God, you have to keep yourself, right? You got to keep yourself holy. You got to keep yourself sacred. You have to keep yourself, you know what I mean? You got to keep yourself away from certain things because you have a covenant with God. And if you disobey, you act a fool, you name it, bad things are going to happen to you. There are other people who do not have a godly covenant, right? They belong to the devil. So they can do whatever they do. It's okay because that's where they belong. You understand? And so I feel, especially with white liberals, I feel like sometimes, many times, Black people, and I'm going to say all of us, even if you're 90, it doesn't matter. Black people, Black children, Black people of God. We look at white people and the stuff they do and the stuff they get away with, and we get jealous. Oh, I want that kind of freedom. Oh, I want to do that too. Oh, I want to do my own thing. Oh, I want to try that shit too. You are not like those people. And that's why I said we don't have the same culture as white people. But too many Black people want to live according to the culture of white people. It is not our culture. Bad things, bad, very bad things are going to happen to you. You understand? We don't have the same covenants like those people do. And maybe they're called to do evil because that's their brand. Evil, perversion, drugs, you name it. We're not called to do stuff like that. And that's why when we do it, it's worse. The consequences are worse. We get sick the worse. It makes us sick the worse. It's not good. It's just not good. Nothing good will happen to Black people who want to live like white people. It's not going to work for us. They have their culture. Let them do it. And yes, it seems like they're so free. Yeah, right. You don't see them by themselves. You don't see how they live. You only see glimpses of white freedom. You have no idea you don't know their burden. You don't know psychologically how these people are emotionally taxed. Stop envying those people. Live your life. Live according to your culture. Honor your traditions. Honor the way that you were raised, your family, your culture. Be proud to be Black. Stay away from people who don't even acknowledge your God. Nothing good is going to come out of this. You see, Lil Nas X, he's a Black boy. He knows better. Even if you're gay, you know better. You know better than to mock God. You know better than to mock Jesus. You know better. He knew better. But because he wanted adulation, praise, Grammy from these white people, everything that makes him Black, he disrespected that. Everything that, hey, Jeff, oh, Jeff, you're back. Oh, so I'm not slow today. Huh? I'm not slow today. Okay. Everything that makes him Black, he disrespects. He knows better. He knows better. Even if you're Black and you're upset because the Bible says homosexuality is a sin, we can talk about it. We can pray about it. And even when God in the Bible says homosexuality is sin, yes, he said that. But God also said to all of us, we have to hate the sin, but we have to love the sinner. God never said, oh, if your little brother happens to be gay, you have to just throw him to the gulags. He never said that. But he said, we have to tell you, you being gay, it's a sin. Bad things going to happen. But you're still redeemable. You are still able of being loved. So many of our Black kids, especially our Black boys now, who struggle with homosexuality, yes, it's a sin. It's a sin. Even if you remove the spiritual aspect of homosexuality, you guys, even physically, when you consider what a person has to go through to have anal sex, is too much work. It's too much work. You have to clean a head. You got to go do this. It's not a vagina. It was never meant for that. It was never meant for that. Now, we as Christians, because listen, I believe it's a sin because it's too much work. And also, what does it lead to? You will never be able to conceive children because at the root of it all, God gave us intercourse, God gave us sex so we can multiply, right? Now, Hilani, it was never meant. What is that? GS. Who's GS, bro? I don't get your comments on it. I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? we gotta pray for the man, Kevin. You know, and it's not our culture. And all they do when they come around Black people is dangle sin in our faces, especially white liberals. All they do is dangle sins in our faces. Do whatever you want. Live however you want. We cannot live like that. We are a covenant people. Chosen people can't just live any way they see fit. It is not going to work for us. You know, even me, you don't think I've tried some crazy shit? Guess what? I have to sit my ass down. Come on, oh shit. What some people can do, Marlene, I've made peace a long time ago. It will never work for me. Because the kingdom of the kingdom of evil will never, ever, ever recognize you. It won't recognize you. It's not going to work for you. You see? But what white people do, especially those people, is always dangle sins in front of it. Oh, look at this. It's no different than Jesus. Like, the devil waited until the last day of his fast when he was probably really starving, right? On the 40th day is when the devil shows up and starts saying, hey, do you want to eat bread? You want money? You want bitches? Okay? Like, the man is completely weak, right? But Jesus still had enough, like, he had enough, I guess, fortitude. He had enough courage to be like, no, I'm not doing that. He asked him if he wanted bread first. Then he asked him if he wanted jewelry, houses, and bitches, right? Then the third time he asked him, do you want power? Oh, son, you're back. Son, you're crazy. Okay. Okay. This is what they do. And like Lonnie's saying, I think I'm being so for real. I think a lot of Black people truly do not understand how gifted they are, right? I really, what did Wesco say? She said the music industry in LA is evil. You never know what they drove to him. Yes, West Coast. And who owns the music industry? We don't say their names over here. Who owns the music industry? Right? And so when you have a people who run the music industry and they read the Talmud, and the Talmud is saying that Black people are hakum, Black people are less than dogs, Black people this, Black people that, when are Black people also going to learn? We got to be very careful. There are people out here who hate us for real. We have to be very careful. If somebody has a religion that says that your life, your fingernail is worth more than the life of a hakum, why are you in business with these people? Because they offer you houses? Because they offer you a Grammy? They're going to kill you. We should know this by now. You're not Black, so you would know this, baby, right? But a lot of Black people have gotten killed. We got killed. We became drug addicts. We got beat up. We got locked up, running behind these small hat people, right? What's his name? Clive Davis. Clive David is a small hat person. Every Black person he has signed, bad things have happened to those Black people. Every Black woman he signed had a drug addiction. Every Black woman he signed overdosed. This is like, it's kind of weird. And Kevin can tell you this. I said every time Clive Davis does a pre-Grammy party, bad things happen to Black people. Every time there's a Clive Davis pre-Grammy party, someone is going to die. A Black person is either going to die real bad or they're going to get locked up real bad. Hey, Diana, nothing good happens to Black people when they mess around with Clive Davis. Nothing good. Even Diddy learned because Arista, so you got Arista at the top, right? And then I guess you had like Uptown, what's it called? What was Andre Orel's record? Sugar, what is it called? Uptown Records? Is that what it is? Bad Boy Records. All these people are under Arista. They all belong to Clive Davis. Nothing good happens to Black people who mess with Clive Davis. Nothing good. Nothing good. That he went from Clive Davis to Lucian Grange. Nothing good will happen to you. Because their book says that we as Black people were less than hakum. They're going to destroy you. They will destroy you. It's a matter of time. They don't like you. They do not like you. Anybody who studies, especially Black American history, and the captivity of the small hat people have done everything in their power to be in control of Black American music, Black art, and Black artists. You study the Harlem Renaissance. They found a way to have ownership of Black art. The Cotton Gin in Harlem was owned by a Jew. And he had things like N-words only, whites only, in a predominantly Black neighborhood. This male felt comfortable opening a business in a predominantly Black neighborhood, making money off of Black artists and calling people the N-word. Nothing good happens to us. Doesn't matter who you sign to. Prince signed to Tony Mottola. He's Jewish. Bad things happen to Prince. Mariah Carey was signed to Tony Mottola. Bad things happen to her. Michael Jackson was signed to Tony Mottola. Bad things happen to Michael Jackson. And most Black people who sign to those people end up having a drug addiction. They all do, by the way, if you really think about it. They all do, right? Nothing good happens to Black people. Sam Cooke, he was signed to a Jewish man, Klein. He got killed because he wouldn't give his masters. Okay, nothing good happens to people. People don't have the courage to say it, but now I guess because Nick Fuentes is saying it, we're all gonna start saying it. Nothing good happens to Black people when they mess with Jewish people, because in their book they call us less than Hakum, and Hakum is worse than the N-word. So if their book teaches them that we are less than a dog, how do you expect these people to take care of your soul? They don't care for you. And on top of that, you're a Christian. The Talmud says that Jesus is a heretic who is burning in hell in his own poop. Jesus Christ. Like, seriously. And these are the kinds of people that you want to go into business with. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. And you wonder why Black music is so violent, because Jewish people own Black music. And the vast majority of the Jewish people believe in the Talmud. And the Talmud says that Black people are less than Hakum. So it's no wonder why they don't care about the music being violent. It's no wonder why they don't mind these young people going in the booth and talking shit about their ops. Oh, I'm going to pee on your grave. I'm going to poop on your grave. I'm going to rob your mama. Right? Because they don't see us as human beings. Jewish people do not see Black people as human beings. The Talmud says that you're less than a Hakum. So when you are in business with people who think that your life is less than the life of a dog, are we surprised the kind of money, the kind of songs or the kind of artists they put their money behind? Anything that kills Black people, Jewish people will finance it. Anything that destroys Black people, Jewish people will finance it. The first slave ships in America were Jewish-owned slave ships. One of them was called the Jacobson, the son of Jacob. There you go. There you go. They know this. They know their history. And that's why these Jewish people have done everything in their power to call everything anti-Semitic, so that people don't ask the right questions. That's why they do everything in their power to call and label everybody anti-Semite, so you don't ask the right questions. One day, people will question the motives of Hitler. One day, people are truly going to question the motives of Hitler. Like, you know what? Maybe he had reasons. Maybe he had valid reasons. Because when you see any people of color who comes in contact with Jewish people, bad things happen to those people. Really, really bad things happen to these people. There is a reason why in America, when you look at the credit system, the banking system, it looks like the Torah. When you file for bankruptcy, or you don't file for bankruptcy, but anything on your credit, even if it's bad marks in your credit, a bankruptcy, doesn't matter. How long does it last for? It lasts for 7 years. I wonder why. It's not random. It's not random. It's from the Torah. But then you'll have Jewish people tell you, oh, we don't have nothing to do with the banking world. Yes, they do. They set the rules. And per the Torah, on the 7th year, you have to forgive a debt. That's why anything bad in your credit will last 7 years. Then it comes off. It's per the Torah. If you go for bankruptcy, it will last chapter 7, 14. It lasts for 7 years. Then it comes off your credit. So if they have nothing to do with the banking world, why do the rules of the banking world look like the rules of the Torah? Because it's their rules. So they own the banking world. We gotta stop playing out here. We gotta stop playing. It's okay. It really is okay to be honest. It's really okay to be honest. And I told you, I said, and you have to understand, right? This is why I say sometimes. That's why I said sometimes. With Black people, our problem is we don't like to sit or be around people that can actually teach us stuff. We like to be around people that tell us, oh, white man owes me this, da, 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 da. We like to talk foolishness. We don't want to sit next to people that can actually teach you real things. Because it's real. Because if you don't know the things, like if you don't know shit, it's gonna be hard. That's why I'm like socialist. Okay? But I've always told y'all, I said Black people have always been very prudish. It's not a hypersexual, but Black people are not hypersexual. In order to get to where we are now, where Black people love drugs, Black people are hypersexual, Black people are all kinds of sexual, right? It took a lot of work. It took a lot of drugs in the community. It took a lot of alcohol in the community. It took a lot of welfare checks in the community. It took a lot of entertainers with a bad message. It took a lot of money to get Black people to a place where now they're okay with sin. Because by default, it is not a people that enjoy sin like that. Black people are not promiscuous. They're not even that violent. And I said to you, there was a time most Black women were not prostitutes. They would rather go work for a racist white person than to be a prostitute. The Italians came to America. The Irish came to America. Prostitution is white culture, just like pornography. You can go and do your own research and you can study the history of pornography. You're not going to start to see Black women in pornography until like the late 90s, like early 90s-ish into the 90s. Do you know when pornography was created? But just the mere thought of a Black woman being naked on camera, having sex with random people, you're crazy. You are really crazy. Right? But it's not until the 90s that you start to see more Black girls. First, they start with the Black men. Then you see the Black girls in the pornography. But even prostitution, it's a European thing. So in places like New York City, where a lot of poor, because I think the problem is when it comes to white people, okay, when it comes to white people, a lot of Black people have allowed themselves to be deceived in thinking that every white person comes from royalty. So many Black people believe that, right? When they look at British people who are here, oh, they must have came from Buckingham Palace. No, they were poor white people. Do you really think that if white people in Britain were so wealthy, they would have immigrated to America? There was nothing out here. So if they left America, if they left England, if they left Buckingham Palace, if you live in Buckingham Palace, why are you here? Most people who go through immigration, they do so because they're looking for a better life. So obviously they were not doing well in England, right? Because why are you here? If you're royalty in England, why would you come here? There was nothing here. When you study from the Mayflower Compact to whatever you study, these white people came here with nothing. Not even skills. They had no skills. The vast majority of of Anglo-Saxons who come to America don't even know how to read and write because these are poor white people. What you call crackers. They're poor white trash. America was colonized by poor white trash. Anybody who has studied American history, you know the Carolinas were used as a prison. Like the undesirable, like it's just like Trump says, like they're undesirable of Cuba, the undesirables of Colombia, how they come here, it's the same thing. The prisons in England, especially prisons in London, were overflooded by some dangerous ass criminals. So they decided to bring them here. And the first prisons were in the Carolinas, North Carolina, South Carolina. America was not built by classy, decent, well-educated white people. No. Now, I get it. If you study Thomas Jefferson, he spoke like 5 languages. So, yeah, he's like upper echelon. But the vast majority of white people who came here were savages. They were savages, and they're still savages to this day. Which is why Thomas Sowell said, Black people, if this cracker culture from the hamlets of England did not even work for these people, why do you think it's going to work for you? But the problem is, so many Black people are deceiving themselves, have been deceived because of movies, because of Disney, into thinking that every white person comes from royalty. Every white person comes from good stock. Every white person comes from privilege. No, they were poor, dirty ass, sick ass white people. Okay, hey Nafisa. Exactly. Many of them were like, exactly. They were servitude. They were suffering. You study the bubonic, they had leprosy. They're so filthy. They're still dirty to this day, but whatever. They had leprosy. Have you ever heard of leprosy in Africa? You've never heard of leprosy in Africa. White people were filthy. Why? Because they didn't know how to bury their dead. They didn't know how to do it. Something that the Egyptians knew before white people. And they want to claim that, oh, Egypt is not in Africa. How come Egypt is not in Africa, or they're not Africans, but somehow they knew how to bury their dead and white people didn't know how to do it? Because the claim is Egyptians are like white people, right? So how come they didn't teach their white cousins? If they're not African people, how come Egyptians did not teach their white cousins how to bury their dead? People were decomposing. Okay, it shows you how dirty these Europeans were. I'll play a video. They had the bubonic plague. They had leprosy. They had cholera. They are really filthy. Which is why I find it very funny when so many Black people want to marry white people. Because you don't know shit. You don't know shit about these people. That's why you're so easily impressed by these people. The vast majority of American white culture is cracker culture. That's why it's so ratchet. That's why it's so ratchet. It's not sophisticated. And if you look, and you know I'm not lying, because when you look at Europe, when you look at most of Western Europe, I'm talking France, I'm talking Germany, I'm talking, I don't know, the Scandinavia, Norway, Denmark, Dutchland, who else? Switzerland, give me France, England, right? The vast majority of Western European people look down on white Americans, right? They don't want to look like white American people. Right? Europeans, not only some therapy, I'm fine. The truth hurts, right? That's it. Because the vast majority of white Americans do not know their history. White Americans look at a Disney movie like Pocahontas and they think, oh yeah, this is us. It's not you. They were poor. England was poor. There is a famous French author. He left France and he had a horse. And from France, because you know, that's why there's a part of France that's called Brittany, which you say that Bretagne, which marries Great Britain. Right? He had a horse through England and he saw the devastation. Even what's his name? Oliver Twist. Oliver Twist is a testament of how poor and dirty England was. You have another lullaby. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. It's real. There was disease all over the fucking place. There was cholera all over the fucking place. Why do you think these English people were so gung-ho on conquering the world and making sure they would never be poor again? It was really bad. But you see, the thing about most white Americans, they're brainwashed into thinking that they come from upper echelon whiteness. No, they're a bunch of wiggers, right? Just replace the N with a W. They're a bunch of wiggers. The vast majority of white Americans do not come from good stock. They come from poor ass, dirty ass, illiterate ass white people that didn't have shit. Right? And so when they come here, and you know, when they come here, they so damn poor, the Native Americans take compassion because they feel sorry for these fuckers. They don't know how to do shit. They don't know how to do shit. And when you study American history, white people did not really have great battles with Native Americans where they killed them all. They didn't kill anybody. They made them sick. There was no great, they're not even great fighters. People think Clint Eastwood, when they watch them cowboy movies with Clint Eastwood, or what's the other one, like from way back in the day, I can see his face. They think it's real shit. It's Hollywood. They're brainwashing your ass. Give me a great battle between white Americans and Native Americans where you can say, yeah, they went in there and killed them people. It's movies. And obviously, you know, they didn't have the skill sets to fight these people fair and square, just like Zionists in Gaza. They don't want to do a fair fight. It's not a fair fight. White people do not fight fair. White people commit genocide. Europeans are a genocidal people. They're a genocidal people. They're not great fighters. They're not great warriors. They love to lie to people. And this is why they have to put it in a movie. Because it's only in a movie where they're great warriors. In real life, they're not. They went to Iraq, it was a shame. They went to Vietnam, they got their asses kicked. They went to Somalia, got beat the fuck up. They're always failing. They went to Libya. Everywhere they go, they went to Afghanistan. They lost. They're not great warriors. They're not this. They don't have this great military prowess. No, they have money to buy a lot of weapons, but they don't know how to win wars. They just know how to commit genocide. White people are genocidal people. I'm not doing this. Right? And because they could not defeat Native Americans, which makes sense, which makes a lot of sense. Because Native Americans, by the time they come here, when the white people got here, you had anywhere from 11.5 to 12 million people. Well, we know damn well no 12 million Europeans left Europe to come here. So they were seriously inferior. They were seriously inferior. So you 11 million to 12 million people. How can you fight these people? You are outnumbered by these people, which is why they gave these people blankets with diseases on them. Nobody. That's why that girl, Jillian Michaels, the fitness girl, she was trying to say, oh, only 2% of white people had slaves. And I'm like, girl, that actually makes it worse. But she's dumb. Like most white Americans, they're not an intelligent people. And they would have been more intelligent if their ancestors had allowed black people to go to school with them. Because you see, when you're white and you're mediocre and you're only allowed to go with other white mediocre people, you're going to gaslight yourself. You're not that smart. Right? Even Nick, I would love to sit down with Nick Fuentes. You're not that smart, you know. When you're in your basement yapping and talking to yourself as a white man, you think you have all the answers because you're talking to yourself. You're an idiot. Most white people are idiots. Most white Americans are idiots. And that's why even look at America's foreign policy. Everything, these are white people who went to Harvard. They went to Harvard. They went to Yale. And they're still fucking up. We have a debt of $37 trillion. White people did this. They're dumb as fuck. You look at China, nobody went to Harvard, nobody went to Yale, right? China is ran by President Ping, who grew up in China, stayed in China. And instead of going to war, wasting $14 trillion, white Americans are mediocre. They are truly mediocre. And I feel bad for any black person who has rosy eyes for these people. You're going to give your children mediocre genes. But go ahead and do it, though. In less than 25 years, these white people added $14 trillion to their deficit. Because they want to go kill Arabs. How are you going to kill Arabs? You will always have Arabs. They're dumb. They're really dumb. They're very stupid. Okay? The national debt is now 37 trillion. 14 trillion was used to kill Arabs. White people have squandered 14 trillion in 25 years. These people are mediocre. They are seriously mediocre. And because white American people do not want to reckon with their mediocrity because they're narcissists. They are malignant narcissists. White people are sick. They are sick because they don't want to reckon with the poor management of this nation. They want to focus on black crime, black this. Black crime is not the reason why this country is in debt. Black crime is not the reason why most people can afford houses. Black crime is not the reason why the interest rate is the interest rate. It's a distraction. Because this is what white people do best. Deflect is their ministry. Deflection, white people, they got a PhD in that shit. Right? You are distracting us. Now, I'm not going to sit here and minimize black on black crime. Because when a black person kills another black person, you're killing a doctor. You're killing a future engineer. You are killing a future father. You are killing a future doctor. You are killing someone that God gave us to make us better. So every time you put somebody down, you are killing our potential. You're killing our future. And there's a lot of black doctors that got killed. It's a lot of black boys that would have been doctors that were murdered. It's a lot of black girls that would have been engineers that got murdered. So I would never make light of that. But I'm saying, if America is where it is today, it's because white people have poorly managed this country. And that's both Republicans and it's both Democrats. Because they're all white and they all went to Harvard, they all went to Yale. So how y'all go to Ivy League schools and you don't know how to manage money? All of them are lawyers, by the way. The vast majority of our Congress people are lawyers. And they put us in debt. The vast majority of these white Congress people do all kinds of insider trading. How is it possible that Nancy Pelosi makes $200,000 a year, but somehow she's worth $300 million? Okay, so this is distraction. It's to distract us because every time white Americans do not want to confront their mediocrity, their poor management of this country, because they have managed this nation horribly. Have we not gone to war over the past 25 years? Our budget, our debt would have been about like what, 23, 20 what? 14, 37. So what is it, like 23 billion? That's not 23 trillion, right? We would have at least had a 23 trillion national debt. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. But they added in 25 years, at this rate, you let white Americans run this nation. Y'all, by the time we get to 2050, our national debt is going to be 100 trillion. Y'all, we're going to be sleeping in the streets. We are going to sleep in the streets. These people are reckless. They are reckless. We're going to wake up one day, the US dollar is going to be worth shit. Because of white people. It's a mediocre people. I will never, ever stop saying it. They are mediocre. You have an entire Congress that is full of Ivy League educated white people, and they can't even balance the budget. But you want to sit here and talk to me about Chicago, about DC. And I got an answer for that too, though. I'm not going to minimize it. But ultimately, worry about Washington, DC. Worry about the Congress. Worry about balancing the budget. These fuckers have no idea how they're going to bring out this debt. All they do is add more money because they don't even know how to manage the little bit of money that they got, right? GDP per capita in America is almost 90,000. There is no reason why we have so much debt. White people, for as long as they've ran this nation, have never thought about creating a wealth fund for America. White Americans are basic. It's a dumbass people. It's a mediocre people. The only thing that hurts me is that my people put these people on a pedestal. The only thing that hurts me is that you hate yourself. That's the part that is the part that breaks my soul. That you think they're better than you. You think they look better than you. You think their hair is better than you. White people are not that pretty. White people are not that beautiful. Anytime you see a pageant, Miss Universe, Miss World, Miss whatever, it's not a white girl that's winning it. The vast majority of white girls they're not even blondes. They're actual brunettes. All that blonde shit is fake. They get their hair bleached from the time they're 12. Okay? They're not better than you. They are not prettier than you. They're not nothing better than nothing. They're mediocre. All white people had to do was run this nation and allow us to be competitive with China. But instead, they squandered the money. Our entire government full of white people, full of white men who cannot control their penises. Because every single one of them, Jeffrey Epstein has them on tape for having sex with somebody. Loose-ass penises. Loose-ass penises. Even Trump is on them books also. We have a dirty-ass government. We have a government full of white pedophiles. I got time for white people. Right? All they have to do is make sure that in this country, most people can afford health care. They failed at that. All they had to do was to make sure that in this country, most people have a great education. They failed at that. All these goofy ass white people had to do is to make sure that college was affordable for most Americans. They fucking failed at that. All they had to do was make sure that most Americans, especially with a bachelor's degree, could afford a house. They failed at that. Anything you put in the hands of white people, it fails. And when it's time for them to hold themselves accountable, they look for black crime. Oh, let's talk about the black crime. Let's talk about black behavior. You're right. And we will talk about it. But ultimately, Black people were never put in custody of the stewardship of America and the finances of America. It was you, and you fucking failed. You fucking failed. So if you're failing, how do you expect Black people not to fail? If you are failing, how do you expect Black people not to fail? Because if the head is corrupt, the limb's going to be corrupt. White people, you are a corrupt people. And because you've always been responsible, you've always made sure to be the custodian of Black people. So Black people are also failing because you are a poor example. You are horrible role models. You don't respect family. You don't respect God. You don't respect marriage. You don't respect shit. You're a godless people. And my people have picked up on your godless ass ways. And now we're struggling. We're struggling indeed. Because we never, so help us God, we never should have allowed ourselves to be slightly inspired by your mediocrity. You're mediocre people. You are a cursed people. That's why your kids hate you. That's why your kids on drugs. Your kids all kinds of bad shit crazy. You're not a good people. And anybody who's close to you, bad things happen to those people. Black people need to go back to being Black. Black people need to go back to, we need to grab our suitcases, grab our property, and we need to run as fast as we can and go back to being Black. That's enough. Liberal culture, progressive culture, LGBTQ, leave us the fuck alone. Feminism, we don't want your shit because your shit has not even worked for you. Right? Where has feminism led white people? The vast majority of white girls are only fan models. The vast majority of white girls now, all they know how to do is get naked for super chats, get naked for tips, get naked on the NPC shit, right? How's that work for you? Where are white people today? No fault divorce. How the fuck has that worked for you? You are a problematic people. You are a people of contagion. Anything you bring is contagious and it makes people sick. And then bad things happen to people. You're not a good people. You are truly not a good people. You're not a good people. You are truly not a good people. You are a wicked people. Because all you do when you come around Black people is inspire rebellion in Black people. You divide us, you confuse us, you bring us to hate ourselves, to chase after your overpriced, cheaply made white trinket that you make in parts in China and you assemble in Italy. We know how you play your dirty ass. With your dirty ass. Oh, Lord, I need to sit down with Nick Fuentes. Oh, my gosh, I got time for his ass. I got time for his ass. Who the fuck you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck you think you are? You were supposed to run this nation, and you ran this nation into the fucking ground. You dumb bitch. Your mother's a dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. No, they're fucking crazy. They're fucking crazy, Lonnie. And like these, I'm like, do you even know how much debt this country had, even in the 60s? Do you even know? Yeah. All their daughters, every single one of their daughters is on OnlyFans. A white girl does not know how to make it if she does not get naked. They're so mediocre. The vast majority of OnlyFans girls are white women. The vast majority of sex workers are white women. The vast majority of adult film stars are white women. Oh, the vast majority of white women do not know how to get ahead in life without giving sex to a man and selling it. That's their main business. How can I sell my body for something? That's all they care about because they're mediocre. But I'm like, in 1960s, do you know what the national debt? Huh? Yeah, you see? She said, I met this Lithuanian, European. You see? He is scamming for U.S. citizenship. He's scamming for business grant. He is godless. You see? This is their culture. It is their culture. Nobody does corruption like white people. Nobody does corruption like white. Y'all think all this money that went to Ukraine? No. Zelensky said he only got 180 billion. Under Biden, they sent 350 billion to Zelensky, y'all. So 180 billion is missing. Where is that money? Nobody does corruption like white people. But they want you to believe that it's Black people, especially African people, they're the most corrupt. No. Do you know what the national debt was in the 60s? Like, seriously. Do you know? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. U.S. national debt. Hold on, y'all. Sorry. You know I can type. You know damn well I cannot type. I could not type to save my life. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna sit out here and distract black people with your foolishness. There you go. You see? You see this? You see what they did? Do you see how mediocre? Hold on, let me take you off the screen. Right? Do you see how mediocre they are? Right? So in the 60s, the U.S. national debt was let's say 287 billion. You guys, that is not bad. That's why back then the dollar went a long way. That's why back then most people could afford a house. Because when your debt is low, the US dollar is worth more. When your debt is high, the US dollar is worth less. These white people, the games they're playing, one day we're going to sit here, y'all, they're going to default. They're going to default. There's only but so many wars you can create. There's only so many Muslims you can kill. There's only but so many Arabs you can kill. They are killing they killed their way into avoiding to make their interest payment. Even this summer, America was supposed to make a $9 trillion interest payment. They don't want to make it. They don't have the money. So that's why they're out here distracting people with tariffs, distracting people with black crime, distracting people with immigration. It's nothing but a distraction to avoid us from talking about the real shit. But I can even argue that white people in the 60s, from the 60s down, were a bit more responsible, right? They were a bit more, I'm sure there was like some waste in there somewhere. But y'all, 200, even if we had a national debt of 1 trillion, you guys, I swear, eggs will probably, like an 18-pack of eggs might be like $2, right? It's the debt, y'all. The bigger, it's like a demon. It's like the more the debt goes up, the dollar becomes less, and it becomes worth less and less and less. If these white people do not stop this shit, we're going to wake up one day, you guys. We're going to sleep in the streets. And you see why I preach marriage? Because I see where this shit is going. We're going to get to a point where we're worse than Argentina. We're going to get to, do you know how long we've been in a recession? Do you know how long we have been in a recession? And they're doing all this, let's focus on black crime, black fatigue. It's to distract people. You guys, we were in a recession even under Joe Biden. We are still in a recession. This is not a joke, y'all. It's not a joke. They don't even know how to get us out of this. They don't even know how to get out. They don't know how to get us out of this. And the problem is we have a birth rate that is declining. So you can't say that we're going to have enough American people to pay into Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, because our population is declining because of white people and their perversion. Do whatever you want, be a feminist, whatever, kids are a problem. I want to be a rich auntie. These weird shit, like the weird shit they teach people, they're dumb. White people as a collective, they're dumb. It's a dumb people. Okay? They're batshit crazy. They promote things that are going to create population attrition. While the debt is rising, they are promoting shit to women that will lead to population attrition. How are you going to pay this debt? So if we're not careful, we're going to find ourselves just like Argentina. Like, it was so bad, you guys. Even Greece, it was so bad. It was so bad. Like, you're going to need maybe $100 to buy a loaf of bread. This is not a joke. Have you not noticed that even today, you go to the grocery store, you scan 3 items, $50. You scan 4 items, $100. Sometimes even I have anxiety. When it comes to going out because I'm scared. Because it feels like no matter what I do, it's going to cost at least $100. What the freak? What the freak? Because we have very, very unserious people. But in the 60s, it was 287 billion, right? In 64, 311 billion. Okay, 312 billion. We're at 69, and that's crazy. But you see 66, and you see this? Why? 64, Lyndon B. Johnson. So, and with the New Deal, you see how it jumped from 11 to 53, right? So that's about like 42 billion. Because he had to pay for all these government programs. And the Democrats, they're truly to blame for a chunk of this too, because they promised so much shit for free. They need money for all this free program. Free this, free welfare, free da, da, da. They want to do everything for free. And it's adding to the national debt. And the more you add to the national debt, the weaker you make the US dollar. There's a reason why once upon a time, gas was $1 a gallon. And now, if you're lucky, it might be like $3.30 a gallon. Because they're doing all kinds of bullshit. Right? But you see, 1964 to 69, that's Lyndon B. Johnson. You see how it jumped like that? You see how it jumped like that? Because he's promising all these free programs under the New Deal. All Democrats have done is add to the national debt in order to do what? In order to buy votes. Hey, Val. I'm playing again. They're just buying votes. They add to the national debt to buy votes. Republicans, they want to go to war and steal. So we also pay for that too. They're a bunch of thieves. My point is, ultimately, white people have been in charge of this country and they've made us all broke. They have made us all broke. So miss me with white people talking about black on black crime. We need to talk about white people's crime against the US dollar. Okay? We need to talk about the white crime against America. Because this is crazy. This is crazy. And now look at this. But ultimately, they're all responsible because nothing can go through Congress if both Democrats and Republicans don't agree. They have to agree. So from the crazy ass government paying for all these welfare programs to these goofy ass wars that truly do nothing for America, do nothing for the American people, they're all to blame. They're all to blame. And that's why even part of me is not even upset about January 6th. Because I feel like with January 6th, people need to, all these senators, all of the people in the Congress, they need to know that people can put hands on them. Because y'all, in all honesty, they all need to be in prison. What they have done to America, these people need to be locked the fuck up. But they're white people. And white Americans don't go to prison like that. White Americans don't answer for their crimes. Instead, they found black people to send to prison to make it seem like they're the adults in the room. But when you squandered over $36 trillion, we need to lock your ass up. When you have squandered taxpayer money, because at this point, everybody pays taxes. White people, black people, whatever. Everybody pays taxes. These people have squandered our money. So under normal circumstances, they need to face consequences. They need to be arrested. There needs to be a trial for treason. Because where the fuck is the money? You spent $14 trillion in 25 years. How the fuck did that benefit American people? They send millions of children, and many of them are white children. It's a lot of white boys from the Midwest. They send all these white kids from poor white families to fight in Iraq. And if you remember too, Alan Burton and what's the white man's name? Dick Cheney. Remember there was a scandal when all these American kids went to Iraq. There was a place called Nasiriyah. And they thought they had bulletproof vests. Come to find out, them shit was fake. Bulletproof what? Them bullets was going through their bodies. These American kids were getting fried. Pop, 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 pop. Bulletproof what? Stealing money. They were giving these kids default equipment. Then when the people came back, I live in DC, I live in DMV. Walter Reed, which is the VA's hospital. These kids were on the floor. American children on the floor. American soldiers on the floor. They didn't even have enough beds. They didn't have enough beds. They didn't have enough prosthetics. Can you imagine if black people had done this? Can you imagine if an Arab had done this, or Arab American? Can you imagine if a Latino American had done this? No, it was white people who did this. They did not handle Iraq correctly. They did not handle the kids coming back correctly. Even Afghanistan, leaving Afghanistan, bunch of white people. They left white children in Afghanistan. They left American children in Afghanistan, y'all. They just closed the gates of the freaking plane. They left our people behind. They left $5 billion worth of weapons in Afghanistan. You see? But every time white people don't want to be called out, they want to talk about black crime, black fatigue, black ghetto people. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Why do even white people care about what happens in black neighborhoods? You don't care. It's a distraction. It's a distraction so we don't focus on their mediocrity and the fact that they do not deserve to be responsible for this nation because they have squandered the money, y'all. Even imagine 14 trillion towards education, 14 trillion towards higher education. Most of us could have gone to school with no debt. I mean, because they squandered the money. Iraq, they have nothing to show you for that shit. Afghanistan, they ain't got shit to show you. The Taliban's, all the shit they promise you, they have nothing to show you for that shit. So at least if you have spent 25 years spending 14 trillion on American universities, from public universities to private universities, y'all, all of us could have gone to school. All of us, black, white, Mexican, it don't matter. All of us American citizens, we could have gone to school for free. At least if you're going to waste the money on us. If you're going to make it rain in the Middle East, make it rain over here. No, we had to take out student loans. We had to take out debt while these white Americans decided to waste 14 trillion trying to kill Arabs, trying to do shish kebab with these Arab bodies, trying to do shawarma with these Arab bodies. Bunch of hateful ass people. They're so hateful. White Americans would rather tend to their hatred for Arabs than to make this country the best country in the world. All they do is talk. Oh, America's number one where, bitch? Number one, wasted money, bitch. The whole time, China has not gone to war. China has supplied. They have secured so much shit. China has secured so many minerals. China has secured so many ports from Latin America to freaking Africa. These people, man, the rare earth. While we were out here killing Arabs for no reason, killing Arabs just to make Bibi happy, murdering Arabs for the shit of it, for the sick of it, right? China's out here securing shit because Chinese people are more serious than white Americans. Chinese people are more serious than white Americans. They are mediocre. It's a mediocre ass people. And you need to be brave enough to say it to their face. Just like Nick Fuentes. That's why I love Nick. Nick, you know what? Nick is my person. Because Nick, he says how he feels about black people. I said, that ain't a problem. I respect you. That's why I say how I feel about white people. They're mediocre. He was like, oh, white people are not, you say black people are not that intelligent. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Neither are white Americans. And because white Americans are dumb, so they've dumbed down black people. You're right. If you live in a country where you are property of white people, well, if these white people are dumb, you're going to be dumb. You're right. So we're dumb because white Americans are dumb, right? If white Americans were smarter, we would be smarter, right? The vast majority of white Americans are scammers. The vast majority of white Americans are thieves. Okay, they own everything. I can show you. They own everything. They have the port of Lubumbashi. They have all these ports around Congo. They have ports in Kenya. They have ports in Congo. Child, they ain't got no problem. Exactly. Chinese people have an honor system. White Americans don't. Even when they have a contract, a white American can give you a contract. He gonna cheat the contract. White Americans are not good business people. Hey, Birdie. White Americans are not good business people. They lie, they cheat, they steal. It's a very dishonest people. So yes, this is why today black people are behaving like this, because black people look up to white people. And you are a piss poor role model. You're a horrible ass influencer. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You are truly an ass shit people. And that needs to be said to your faces. Who's scared? I ain't scared. I'm not scared. So Nick, go ahead. I like it. I really do love it. Right? You ain't shit. You ain't shit. You were never shit. Ain't gonna be shit. But if you don't think that if the vast majority of white Americans had a high honor system, then even that black people even had a high honor system, because the consequences for black people being dishonest were serious. See, if a white kid stole, nothing was really gonna happen. If a black child stole, they were going to get killed. So I would even make the argument that since black people came here as slaves, black people have always had a higher honor code than white people, because the consequences for us being dishonest, the consequences for us stealing our life, they might even kill you and your mother. They might kill your mother and your mother, your siblings, because white people don't play fair. So we knew not to steal from white people. We knew not to even look at white people. It's not until the 60s that you start to see this depraved behavior from black people, right? And then the Jews will go on to find, I guess, dumbass Negroes to be the face of this clown-ass behavior, right? You understand what I'm trying to say, right? But black people always had a high honor code, because the consequences for being black and dishonorable, you are going to die. And not just you're going to die, these white people will come in here and they'll kill your entire family, because we know white people are Satanists. White people are sociopathic, Okay? It's the people who believe in genocide. Number two, Black people have always been a people of God. They've always been a people of the faith. So also being a Christian, you read the commandments, you have church, you have Bible study, you have Sunday school. So you know thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. That's how we live. White people have no regards for religion. White people have no regards for faith. The only time white people attach themselves to religion, especially being Christians, right, is when they want to legitimize the evil they're about to do. White people are only Christians when they want to be hateful. When it's time for like shit like an eye for an eye type of shit, then they want to be Christians. White people are never Christians to understand mercy, forgiveness, accountability, repentance, right? No, because the vast majority of white American Christians do not read the Bible. And that's why they're so hateful. It's the hateful people. It's the hateful people, right? So they've never had a high honor code. If you think killing and lynching people based off of a rumor makes you honorable, we know you ain't shit. You're diabolical, right? They've always done things that are summary execution because they like to execute people. They like to execute people, but they do so without even a due process because they have a constitution. Most Black people who've been murdered in the hands of white people were never killed because it was the consequence of due process. No, it was the rage. Oh, I feel like you did it, so therefore I'm going to kill you. Because white people are not honorable. The vast majority of Americans, even those white conservatives, the vast majority of white conservative Americans don't even believe in the Constitution. Because the Constitution is somewhat blind. Like, hey, even if somebody is accused, they are still presumed innocent. But when it comes to Black people being accused, white Americans want you to be guilty. They think every Black person is guilty. It's up to the Black person to prove innocence. That's against the Constitution. They don't even believe in the Constitution because they're not honorable. White people only believe in the Constitution when it benefits their white people, like their white people, their white race, right? But anybody else never, ever, ever gets the benefit of the Constitution. Right? If you're Black, if you're Latino, if you're Asian, you never have the chance to say, you know what? Oh, you know what? I mean, they say you did that shit, or you got a grand jury indictment, but nonetheless, though, go to court, go with the petit jury, and we'll see what they say. No, white people already know who's guilty. They see your complexion. Oh yeah, you did that shit, right? Because it's not a principle-based people. Right? It's not a principle-based people. Because if white Americans had principles, their principle would be the Constitution. Their North Star would be the Constitution. And per the Constitution, you are innocent until you're found guilty. You are presumed innocent until you are found guilty. White people cannot respect that because they have this sick desire to see every single Black person as a criminal. But yet they want to indict people's intelligence. You're not that intelligent. If you yourself can't even trust the main document of what it means to be an American, are you really smart? Are you really that intelligent? They're not intelligent, which is why it's the people who move through fear and hatred. So they're very scared. They're scared of everything they can't control. And that's why they themselves will bypass their own documents to do what they want to do. Summary execution. They will kill you like an animal without no due process. White people do not believe in due process unless their children are in trouble. When their kids are in trouble, now they want the Constitution, oh, presumed innocent, wumpty wump wump, wump wump. But when it's anybody else, even if you're a U.S. citizen, they do not want the benefits of the Constitution to apply to you because it's a racist people. They are racist. They will never stop. They will never not be racist. Okay? Inside of every white American is a sliver of racism, right? Now, some might not be overtly racist, but they're definitely bigoted. Right? But to me, it's very astounding to see the number of white people who don't understand the Constitution. Even when it comes to bail, these fuckers do not understand the 8th Amendment. Bail is not meant to be punitive. Bail is meant to make sure that you show up for the rest of the trial, like your pre-trial, you have to show up. So they get the bail to make sure that you're going to show up. Bail is not meant to be punitive, but because the vast majority of white people, the vast majority of white Americans are descendants of poor ass, illiterate ass, dirty ass crackers from Europe, they still struggle with that. They still struggle with that shit. And it's not that hard. It's the 8th Amendment. In the 8th Amendment, bail cannot be excessive. It's unconstitutional. The vast majority of white Americans do not understand the Constitution. They're dumb as fuck. Okay? The vast majority of white people do not go to Ivy Leagues. The vast majority of white people do trades. Let's stop lying over here. Let's stop lying. Okay? Like, we need to stop, right? Harvard only has but so many seats. Yale only has but so many seats. Dartmouth only has but so many seats. University of Pennsylvania only has but so many seats. Every white person is not highly educated. If America, on average, has a reading level of 3rd or 4th grade, it means since white people make the majority of the population, then the vast majority of white people have a 3rd to 4th grade education. They're not that smart. And that's why when you go to Publix, you go to Costco, anywhere, you'll see the vast majority of cashiers are white women. When it comes to prostitution, it's predominantly led by white women. When it comes to sex work, it is predominantly led by white women because the average white woman is not highly educated. The average white woman has a reading level like 3rd, 4th grade. These are not really smart people. Just because you see very sexy, elegant white people on TV, it doesn't mean that the vast majority of white people are intelligent. The vast majority of people, white people, are either blue-collar worker, some are white-collar worker. That's why they're so bitter. You think if the vast majority of white people were wealthy, they would support Donald Trump? Do you see how vulgar he is? Okay, Trump is funny, but he's still vulgar. He's not refined. He is really not refined, right? But you see the number of people who support Trump, it lets you know something. Even Trump, I really do believe that Trump, if you were to know him privately, I believe that Trump is way more of an intellectual than he lets on. But Trump has realized that these people are not smart. So he speaks like an idiot because that's what they understand. Trump is not stupid. He's a Gemini. He is not dumb. Okay, but because he's a Gemini, he knows how to be manipulative. Right? But I'm pretty sure if you were to meet Trump in private, you'd be so surprised. And then there's the public Trump who speaks like an idiot. We even saw George Bush Jr. also. There were times he speak like an idiot. He couldn't pronounce words and things like that because he understands the vast majority of white people who vote Republicans are not highly intelligent. They're not. The vast majority of MAGA are not highly intelligent, polished, refined white people. They're not. They are just not. So Trump talks to them a certain way because he knows they village people. They're trailer people. They poor white people. They poor white trash. He knows this, right? And you see, now that he can't run again, he's doing whatever the fuck he wants to do because he don't care about these fuckers. He never cared. What the fuck? They're poor. They can't do shit for him, but they got him in there. Thank you, right? And then they use J.D. Vance to make him more J.D. Vance, he's a hillbilly. His mama was a crackhead. All that bullshit. Yeah, but how long ago was that though? How long ago was J.D. Vance a hillbilly? That boy had been a hillbilly since he went to Yale. Okay, that boy had been a hillbilly since he went to Yale. But they know that kind of shit, it resonates with the people. Okay? You know what I'm saying? It resonates with the people. The problem is that we as Black people, we should have more people being judges, et cetera, et cetera. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? That's another conversation, right? But like, they are not that smart. Because if they were smart, like, it was so funny because, yeah, I'll play for y'all, but it was so funny because yesterday Nick was talking about Black people. And he was like, oh, if you look at Norway, and it's funny how he could not even use America. It's so funny because he couldn't use America, right? Hold on, let me just play the videos. So Val didn't see this, right? Val, so here's Lil Nas X.
I'll be late to the party tonight.
Where at?
You know where it's at.
So here's it.
Go ahead, babe. No. Go ahead, babe. No. Didn't I tell you to put the phone down? Uh-oh, somebody's gonna have to pay for that. Da. Hey, for everybody coming to the party.
Lil Nas X.
Yes, I am serving you. I am serving you. And you better be at that party tonight. Oh, yes.
I'm like, Nikki needs to call him. Nikki, you're a big sis. You gotta forgive this people.
Yes, get my good side. Every side.
They ruined him.
Yes. Boom, cat towel.
Okay, we'll come back to him. Here, y'all need to see this. So that way you'll get it better. Hold on.
The noxious vapors that cause disease are known as miasma.
The miasma spreads through the air, and as it is breathed in, the human being becomes possessed of sickness.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Jon Snow, yes, really, was no lord's son. He was born to a coal yard worker in one of the poorest neighborhoods of York. It was 1813.
Okay.
Napoleon.
You see, 1813, huh? They were poor. You see, the York. I guess that's what they get the name New York from. Okay. All right, let's go.
Had just retreated from Russia, and the Industrial Revolution in England was in full swing. Young Snow's mind outpaced his setting. He was a perspicacious youth, always curious and inquisitive, always digging into whatever he found. His mother noticed her child's perpetually active mind and swore to herself that he would be no coal hand. She took a small inheritance that she had come into and paid to send him to school. He took to schooling like nothing else. By the time he was 14, he was apprenticed to a doctor in Newcastle, and it was here that he would first meet the specter that would haunt the rest of his life. Cholera. You see, cholera had its roots in India, but with the increase in trade and transport in the 19th century, it crept its way up to Russia, then crawled westward through Europe.
First, it didn't make it to Africa, huh? It didn't make it to Africa. You see what happened when you colonize people? When you do bad things to people, you pick up curses. So they went to India to oppress these people, and they left there shitting their pants. Okay? Right? But so there was no cholera in Africa. Even Haiti had no cholera until the earthquake. United Nations decided to bring soldiers from Bangladesh, and cholera is a disease that people carry. So the soldiers from Bangladesh who are part of the United Nations Army, when they got to Haiti and they started pooping, it just spread. And now out of nowhere, Haitians were dropping like flies. They were dropping like flies, and you'll see this is what happens. White people come in contact with people and they kill them through diseases. This is what happened. I'm not lying. And there was one time this French lady was saying that African people should be grateful because without white people, they wouldn't have had access to vaccines. I'm like, you're so damn stupid. White people needed to create vaccines because they're always sick. They're the ones who carry diseases everywhere, right? Africans were not sick. We have a great immune system. And that's why even here in America, they will do everything and anything to have access to Black people's stem cells. Because we have superior genes. It's okay. It's okay. It really is okay. It's okay. We can be honest. We have superior genes. You can sit here and try to litigate how smart we are. If our brains don't work, that's no problem, right? But ultimately, we have superior genes. And that's why you've used Black people's stem cells. You have used Black women as wet nurse. If we were so horrible, if we had such horrible genes, why would you put our nipples in your white baby's mouth? Okay, because everybody knows that the first form of vaccine, the first form of inoculation is breast milk. Through breast milk, the mother passes her antibodies onto the baby. So obviously, white women had inferior antibodies. It's okay to be honest. It really is okay to be honest. White babies were drinking milk from a white woman's body. They were dying. Black babies were drinking milk from a Black woman. They were thriving. So they started to realize that there has to be something going on here. Yes, the Black woman has better antibodies. We have better antibodies than white people. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, it's okay. And that's why even in sports, we dominate white people. Hey, Sandra, because we have superior genetics. It's okay. We age better than white people. We live longer than white people. Our skin is better than white people. White people have a lot of mental diseases as they get older. They have this degradation of the brain, dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. They degrade quickly, like they age quickly. I don't know. Okay, but it's the genes, and you notice that most white people who have some kind of African in their DNA will usually have a better life than white people that are like probably 100% white. It's okay. It really is okay, right? So we don't need vaccines. People need a vaccine to sustain the harm that came with white people because white people are a dirty people. White people are very sickly people. They make everybody sick. They made the Indians sick, the Native American people, they made them sick. They killed them by the millions. They went to Latin America, they killed them. They kill everybody with their presence because they carry pathogens. So whether they talk to you, they they're gonna give you some kind of pneumonia. Okay, they poop in your water, they poop next to you, they're gonna make you sick. They pee right next to you, they're going to make you sick. All they've ever done was, in exchange for the goods they stole, was to leave you with some kind of disease. That's what they do. So you see, cholera never came to Africa because people didn't have contact with these weirdos. Okay, and also, believe it or not, African people are very clean. Very, very clean. Most black people are very clean, right? So then you start to wonder, how exactly were white people pooping? You see, because if you handle your fecal matter a certain way, you are less likely to spread cholera. But they were not handling their fecal matter correctly. And because they didn't handle their fecal matter, their poop correctly, they killed a lot of people. Don't you ever put white people on a pedestal. Don't you ever put these people on a pedestal. Even they themselves don't know their history, but they carry pathogens and they make people sick, and then people drop like flies. The Trail of Tears is probably the one singular event in American history that killed the most Native Americans. They were sick. It was never a fair fight. White people gave them disease that their immune system was not ready for because they never encountered this, which also lets you know that Native American people were very, very clean, which is like the way that they live is what white people now have rebranded as holistic. Who's holistic? You mean like Native American people? Yes. They was a very clean people. They're very, very clean. So when they encounter these Europeans, they are very dirty. So they get sick because what is all of this filthiness? Because it's a very filthy people. And you know, even to this day, they don't like soap. They don't like soap. They like to bathe, right? They don't have good hygiene. So they're more likely to make other people sick. They're accustomed to their filth. Most people are not. So most people will drop like flies. It's okay. It really is okay to be honest. It's okay. It's okay.
Making its way to London and then to Newcastle in 1831.
Well,
But so many were struck so fast by the disease that the doctor who Snow was apprenticed to was overloaded. And so it was at the age of 18 that John Snow was sent alone into the horror of the coal slums to treat the coal workers dying of this disease. And make no mistake, cholera is one of the most terrifying diseases out there. It doesn't cause the unimaginable mortality rate of the plague, smallpox, or even some strains of influenza, but it's a horrific disease to control.
about influenza too, because a lot of Native Americans died of influenza. They didn't have that shit. So you see, smallpox, chickenpox, measles, these are all things that came from white people. And they want to sit here and talk about people. They're very dirty. It's not, I'm not even saying it to be mean. It's a very dirty people. Black people start having measles when they start fucking around white people. Black people started having chickenpox when they started fucking around white people. They make people sick. So because they made you sick, yeah, you need them to come up with a cure because you never had these issues, right? A need is a reason for invention. So if, for example, you take Pasteur in French, who came up with sterilization, it makes sense why Pasteur would have came up with pasteurization because the French people were dying, right? The need is a mother of invention. If African people don't have these diseases, there's no reason for them to use these diseases. Also, I think one thing that needs to be said, since I'm West African, I'm gonna say it, but one thing that also needs to be said about West African people, even I guess most African people too, we love pepper. I think because like pepper is an antioxidant, it allows us to have a better immune system, right? Because we, like African people, like we eat a lot of pepper. The African food is usually very, very spicy. White people don't like spicy food, so they've always lacked antioxidants, right? Also, you ask anybody that's African, like we've always been into plants. African people use a lot of plants. It's like herb medicine. So they would grab all these different herbs, okay? And then they would always mix the herbs with pepper, and then they would purge themselves, like you put it in your butt. So you take the herbs, you take the pepper, you grind it all together, you mix it in water, you put it in the purging thing, and then you put it up your butt, right? So that will cause you to poop. It will cause you to clean your inside. It would also cause you to sweat. Like when you do it, you sweat a lot, right? But usually it kept people not sick, right? We knew how to not be sick because we had our own rituals, and also we're very clean, right? So these African people, they're not, and I guess because we're dark, also we take in more vitamin D, right? So we were pretty good. So there was no need for any of that, right? They're the ones who came in and said that any kind of medicinal practices that African people had was witchcraft, it was rituals. So now we had to use their medication. But you see, their medication is really bad. It makes you sick. It damages your organs. Sometimes even like mentally, it affects you and things like that. But they're not that good. Okay. And most things they create to help you solve a problem create another problem because they're not that smart. They're truly not that smart. And that's why I say Black people need to go back to being Black. That's it. This is so toxic.
Correct. A disease whose horror is in how it manifests, how it takes over a person's body. It is swift and utterly wretched.
Yeah.
Cholera can take a healthy person and leave them a husk overnight. And its onset is sudden. A person can be walking down the street, and then all of a sudden they'll grab their stomach and fall to the ground, spewing vomit and diarrhea. They'll continue to expel diarrhea at up to 20 liters a day until their skin becomes turgid and their blood turns to sludge, becoming too dehydrated and thick to circulate due to how much fluid the person's lost. Then the organs shut down one by one, and the person dies not directly because of an action of the disease, but because they've lost so much fluid that their body can no longer form the plasma it needs to keep itself alive. And all the things Jon Snow had learned as an apprentice achieved nothing. From house to house he'd walk, trying to apply every technique known to medicine at the time to treat the sick. Bleeding, opium, strong herbs to keep off the miasma. All of these things had no effect, and patient after patient died. Even when he tried giving them water, no matter how much water he gave them, they'd appear better for a few short hours. Then they would soon sink back down to torpor, and finally death. So, despite his training, one by one as he made his rounds, he left his patients' blue-pale corpses behind. His idea to rehydrate them was correct, but the medical community was only just beginning to understand that the excessive diarrhea not only caused a loss of water, but a loss of sodium as well, which is a key component of blood plasma. And it wouldn't be until the 20th century that the major breakthrough was made, when it was discovered that drinking glucose would help a cholera-ravaged intestinal system take up the saline.
Mind you, this whole time they're still traveling. They're coming to America. They're going places. They're still traveling. So they're bringing cholera to America. So imagine being Native American and you encounter this shit too. Like, what the fuck is this, right? They are still traveling. You think they're quarantining? No, they're traveling. They're traveling through France. They're traveling. They are still traveling in the world, and they are carrying this disease. Killing people, killing innocent people. Like, this is sick. These people are deranged.
So desperately needed. And so Jon Snow's patients died. But as an apprentice, he'd kept meticulous journals with his observations and theories. He had seen that coal workers would often be struck down by cholera deep in the coal pits, far from the graveyards, swamps, or sewage pools that the infectious miasma was thought to seep from. So he hypothesized that there must be something else going on. He didn't know exactly what, but he tried to express to local doctors that rather than miasma, there was something that could persist in water and be transmitted from person to person that caused disease. And they all told him, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." And so, as the cholera epidemic eventually passed, as mysteriously as it had come, Jon Snow moved on to other work. He bounced between apprenticing for a few other doctors, until in 1836, he went to London to begin his formal education in medicine. And he was a man who loved education. In 1 year, he completed the schooling necessary to get a license as a general practitioner. Then he got his apothecary's license. Then he received a bachelor's and a doctorate in medicine, which apparently wasn't a requirement for practicing medicine at the time. And finally, he qualified to join the Royal College of Surgeons, which is about as rad a doctor thing as you could do in those days. During this period, John began doing serious study on anesthesia. You see, before Snow, most doctors of the day would just pour some chloroform on a rag and toss it over their patient's face. Nighty-night, see you in a few hours, if you're lucky. But Snow began to scientifically test dosages and assess what mixtures at what times were the most effective. His work revolutionized anesthesiology. In fact, his work was so acclaimed, he even twice anesthetized the Queen herself. And the medical community finally said, "You know something, Jon Snow." But he had never forgotten cholera, that specter that had been burned into him in his youth. And in 1848, when John was 35, cholera returned to haunt London.
Yep.
This time, he was determined not to let it win. He knew cholera wasn't just the result of bad air, and he was determined to prove it.
Water.
He reached out to all of his connections in the medical community and tracked down the first case of the new outbreak, a sailor named John Harnold. He had a lead. He went and immediately talked to the physician who treated Mr. Harnold, only to find out that he had treated another man in the exact same room Mr. Harnold rented 8 days after Mr. Harnold died. The case was afoot. John suspected contagion, perhaps from soiled bed linens that had gone unwashed after the first death. Not miasma from some poison floating in the air. No, this disease was transferred from one man to another. He was sure of it. He just needed proof. Cases began to pop up all over London, and he raced from one lead to the next, interviewing patients and physicians to see if he could draw the link. He was told by one person after another that the pain started in their intestines, which led him to believe that the disease must be caused by something they ingested rather than something they inhaled. Otherwise, wouldn't the disease start in the nose or the throat or the lungs? So, obviously not all of his reasoning was perfect, but it did lead him down the right path in this case. He theorized that the diarrhea caused by cholera might not only be a symptom, but also how the disease was spread. Now, because the term germs was frowned upon by many in the medical profession at the time, he started writing about how cholera was caused by a self-multiplying poison found in the water contaminated by fecal matter. He did a case study. He found...
What did I tell you? White people at that time, this is still the 1800s. They didn't know how to get rid of their poop. And you don't see, I'm telling you, when I say white people are filthy, it's not to be mean, huh? It's just their culture. It really is their culture. They love to talk about Arabs or Mandani eating with his hands. They had a problem. The leprosy comes from them not knowing how to dispose of dead bodies. They were living with dead bodies. They know how to bury people. Whereas, like, when you look at Egyptians, right, and they love to claim, because they want you to believe that Egyptians are white. If Egyptians were truly white people who just happen to live in Africa, they would all know how to embalm their dead. Europeans did not know how to embalm the dead. So the dead would rot. They would rot. You go to Egypt to this day, even like Tutankhamun, all them pharaoh people, they're intact. I don't know how the fuck, but these Egyptians, they were good at embalming people. They probably even learned how to embalm from studying Egyptians, but they didn't know how to embalm the dead. They didn't know what to do with the dead. So the dead would decay. Consequence, leprosy, bubonic plague. Bubonic plague was the rats. You see, they also had a rat problem. Have you ever heard in Africa that people had a rat epidemic? No. This is crazy. Make my skin itch. So leprosy, dead people decomposing. Bubonic plague. Okay. Bubonic plague, leprosy, dead bodies. Bubonic plague, rats. Big ass rats. Infestation. And you still see it when they do the hoarder show, the A&E hoarders, like all the nasty shit. It's always white women living so nasty. Like it's like, child, listen, right? Cholera, fecal matter in the water. So white people were drinking water that had poop in there because white people did not know how to properly get rid of their poop. So it gets to a point, the poop is all in the Thames River. You see, if you ever see like pictures or videos of London, right, where they have Big Ben, that big clock that's near their Congress, their Constitution, their Constitutional Hall, right? That's what you call the Thames River, just like Knightsbridge. Like London Bridge is falling down. Yes, that's in French, you have the Seine. In England, you have the Thames River. The whole Thames River is full of poop. Don't ever allow white people to tell you anything. Okay, they're crazy. These are their ancestors. They were in England drinking poop water. Even Ireland, it was bad because when they had the potato famine, Irish people were pooping worms. Yo, it's really bad. They love to talk about people. They were pooping worms. When they come here at Ellis Island, they still have the pictures, they have the videos, and they have all the they have all the oh my gosh, they have all the records, right? Many Irish people, when they came here, it wasn't just cholera. The people, they had potato famine because they were eating potatoes with worms in them. A lot of these people came just diarrhea, pooping worms, like worms coming out their poo-poo. So some were held at Ellis Island to see if they could do better. If they did better, they were allowed to be released, but I'm sure they still had remnants of that. But if you were really, really sick, some people died because they were so sick. Some people, they were really, really sick, they were sent back to Ireland. Which is why Irish people, when they finally get released from Ellis Island, are so mean. They're just so mean. And when they join the police force, these people go batshit crazy on Black people. But the problem is, in America, many Black people are led to believe that all white people are the same. All white folks are rich. Every single white person who came to America came from royalty and nobility. No. These are poor, dirty-ass white folks who are running away from all kinds of fuckery in Europe. But they were definitely dirty. They were super dirty and they were super sick and they were super weak and they were super poor. And that's why they didn't care to be so racist and so ruthless and things like that, because they really had nothing. They had nothing. Okay? Like the stuff is real. But even before we even, because y'all, they lie so much. They love to lie. But pretty much in England at the time, the vast majority of British people were drinking water that contained fecal matter. And that's how they made all their people sick. Okay, there you go. Please. Oh, Lord.
found a street where on one side, all the waste poured out by the residents flowed toward the well they got their drinking water from, whereas on the other side, the waste flowed away from their well. He surveyed all those living on either side of the street. On the side where the well water mixed with the sewage, almost all of the inhabitants were laid low. On the other side of the street, only one person succumbed to cholera. He had it. He had his proof. He wrote furiously, detailing it all out, and then raced to the presses. He'd done it! His pamphlet circulated the city. The most learned minds of the day heard what he'd discovered, and they said, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Join us next time as Jon Snow goes full statistical Sherlock Holmes to show that cholera is spread through the water, and invents the science of epidemiology in the process. Last we left Jon Snow, he had failed to convince the leading scientific minds of his time that cholera was transmitted through fluid rather than through a miasma in the air.
But they want you to believe, oh, we're so smart, we're so smart. Do you see how hard he had to work to convince white people of something so basic? But we're so intelligent. We white people, even with COVID, they got it wrong. Right? They had all kinds of censorship. They were punishing people that are even into this modern day. White people are still getting things wrong. They're loud, they're pretentious, they're pompous, but very often they're wrong. They are seriously wrong. And that's the problem when you have an entire people that moves around with so much narcissism. Oh, if a white person didn't come up with it, it must be worthless. If a white person didn't do it, it must be worthless. No, if a white people did it, most likely it's worthless. If a white person did it, most likely it's not going to work. And it's the kind of arrogance and pompousness that they had for a very long time against Chinese people. And when you underestimate people like that, you wake up one day, they've surpassed you. Chinese tech has surpassed these white Americans. Because for them, how can these rice farming people could ever be this smart? This is what they do because they're racist. White people always underestimate people. And then they wake up and they see how far you've gone. And now they have to find a way to kill you because they can't take how successful you become, right? They have the same thing about Korea. I'll play a video for y'all where they're like, oh, Korea will never make it. So many white Americans, Korea will always be poor. They would say all kinds of things about Korean people. And today, Korea is the 5th largest economy in the world. White people don't know shit. They do not know anything. Okay, because if they did, their national debt would not be $37 trillion. Okay, their national debt would not be $37 trillion. They're not that smart. And nobody says it to their faces. That's the problem. Nobody says it to, you're not that smart. In such a short amount, in less than 50 years, 50 years, is when the Chinese people came back outside because they had closed themselves up to the world. But I'm like, in less than 50 years, look at how far and how fast Chinese have grown. Right? Korea, also less than 50, 60 years. Look at how big their economy has gotten. And even in Korea, they have more integrity than America. The first lady of Korea just got arrested. Right? The president, when he declared martial law, they went and picked his ass up and put him in jail. In America, you would never see a white corrupt politician go to prison because white American people are not a principle-based people. They don't arrest their criminals. They don't arrest their politicians who do all kinds of crimes and all kinds of money laundering and all kinds of insider trading. You will never see this level of integrity from white Americans. It is not a principle-based people. They're just not. They're just not. They're just not.
But he was far from done. In 1850, he became one of the founding members of the Epidemiological Society of London. This was one of the first scientific medical societies to explicitly look not only for a cure to a disease or a way to treat its symptoms, but also to study the disease itself. How is it transmitted? How does it propagate? What environmental factors cause the disease to break out? In understanding these things, they could help not only to cure a disease, but also to contain it, or perhaps even prevent it from happening in the first place. So when cholera once again returned to London in 1854, Jon Snow planned to use all the tools his prodigious powers of logic availed him of to finally and definitively show that this disease, which he had fought all of his life, could be contained simply by keeping people away from contaminated water. But when the cholera outbreak of 1854 struck London, it appeared to follow no rhyme or reason. It was a primal force. It struck all over the city, and it struck across the class divide. So many in London, perhaps everybody in London except Jon Snow, thought it to be random. Some trick of the Constitution or some predisposition caused those who fell ill to fall ill, and those who didn't to stay well. It had to be an act of fate, or just dumb luck. But Snow had a hypothesis, and he planned to test it in one of the grandest statistical experiments done to that day. You see, he had his theory, the theory that cholera was transmitted through water, but even though he'd proven it to his satisfaction with his previous experiment regarding houses on opposite sides of the street, he knew he'd need further proof to convince the medical world. So he began to look. He needed commonalities. He needed something to link the seemingly random spread of the disease with water. Then, while going through municipal records, he found it. Eureka! There it was, just sitting in the books in front of him, staring him in the face. The district he worked in had its water supplied by two water companies, the Southwark and Vauxhall Water Company and the Lambeth Water Company. Both of them drew their water from the Thames River, but S&V and Lambeth had one key dissimilarity that would make all the difference in the world. One that may have been costing thousands of lives, but one we could barely conceive of today. You see, at the time, London not only had cesspools below houses and household waste running through the streets, but also a sewer system that flushed all of this waste to the nearest source of running water, the Thames. All of the city's sewage was pumped right into the river running through the middle of the city, the river where most of its occupants got their drinking water from. In a few years' time, this would get so bad that the smell of the river would be unceremoniously labeled the Great Stink, which leads us right back to the difference between Southwark and Vauxhall and Lambeth. What was it that Jon Snow saw right there in those books that caused his eureka moment? Well, S&V was getting their water from downstream of where the sewage emptied into the Thames, while Lambeth had recently moved their facilities above the sewage outflows. He had the perfect case study, the perfect A/B test. If he was right about the mode of communication of cholera, all he'd have to do is compare the infection rate from those served by S&V to those served by Lambeth. He wrote, "People of both sexes, of every age and occupation, and of every rank and station, from gentlefolks down to the very poor, were divided into two groups without their choice, and in most cases without their knowledge. One group being supplied with water containing the sewage of London, and amongst it whatever might have come from the cholera patients. The other group having water quite free from such impurity." So, Snow began to canvass two of London's districts that had recently been hit hard by the epidemic. At first he thought it would be simple. He would go door to door, asking if anybody at that residence had been afflicted, and what water company they used. Simple. But nothing's ever that simple. Most residents didn't know what company they used. They were just tenants. They hadn't contracted the water for their place. What could he do? The landlords would know. Armed with this thought, he traced the tenants back to their landlords, then used official documents to trace the landlords back to their homes scattered throughout London. He madly dashed about the city, knocking on doors, standing in the hallways of the rich and powerful, asking mad questions about water companies and properties they didn't even remember they owned. He was closer, but he needed more. What about the water itself? Could the water tell him where it came from? Perhaps now he was a madman, possessed of his errand, trying to make water talk. But talk it did. He ran a chemical analysis on water samples from each of the companies and found that S&V water contained 4 times as much salt as the water from Lambeth. He raced back to all the houses whose water source he couldn't yet ascertain, and, surely seeming mad, asked them for a thimbleful of water, which he then put in a test tube and brought back to his lab. And with that, he had it. His records were complete. 38 of the 44 deaths that had occurred in that month had come from the S&V water. You were 933% more likely to die just by having the wrong water company pipe water to your house. There it was. That was the answer. And that's what he would have found out if he had just had a few more weeks to analyze his samples and tabulate his data. But he was a doctor, and his old foe wasn't going to let him rest that easily. Cholera struck again. At first it was a rumor, then a few isolated cases he might be able to ignore. Then on Tuesday morning, the 4th of September, he opened the paper and read these words. In Broad Street, on Monday evening, when the hearses came round to remove the dead, the coffins were so numerous that they were put on top of the hearses as well as the inside. Such a spectacle has not been witnessed in London since the time of the plague. He was needed in a place called Broad Street.
Right? Look, because I asked them, like, who brought cholera to Africa? So the first outbreak was in 1836, right? And it was from Muslim pilgrims returning from Mecca. So they probably got it somewhere in the Middle East. Then they brought it to Africa. I'm an African would not have cholera. Tell you, we're very clean. White people love to lie on African people, but we're very clean. Any disease you see in Africa, it was brought from white people, other people doing some kind of pilgrimage or whatever, right? Cholera, it doesn't exist in African culture. We are very clean people. Leprosy, never heard of her. Like, who is she? Right? What else they have? Bubonic plague. Have you ever heard of bubonic plague in Africa? No. No. You go mess with these people, you come back, bad things happen to you. Then it was like, after that, it was what? In Egypt? Yeah, Egypt is not far from Europe. Okay? Egypt is not far from Europe, right? So I'm like, you mess with these people, you're going to be sick. You're going to be sick. Okay? You see, cholera's introduction to Africa around 1836 was a consequence of increased global connectivity through pilgrimage and trade, right? So you see, if we don't mess with these people, we are not sick. These people are very dirty. These are very, very dirty people. Okay, even the Middle East, I can see why the Middle East was kind of dirty. I can see why. I ain't gonna say it, but I can see why, right? But you see, we're not sick. We don't get sick like that. And I really do believe it has to do a lot with the fact that we love pepper. Like we are obsessed with hot food, spicy food. Like them habanero peppers, they could put like 10, 15 in one stew. Everybody's nose is just like running and stuff. Like the food is extremely spicy. African food is extremely spicy, y'all. Very, very spicy. But I'm like, we're not sick. We're very clean. We are very clean. You wonder why, even with slavery, white people made sure to have black people clean their homes. White people made sure to have black people cook their food. I wonder why. Because they don't even trust themselves. Okay? We are very clean. We're very clean people. But you come around these people, bad things will happen to you. They're not clean. And so they're so intelligent. Why did they always die from being so sick like that? If you're so smart, you're so intelligent, you're so ingenious, why didn't you know how to handle your poop? Why didn't you know how to bury your dead? Why did you let these rats just take over the place? Why? Right? 1600, they have the bubonic plague. 1600. When did Thomas Jefferson come here? So they see they left England, and many of them had the bubonic plague when they left England. Why? If you people are so smart, why do you have the plague? You see, and it all goes down to hygiene. So how can you be so smart and you're so dirty at the same time? I am confused. I am seriously confused. I am so confused. Hold on, let me see. Is there like part 3 of this? Hold on. I don't even know. Hold on. Oh, part 3. There you go. You're so dirty.
A cholera outbreak had struck Broad Street. The death count mounted, and the moans of the sick could be heard through thin tenement walls. It was down this street that Jon Snow walked, knocking on door after door after door. But many had already fled, and the cold blue end of cholera had claimed many of those who had not. Again, Jon Snow was frustrated in getting the evidence he sought, but this time the clock was ticking. Every passing minute meant more deaths, and every passing minute decreased his chances of preventing this from ever happening again. And so, by noon on Tuesday, the 4th of September, 1854, he realized that there'd be only one place he could quickly and efficiently get the data he so desperately needed: the office of the Registrar General. He raced from Broad Street to the halls of the government, demanding a full list of every death and an address for everyone the cholera had taken. And so he began to establish a pattern of how these things were done: on-ground inspection combined with combing government records to get the data needed, not just to treat the disease, but to fight it. And fight it he would, right there on Broad Street. He returned to the epicenter with its air of suffering and death so that he could understand what those addresses he now held meant. His boot heels rang out against the pavers of the abandoned streets as he paced from house to house, trying to see the connection. Then he had it, of course. He needed to think of these deaths as a map. And so he began to craft his map, plotting the deaths one by one. And as his map filled out with tragedy, a pattern began to emerge. It really was an epidemic starting at Broad Street and radiating out, thinning the further it went. But he knew that already. He needed more. He needed to show that the pump itself was the source. He needed to know not only how these points of mortality were related to each other, but also how they related to the neighborhood wells. So he made what we today know as a Voronoi diagram. But to him, it was something he was making up off.
Right, because like who's not gonna know that if you drink the water that you poop in, you're gonna be sick? And why are your wells so close to where you poop? Like, make it make sense. But they're so smart. They're not that smart. They're very idiotic.
The top of his head in a desperate attempt to find the fastest way to understand the problem he faced. He marked the wells on the map, then he split the map into sections according to proximity to the wells. Any death that was closer to one specific well than to any other would be grouped together. The idea being that well water was well water, and people were probably getting their water from whatever pump was convenient. So if you broke up the map by proximity to wells, and you saw a pattern in where the most deaths occurred, you'd be able to tell if there was a contaminated well. And there it was, clear as day. People who had a shorter walk to the Broad Street pump than to any other well were inordinately more likely to die.
Yeah.
But he had been down this road before. He knew this wouldn't be enough to convince the miasmatists. They would just say that some noxious stench hung around the region of the pump and that the pump itself was coincidental. Nope, he needed something more.
Do you hear this? So they would go to the pump and the pump would actually smell bad. The pump would actually smell bad. And these white people, even though they smell something, something putrid, they're still pumping the water to show you how comfortable they were with being dirty. Because if something I think that's what God gave us, like the five senses, right? If something smells bad, you're like, why does it smell bad like this? I don't care. Because that's how dirty these white people were. So are these people intelligent? Are they intelligent? If you yourself completely discount your own your sense, no, it's, oh my gosh, it's a hard word. It's over the O, right? But if you deny what you're smelling yourself and you proceed to pump the water and you drink the water, are you intelligent? Are these people intelligent? Because I'm sure even a monkey, because they love to call black people monkeys, but I'm sure even a monkey wouldn't have drunk this water. Something is wrong. Why does this water smell bad like this? There is a stench, you guys. The whole city smells bad because there's poop all in the Thames River. You've seen it before. You guys, you've seen it. Hold on. Let me show you. Right? You've seen it before. It's all over England. It's all over London. Okay? Hold on. It's huge. How long is this video? Okay? It's super big. Look.
Thames River. It is the longest river in England and the second longest river in the United Kingdom, with a length of about 215 miles.
250 miles is full of poop. 215 miles. The entire river smells like shit. And these white people are drinking it. Nobody says, that's kind of a weird smell. No. Even when they grab, you put in the cup, again, I have glasses, they put in the cup, you bring that shit to your nose. These white people are smelling a stench. Something is putrid. Something is off. These white people are still drinking that shit. And they want to talk about somebody's intelligence. Are they okay? Are they seriously okay? Right? It goes to show you, like, they don't even know who they are. Everything they've told themselves about themselves is a lie. They're nasty as fuck. They're dumb as shit. Why would you drink this shit? So he's telling you 215 miles of water smell like feces. And these white folks are washing their clothes in there. They're drinking the water. They're bathing themselves in it. These are the people who came to America, y'all. Okay? These are the people. Yeah, it's very dirty. Yeah, it smells bad. It smells really bad. That's what he's saying. Because the water, there's poo-poo in the water, Kevin. It smells bad. And everybody's poo-poo is in the water. It smells bad. So he's like, oh yeah, there's a stench bad. It's just because probably something is lingering. What is the something that is lingering? This thing smells like shit. And they use this water to make their food, use this water to make their soup, use the water to clothe themselves, wash their clothes, and drink the damn water. You bring that to your nose. You don't say, oh my gosh, like this is horrible. I can't drink this shit. No, they're drinking it. But somehow these are smart people. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, right. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere.
Flows through southern England, from the Gloucestershire Cotswolds to the North Sea. There are over 200 bridges crossing the Thames River. The longest is the Queen Elizabeth II Bridge, with a length of 812 meters, while the oldest surviving bridge is New Bridge in Oxfordshire, which dates back to the 13th century. The river has been an important trade and transit waterway since prehistoric times. In the 18th century, the volume of trade traveling through London had nearly tripled.
They drank this water? All these shits. And imagine all the people traveling there pooping in that water, all them shit people poop. Oh, Lord, this was nasty.
Include commodities such as coal, sugar, tea and spices. The river provides 70% of London's drinking water.
You see?
The water is diverted to reservoirs, where it is treated before reaching homes throughout the greater
Being treated. Oh, Lord Jesus. Buy bottled water, y'all. Okay? So now you have an idea. It's a big-ass river. 250 miles of water full of poop. And they're drinking the shit.
So he poured over,
See? That's what he said.
more likely to die. But he had been down this road before. He knew this wouldn't be enough to convince the miasmatists. They would just say that some noxious stench hung around the region of the pump and that the pump itself was coincidental. Nope, he needed something more. So he pored over his map. There were a few outliers. There, right there, on Cross Street, there was a clump of deaths that were closer to the Little Marlborough pump than the one on Broad Street. He raced to the tenement to see if he could get some answers, but he was too late. Those had only been the first deaths marked down in the Registrar General's morning notes. By afternoon, the entire family had been wiped out. Of all the 84 deaths he had on record, only 8 more were outside the area he'd marked as closest to the Broad Street pump. He needed to follow those leads. 3 were tragically children who went to school near Broad Street and would drink from the well on their way to and from their education. 3 more were workers who also regularly stopped at the well. The last 2 he couldn't get data for. This still left him with clear connections to the pump even for those who were outside its range, and equally importantly, outside the range of any argument about a miasmatic cloud. But he needed to understand the other holes in his data as well. On Poland Street, there was a massive workhouse with 535 inhabitants, and yet almost no one there had died, and it was well within the range of the Broad Street pump. There should be 10 times as many deaths there at least.
They are very nasty, you guys. I'm not trying to be funny. Like, trust me, I'm not saying to be mean. Like Nick Fuentes, when he says this thing about black people, he wants to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, y'all. They have suffered with their hygiene. I'm serious. I know it sounds shady, but I'm not being shady. They have truly suffered with their hygiene. White people have died. The vast majority of Europeans did not die from war, y'all. They didn't die from war. They died from poor hygiene. You can go ask AI. Not lying. It's not wars that, like, if you study the vast majority of white people, like Europeans, from England all the way to Russia, the vast majority of white people did not die from war. They died from poor hygiene. Leprosy was just ravaging people. They were just dropping dead. Like, it was so bad. That's why in Italy, they came up with Harlequin. You know, have you ever seen Harlequin? You know Harlequin, right? Let me show you. Okay. Remember this image? You've seen it, right? And I feel like that's the inspo for like Halloween and stuff like that. But Harlequin, because people were just dying. And they came up with Harlequin to soothe and ease the children into death so they wouldn't fear it because they're going to die. Like, it's really sad. It is so sad. People were just dropping dead. Italy, they dropping dead. Europe, France, dead. England, people just dropping dead, y'all. Bodies everywhere. Children dropping dead. White people have always struggled with their hygiene. And you see, not to be offensive, but even today, they struggle with like washing their hands, taking showers. Like, even when you look at the protocol that came out of the CDC to not spread COVID, it was talking to white people. Wash your hands, cover your mouth when you sneeze. You're not saying that to black people because black people traditionally, historically, you can't even have dinner if you don't take a shower. You can't sit at your mom's table dirty. You have to take a shower before you can sit down and eat your dinner, right? You have to wash your hands. You wash your body. You can't eat breakfast if you haven't brushed your teeth. Like, no black person is going to feed you if you're dirty. No black person is going to give you breakfast if you haven't brushed your teeth. Like, white people just have, black people are naturally clean. We are obsessed with being clean. White people just made us poor. Like, not even poor financially. I mean, I guess now they've made us poor spiritually because we ain't got no morals anymore, right? They just took clothes away from us. They took a sense of pride away from us, right? But innately, in every black person is the need to be clean. We don't like to be dirty. All this dirty shit you see, even with this ratchet culture, it's new. It's new. And it's usually because young people don't have families like that. Even if you see a young black lady and she's dirty, because she'll have family. But nobody who is black, you can't eat breakfast if you don't brush your teeth. Who's going to feed you? You have to wash your hands before you sit at the table. Dinner, you have to take your shower, then you come eat dinner. Nobody sits at the dinner table dirty. Like, we just don't do shit like this. But somehow we're the ones that are not intelligent. Yeah, right. Go ahead, bro. That's a coping mechanism. It really is, you know? But the vast majority of white people did not die in war. disease, leprosy, bubonic plague, cholera, measles, smallpox, just devastating these people. They're just dropping dead. So Harlequin, that's why his face is black like this. He represents death. And they came up with that in Italy because they wanted to, like, ease the children because the babies were going to die. And they wanted the babies not to be afraid of death. It's not a good, it's cute, but it's not a good image, It's bad. It's bad business. Right? And that's why even when you look at the logo of the barbershop, white people, because when people were sick, they believed that you had to cut somebody's vein and bleed them out. They're crazy bastards. They are truly crazy bastards. You had white people out here calling themselves doctors, and they would just, if you were sick, they just slice your vein and just let you bleed. Oh, and you're going to bleed out the disease. You know how many people they butchered with their stupidity? They're not smart. They're not that smart. There are many things that whites are doing now. The Chinese were doing it for a very long time. You've ever heard of bubonic plague in China? Okay. You've heard of famine, but that's different. Right? They do all kinds of weird shit. That's why the barber, the red, is what's called red, blue, the blue, red, and white thingy for the barber is because they used to bleed people. They would just pew, cut your vein, and you just sit there, just start bleeding. And they believe that somehow this is how you're going to get the disease out of people. But if Africans were doing this, oh, my Lord, oh, they're savages. Why would you ever? White people have done nothing but savagery. Their field of medicine, for the most part, is known for just butchering people, experimenting on people, because they had no fucking clue what they were doing. Using human beings as guinea pigs. Well, I think it might work. What do you mean you think it might work? And so many people, they torture this way. They've done nothing but torture with their field of medicine. They've made people even more sick. They've even taken people who were not sick and made them sick with their so-called medicine. It's hocus pocus. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. And even now, too, this thing right here, allegedly, it causes autism in a lot of children. Anybody they touch, they will make you sick. Any country they touch, they will make you poor. They're truly mediocre. White people, they just, one thing about white folks, they have mastered branding. They've mastered their packaging. Oh, we're white. Oh, yeah, white people always have the right answers. No, their packaging, top notch. But when you see the substance, non-existent. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. So many white people, white liberals, they went to Argentina. They told the people, oh, we know what to do. We're going to fix your economy. They put that country on its knees. White Americans destroyed Argentina. And they move on like nothing happened. And what they've done to Argentina is the same thing they're doing to us here with the national debt. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. But everybody is so impressed when they see white people. Why? Their resume speaks of nothing but failure. It's a failed people. And that's why they're more likely to go to war than to be great business people. If they were so good at business, negotiating, and knowing how to compromise and shit, they wouldn't go to war like that. They're brutes. They're violent. They're barbaric. They're charlatans. They're quack. And most importantly, they're mediocre. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. I would say more, but I don't want to go into YouTube boot camp. Like, they're going to wake me up at 2 o'clock in the morning and put me in boot camp. But I'm telling y'all, this thing right here, especially when it comes to children, y'all need to read up on that stuff. And certain things you might be like, you know what, even if you do it, you need to space it out. The baby does not need to have 5 or 6, in one doctor visit. That is ridiculous. Like, what is the rush? Where is this baby going anyways? You should see with Maverick. Please, they keep chasing after me. You're crazy. I'm not going to agree to that. He is just fine. He's in the house. They have no clue, Kevin. And do you know how many babies they have damaged with this thing? Do you know how many babies? They're freaking evil. They have no clue. They use human beings like guinea pigs. Oh, I think it's gonna work. And then if your child gets hurt, they're gonna be like, oh, well, you signed a waiver. You see how they are? They're very, very unserious. They're so unserious. And that's why every time they focus on black crime to get the smoke off their asses, get the heat off their asses. No. Oh, please, don't distract me today. Get out of here with that. Like Trump, even Trump, he ain't shit, but Trump and the people who are around him and stuff like that, they made certain promises to MAGA. They made certain promises, and because they know damn well they were just campaign promises, they want to sit here and distract people with black and black crime and black fatigue. It's a distraction because you're not going to fulfill your campaign promises. Right. But if we can kind of steer the conversation on Black people, American people are easily distracted. Like, well, whatever. Okay. Black crime was here the first time he was president. Why he didn't care about it? Okay. Black crime was here. When he was his first term, we had black crime. He could have done something about it then. Why he didn't do it? Because he knows he's not going to fulfill his campaign promises. And because America is racist, there is nothing that makes white people feel better than feeling like, oh, we are the adults in the room and we have to check these Black people on their behavior. No, shut up. Their white children are out here decapitating people. Their white children are taking BMWs and driving into people at high school graduations. Their white children are driving into walls, killing their boyfriends and their girlfriends, okay? White on white crime also needs to be addressed. Thank you. Go sit down somewhere. This country's so racist. They always have an appetite for wagging their fingers at Black people, say, oh, you could do better. And it's true, but so can you. But we'll talk about Black people stuff. But my thing is like, I just don't like how so many Black people are so easily impressed by these frauds. They're truly frauds. It's a fraudulent people. Like I say, you study European history, especially like old day, whatever, you study European history, and you will see the vast majority of European people did not die in war or conflict. They were just sick because the hygiene was so bad. People were just dropping left and right. You have never heard that about African people. You've never heard that about Africa. Anytime diseases came to Africa because white people showed up, they bring problems. Now, like I said, the Middle East also I can see because they have certain practices in the Middle East where I can see why they would also have certain issues. Okay, I can definitely see that. Okay, but when it came to Africa, though, most diseases were white people diseases. So, of course, we need your vaccines because we had never seen this shit before. And also, you have dealt with those diseases way before us. So you have to help us out because you brought the stuff here. We never gave disease to Europeans. Even here in America through slavery, African slaves, even though, imagine that those slave ships were so disgusting. Those slave ships were so nasty. We never brought a single contagion on American soil. They took these people naked from Africa, beat their asses, shackled like this for 30 days at the bottom of a freaking ship. They pooped on themselves. They pee on themselves. And anywhere they sold African slaves, these African people never, ever brought a single disease in America. But they did. And yet they came here with no shackles. They were not shackled in ships when they came here. Okay? They stepped out their goofy ass Mayflower compact already coughing and shitting diarrhea full of worms and bullshit. Okay? They came here sick. And even though they were not shackled, what the fuck? But the people who came here half naked, shackled, trapped in a slave ship in the dark, rotting in their own feces and pee, they come out those ships and they're still not sick and they don't transmit any diseases. And you want to talk about somebody? You try that shit. You really did try me yesterday, Nick. Okay? So now go fuck yourself. You came here freely. You came here. You had lots of help from the American people and you were still sick. And you killed those people with your poor ass hygiene. They have bad hygiene. I said what I said. They're crazy. They're really.
He rushed to the workhouse, feeling the daylight burning as each precious minute slipped away. He had to hurry. Upon questioning the workhouse director, the answer became glaringly obvious. The workhouse had its own private water supply. Of course. Snow pressed the director further. Where do you get your water from? And the director replied, Grand Junction Waterworks. Snow already knew that Grand Junction water was safe based on his earlier research. It was all starting to make sense. Next, he had to go to the local brewery. There, they told him, teetotaler that he was, that their men drank nothing but beer. All the pieces fit. He had his case. Now he just had to convince the local health board to shut down the well. Now this had all happened within the first 48 hours of Snow's finding out about the outbreak. For 48 hours, he had trudged through the streets that others had fled. He'd visited the sick. He'd recorded the statements of the bereaved. For 48 hours, he had mapped, made statistical plots, studied, and chased down data. And now, on Thursday night, after a brief rest, he prepared for what might be an even greater challenge, the meeting of the local health commission. He addressed them with all of the vigor and certainty of his data. He showed them his maps and his charts. He let them know the egregious mortality rate of those who had drunk from the well, and the remarkable clemency granted to those who had not. And in the end, after much deliberation, they said, You might know something, Jon Snow. And they agreed to remove the handle from the pump the following morning. Now, whether or not the outbreak would have burned itself out over the next few days on its own is up for debate, but what is certain is that by Monday, the epidemic had practically passed. But after the epidemic had ended, the pump handle was returned, and life went on. Investigations into the outbreak began, and most minds of the time went right back to thinking of things in terms of the miasma theory of disease. But a young curate who was the minister to the people of Broad Street and had sat with many of them during their final hours went further. This man, Henry Whitehead, began doing a serious investigation of his own to make sense of the whole thing. Deeply disturbed by why this had happened to his parish, he began writing monographs on his results and debunking the theories that so many had offered, especially about this outbreak being the result of the lax morals of the poor. One of the theories he thought he would debunk along the way was that silly notion John...
You see, everybody's dying. You see, people are dying of cholera. And once again, white people, they never change. I feel like they just transfer the ire from poor white people to black people. That's it. Because, oh no, blame the poor for this. Blame them for what? They don't own the water stuff. Like, they don't own this shit, right? It's the city. The city is responsible for this. No, blame the poor. Oh, the reason why we have cholera is because of the poor. No, the poor are not responsible for water treatment. You see? And that's why, and this is one thing you'll notice about white society. Rich white people have always hated poor white people. The only time these people are friends is when they can collectively hate black people. So what white people have done is that they have transferred their ire for the poor whites onto black people. And the poor whites, they love it too, because for once, they're not getting blamed for something. Black people are getting blamed for that. Which is why, I'm going to play it again. Thomas Sowell said, this culture that black people love so much is cracker culture from poor whites in Europe. And he said, if it did not serve these white people, why are you trying to replicate bad behavior? Right? You are trying to model yourself after the kind of white people that rich white people cannot stand. And even poor white people themselves are trying to do away with. So if it didn't serve these people, why do you think it's going to serve you? Leave this stuff alone. It's not good for you. It's not good culture. The way they spoke, like this weird way of speaking English, is like, yeah, it's cracker English. And now this is how you want to talk. And if it did not serve these people, why are you trying to emulate bad behavior? But the problem is, black people seem to think every white person is nobility. I think they don't understand that there are levels to whiteness, right? There are levels to this. Just because someone is white does not automatically mean they came from Buckingham Palace, right? They had villages in Europe, right? They had a bunch of hamlets, villages in England, right? A lot of people who left England to come here were poor white people. They were also very sick. They know how to read. They have a lot. No money, couldn't read. These are their great-grandkids that you see here today. So which is why we understand, you know what I'm saying? Yes, they struggle with a little, you know what I'm saying? Because you're not looking at the cream of the cream of Europeans coming to America. It's poor white people who immigrated to America by large, right? Now you have some nobles, but the nobles also, they've never had any kind of fraternity with poor white people because they're savages, right? And now you have black people who want to model themselves after these savage, poor white people. That's not good business. It's not good brand. They're not, hold on. This one.
Snow had about the pump having something to do with the outbreak, but he never got around to it. Then, in November, a committee was formed to really look into the outbreak, and both Whitehead and Snow were invited to be on it. And here, Whitehead really began to test Snow's results. After all, sure, Snow had shown that people who had drunk from the pump suffered, but what of those who survived? If they had drunk from the pump and never gotten cholera, would that not put into question the water as a cause? And as a local prelate, Whitehead could do what Snow could not, reach out to all of those in the local area that hadn't fallen ill. His knowledge of the people of the area and their intimate trust of him as their priest actually allowed him to get the last pieces of data that Snow had needed. And as that data came in, his doubts about Snow's ideas began to melt away. But there was one final piece to the puzzle. Why now? The Broad Street pump had served the people well for years. It was groundwater, not water from one of the contaminated vendors, and when the city had studied it, they'd found no cracks that might have connected it to a sewage system. He was looking for a reason, flipping through the records at the office of the Registrar General, and that's when he found it. The index case, patient 0. An infant, one who he remembered well, had died in the outbreak, but unlike most patients, this tiny child had, according to the records in the registrar's office, held out for 4 days. That would put her case as predating the epidemic. Immediately, he went to the house of this child's mother, a woman who knew him well from the community. He asked about those days, and she talked about how she had tossed the child's diapers into a cesspool at the bottom of the house. The committee immediately authorized an examination of the cesspit and a new examination of the well. Sure enough, the cesspool was poorly built and was seeping as much into the soil around it as into the sewer to which it was supposed to drain. 2 feet away through that soil lay the Broad Street well. With that final piece of data, they had all they needed. The committee would release its report, and that report would be dismissed or ignored by many at the time, but today, we know it as a report that changed the world. But perhaps Snow himself put it best. Talking to Whitehead, he said, "You and I may not live to see the day, and my name may be forgotten when it comes, but the time will arrive when great outbreaks of cholera will be things of the past, and it is knowledge of the way in which the disease is propagated which will cause them to disappear. And it is because of the tireless sleuthing of Jon Snow that that day is here. History has not forgotten you."
Okay, you see this? Okay, cool. Now let's go back. Let's go here real quick. Hold on.
No, you can. Yes, they did not.
Okay.
It's holding people back. It's preventing. This is a language of its own.
You see, so this white man is saying, you see, because he's also racist. And they think because they sit down with Thomas Sowell, they're not racist. So he said to Thomas Sowell, the way that African Americans speak English, right? It's a language of its own. And we often believe that they speak this way because they come from Africa. These people left Africa 400 years ago. Like, how the fuck? Like, make it make sense. The last time they saw an actual African person was when? It makes no fucking sense. But that's what I call the racist. Instead of saying, you know what? They left Africa 400 years ago and they have been in our custody. So if they speak English a certain way, maybe it's from listening to us. Oh shit, you don't say. But you see, it's a people, they're so, oh my gosh, they're such narcissists. Anything wrong with Black Americans must come from Africa. That people left Africa 400 years ago. So if they're speaking, and mind you, most of Africa doesn't speak English, I'm just saying, but anyways, right? If they speak English a certain way, once you say to yourself, we are the British, oh my gosh, you're British, you're Anglo-Saxon. You introduced these people to English, right? Before that, they did not speak English. They have not been to Africa in 400 years. Matter of fact, they haven't met a person from Africa in 400 years. They've been in your custody. They've learned English from you. So now, if their English sounds funny, shouldn't you look at yourself first? Like, okay, why do they speak English like that? He's like, oh, we always thought because they from Africa. And Thomas Sowell said, no, this is not Africa. Africa has nothing to do with this. They speak like crackers. He's like, oh, are you okay? Like, are you seriously okay? These people are batshit crazy. They are truly batshit crazy. Okay, he said, oh, we thought it was like because they're from Africa. Somebody who left Africa 400 years ago, how can they speak like an African? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Let's even say you speak like an African, whatever that means, right? If somebody has left Africa 400 years ago, how can they sound like an African? And it's not even like today where you can say, oh, because of social media, African Americans can encounter other African people. No, this is crazy. At most, maybe they have a letter from someone from Africa, but they're still going to read that letter in their voice, right? Right? So why do they speak like this? Why can't you say to yourself, they learn English from us, they see how we speak English, so therefore somebody got to be talking like this, and they're copying that person. But white people do not want to believe. White Americans believe that they have no flaws. That if Black Americans are so fucked up, it's because, well, I guess they're from Africa. No, they're fucked up because you're fucked up. If there's a lack of morality in Black American culture, because white Americans don't also have morality. These are the same people who cuss out their parents. Hey, Queen. No, I'm like, these white American people, like, they truly think, oh, we're so nice, we're so respectful, we have so much integrity, we're honorable people. White Americans honorable? No. White Americans are cheaters. They cheat. So people see that white people do all kinds of bullshit and they get away with it and they get to be super rich and super famous. So people copy their behavior. White people are tastemakers. The number one influencers in America are white people. So if you do something bad and you get away with it, well, guess what? Other people are going to copy your behavior. Why are so many young girls now naked all over the place? Because they were introduced to keeping up with the Kardashian, a white goofy ass family where all the daughters know nothing else but to be sexual because they're not intelligent. Okay, all the Kardashians do is rely on their looks and sleep with powerful men. I mean, men of influence, right, to get their name out there. So today, most girls want plastic surgery. Most girls want to inflate their asses, right? So many girls were damaged because of the Kardashians, because they saw Kim do a sex tape and she was still able to get on the cover of Vogue magazine, because white American people are dishonorable people. All they care about is money, not how you made the money. All white Americans care about is money. It's a very dishonorable people. Hey, Mamish, which means they're poor people, because only poor people can't afford to have morals. This is how you know that this nation, by far, by large, was built and sustained by poor white trash. Because when you're a wealthy person, you can afford to have morals because you have money. Why would I do this to myself? Okay? But when you're poor and you're desperate and you don't have morals, you'll do anything for money. And by far, by large, most of the wealthiest people in America, most of the wealthiest white people in America are people who have stolen, they cheated, they lied, they killed. Let's talk about the Kennedys, okay? Irish people do all kinds of fuckery, selling alcohol illegally, having all kinds of prostitutes, right? But today, they get to be a huge ass political families. Kardashian, sex tape, sex tape, sex tape. Kylie Jenner was 15 years old, messed around with Tiger, okay? Because the whole family wanted to be famous, okay? Kim made her whole family famous by laying on her back, okay? White people are a dishonorable, whorish people. It is a people that have the mindset of a prostitute. There is nothing that white Americans will not do for money. And so when white Americans whore themselves for money and people see how rich they are, how fancy they live, people want to copy the whorish ways. There is a reason why in America, the vast majority of wealthy people in America ain't shit, right? They end up divorced. They end up cheating. Wump. White American wealth is always tied to crime. You are a criminal, bestial people. You are a violent, lying ass, cheating ass, stealing ass, dishonorable people. You can count on one hand the number of white American people who have made their wealth by being honest. Maybe the Chick-fil-A family, what's his name? Kathy Truitt, is that his name? Okay. Or the owner of Hobby Lobby, right? It's a few white American people who really built their wealth by being honest, by being honorable, by working hard, fearing God, and being patient. Mr. David, the owner of Hobby Lobby, yes, he fears God. And you see, he was also attacked by white people because he fears God, right? Chick-fil-A, owned by white people, Mr. Truitt, they were also attacked because they fear God. Because even white people cannot stand white Americans who have made money through the fear of God, honesty, honest work ethic. They don't cheat people. Chick-fil-A is 100% chicken compared to McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's nuggets are not made with real chicken. Chick-fil-A, they have made all kinds of money by selling actual chicken to people. And you go to Chick-fil-A, you are treated with respect. But how many white Americans have built their business this way? It's not a lot. Because white Americans are not an honorable people. They will whore themselves out for money. There's nothing they will not do for money. Some very dishonest people. So when you are the majority, when you are the I guess like trendsetters, tastemakers, and you are so dishonorable, you inspire other people to be dishonorable. When the vast majority of Congress is white people and they're in there doing insider trading and getting away with it, you inspire other people to steal on the stock market. You are a dishonorable people. White Americans by far are dishonorable. And that's why this country out here, people are more likely to believe that if they cheat, they're going to make it versus being honest. Even the marketing. American marketing is full of dishonesty. And most of these companies, most of these marketing companies are ran by white people, right? Dishonest marketing. The vast majority of corporations in America are ran by white people, especially white men. They will lie on their quarter's earnings. They will lie to investors. They're always lying. When are white Americans not lying for $1? Prostitutes. They're a bunch of prostitutes. They have no integrity, right? So this is what he tried to tell Thomas Sowell. And he was like, hold up, wait a minute. No. When was the last time people here been to Africa? What Africa do they know? So if they speak this way, they speak like poor white trash. You're like, oh, ooh, yes. Hello, sir. But they're going to tell you they're not racist. Why would your mind even go to Africa? People, they swear like, oh, they swear the vast majority of African Americans are after slavery. Like, you know what? I'll go to Africa. I'll be back in 6 months. Oh, who? How many people? You even have boats that went to Africa? You have planes that went to Africa? They came here and they were stuck here. So why would you ever think that these people speak this way because they're of African descent? You're racist. It was like in the 70s, maybe 60s, 70s is when you started to have flights to go to Africa, even though they were quite expensive, right? Are you kidding me? These people are so racist. They're just so racist. So he had to let them know. He had to let them know. You idiot. Hold on.
There's a period I'm trying to remember now. I believe it was in the mid 70s when substandard English began to become viewed as a discipline of its own within linguistic studies and so forth. And for all I know, it was all perfectly legitimate that certain speech patterns would be traced back to various regions in Africa and so forth. And this is a language of its own. It has its own validity. But your argument would be, I don't really care what its validity is. It's holding people back. It's preventing them from participating in the wider society. Is that right?
Absolutely. And also, none of these things went back to Africa.
Oh, is that so?
No, you can. Yes, they did not go back to Africa.
You see how he said, oh, is that so? He said, oh, in the 70s. So before the 70s, how were these black people speaking English then? Okay. So in the 70s, out of nowhere. So these black people, they've been here since slavery. One day in the 70s, they just wake up and they decide to speak English like African people. Like, what the fuck? But he's going to tell you he's not a racist. So they didn't speak like that before. But they woke up one day these people have been here since like the 1600s. But they woke up one day in 1970 and just decided to all of a sudden start sounding like African people. And it's all different regions of Africa, such as which region? Make it make sense. Racist, but he's gonna tell you he's not a racist, right? Even me, I'm West African. Jimmy is African American. He doesn't speak like me. Like, how would he ever? Like, what the heck? Make it make sense. Like, this is just so damn crazy. But because you're a racist, he's a racist. Because otherwise, you would say to yourself, when did you even have this back and forth of African American people going to Africa for 3 months, going to Africa for 2 years, coming back and forth like that? It doesn't happen. They're usually here. It's maybe like in the 90s. I guess maybe like now in the 2000s, like in 20s and stuff, you see more African American people go to Africa like that. But you didn't have that in the 70s. So how would that happen? They just woke up one day and started tweaking. Like, make it make sense. It makes no sense. But he's a racist. Oh, they speak this way because they're of African descent. No, you're a fucking idiot. He's like, oh, is that so? Yes, it is so. Dumbass. They're so fucking dumb. They're so fucking stupid.
Yes.
It's preventing them from participating in the wider society. Is that right?
Absolutely. And also, none of these things went back to Africa.
Oh, is that so?
No, you can. Yes, they did not go back to Africa. If you look at the piece, for example, using the word axe for ask and stuff like that, all of that goes back to the South, and it goes back to the parts of Britain from which white Southerners came. So if you trace the calling hog entrails chitlins, that was in a certain section of Britain.
So it goes back to England. So black Americans who speak broken English, they speak like poor white people from some parts of England. This Africa has none. It's like everything bad they want to put it on Africa. No, let the British people take their L. Like, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
Calling hog entrails chitlins, That was in a certain section of Britain, the section from which whites moved into the South, and they were known as rednecks and crackers in Britain.
Exactly. So even before they come to America, these British people are known as rednecks and crackers. So if you hear black people speak a certain way and you feel like it's not proper English, well, they speak like rednecks and crackers. I'm not saying it, he said it. Okay. So they sound like crackers. Hey, boo, this has nothing to do with African people. Because I kid you not, if you ever get to listen to, like in Senegal, right? They speak Wolof in Senegal. It's very pretty. That's how they talk. It's like, it's really, really pretty. Very pretty. And when they speak French, it's even prettier. Like Wolof is very pretty. If you ever get to listen to Swahili is very pretty. Very pretty. Like just Swahili is so pretty, y'all. It's very, very pretty. Sounds a bit like Arabic. It's very pretty. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the African languages are very pretty, right? But it's like, no, anything bad that Black Americans do somehow is because they from Africa. No, it's because they've been forced to be under rednecks and crackers. Then you add the Italians, then you add the Irish, then you add the other people, right? They've been around the worst of white people. That's the sad part. Black Americans they've been besieged. Yeah, besieged. It's an attack. They've been besieged by the poorest of white people. They've had to share space with the poorest, the most uneducated, the most filthy of white people. These are not classy, sophisticated white people. Okay? Like I told you, the Italians who came here from Sicily, horrible, horrible culture. Horrible. They're violent. They're uneducated. They're peasants. They're violent. They're dangerous. And they came here with a mob culture. They just shoot people in the streets. Like, who does this shit? They do that shit. Right? Irish people, violent. They joined the police force, started beating black people with the sticks. They're crazy. They're really crazy. Okay? Who else? Give me somebody else. Like this is insanity. This is insanity. This is what's happened. So when you're bullied or when you're around bad people, when you're around bad culture, the vast majority of these Europeans that have been here have been bad culture. And their bad culture rubbed off on black people. Bad culture. You think if like bougie ass Italians had moved here and black people had access to bougie ass Italian, you think, yeah, Spanish, bad culture. It's just bad people. And this is why I'm against illegal immigration, because illegal immigration is usually the worst of the worst. Yes, sometimes you have good people, but even good-hearted people, they can also have bad culture. For example, they don't pick up their trash. They don't cut their yard. They're loud. You know what I'm saying? You can be nice, but you can have bad culture, right? Yes, and a lot of third world country people, they can be sweethearts, but unfortunately, you have bad culture. You're loud. You don't pick up your trash. You don't cut your lawn, right? There are things that, you know what I'm saying? Okay, cool, whatever, right? But my point is that the vast majority of Europeans that Black Americans have been confronted or forced to deal with and sometimes to serve because they're still white. So even a cracker from England is still a white person. So you as a Black person, you have to respect him because he's white. You understand me, right? So when you have to bend the knee to pieces of trash from Europe, what do you think is going to happen? Right? But they brought bad culture. And it's funny how Nick never questions the intelligence of Italians. Why are Italians always involved in foolishness? Even to this day, Sicily, oh, hell no. Even the president is scared. Everybody's scared, y'all. The way the mob, them gangsters, the way they run Sicily, people is scared. There's nothing you can do. They're even responsible for choosing the president. It is so bad. It's so bad. Bad culture. But when people show you Italy, they love to show you Amalfi Coast. They love to show you Venice. Oh, please. It's a country ran by the mob. It's a country ran by gangsters and thugs, okay? Let's be so for real. Let's be so for real, all right? It's okay. And he was like, no, this has nothing to do with African people. It has everything to do with the kind of poor company Black Americans have been forced to live next to. These people have bad culture. Yeah, they're very tall. These people love. It's like, why many feet? It's all ours, right? But these people here, they have bad culture. Remember when I show you it's in the book too, but when I show you, I know what the Cage Birkin saying by Maya Angelou, I'll show you dirty white people, because Maya's grandma had all this land and she leased the land to some white people. And you saw the part where the white girl went like the cartwheel thingy and she walked on her hands and she put her vagina in Maya's grandmother's face. Who does this shit? Who acts like this? Dirty ass white people. Right? She also told you, growing up, white people didn't know how to, they didn't have the lung deuce, they didn't have a sweet tongue, like they don't have a sweet language because they're rude. Yes, because it's poor white trash. These are not sophisticated white people. But by far, maybe if they go to, I don't know, like you live in a fancy city, I don't know, but by far, right, throughout American history, what Black American people have never truly encountered refined, sophisticated white people. Trump is an example that most people here, most of these white people here are not refined white people. Their ancestry is not refined, sophisticated. That's why a lot of Europeans don't want shit to do with Americans. They don't want shit to do with white Americans. Most Europeans do not identify with white Americans. It's always white Americans who want to identify with Europeans, right? But you see, they don't want Amazon. They don't want their cars. The vast majority of Europeans do not want white American culture because they know they're all cousins. They know. It's them poor ass cousins who went over there and tortured those people. Now they got rich. That's why most Europeans do not respect American wealth, because they know it's a bunch of barbaric ass people who came to the Americas and tortured all kinds of folks to get rich. Most European countries abolished slavery before America because they know these people here with their shit. Okay. Yeah, like it's just like it. But it's not quality white people. It's ratchet ass, hood rat culture, Hamlet culture. I don't know how you call it, like the Hamlet culture, white people who moved to America. So when you're around ratchet ass white people, how you not gonna have a ratchet ass culture? If you are around refined, sophisticated white people, you're gonna also be sophisticated because everybody's sophisticated. These white Americans are not refined people. Look how they eat. All you can eat buffets, supersize everything, womp. Yeah, they're not a refined people. Eating like white Americans is what made Black people fat. Black people were not fat like this, but you mess around these people and the way they eat, you become fat. They don't know portion control. They don't know shit, right? It's like here's what white Americans have done. Through like magazines and movies, radio, especially going to war, like World War I, World War II, they would go and see how these Europeans were living. So they try to bring that over here to refine themselves. Even when you study the story of Neiman Marcus, y'all, when you study the story of Neiman Marcus, they're from Dallas, right? White family, white Americans from Dallas, right? Even Europeans did not want to sell to her because they're like, these Yankees, okay? All right. But she really fought hard because she wanted to bring that European thing to America. But when they left Europe, it's like, first of all, when you were in Europe, nobody cared for you because you were white trash. All right. Now you happen to be white trash with money. But Europeans do not respect new money. They respect old money. The vast majority of wealthy Americans are new money compared to their cousins who have money in Europe. They had money way before these white Americans. Right? So they worked really hard to get these Europeans to see them as sophisticated. So that's why even white Americans here too have done as much as they could to separate themselves from poor white people. So that when it comes to Europeans, they would also be seen as, okay, I guess we got something in common. Right? But they're savages. They're really, really unrefined. Even Trump, his mom is Irish, his dad is German. Do you think those people come from high stock German people or high stock Irish people? The answer is no. And it shows. You see how much he loves sodas and he loves fast food? This is not a man that is refined. Trump is not refined at all. What sophisticated man eats McDonald's with Coca-Cola? Okay? Child, let me tell you something. Okay? They're not a refined people. I'll show you the Neiman Marcus story. But it was hard for that white lady. even though she spoke English, but it was hard for her to get these European designers to give her clothes because they didn't want to be known for dressing Yankees, like dressing white Americans. Like, these people are barbaric. Yes, you have money, but you don't, like, you're not refined as a people. You're savages. Right? And to this day, oh, take our cars, take our this. Do you see every time and anytime you have an American business that wants to open in Europe, they'll find a way. They be out here punishing Apple. They punish Amazon. They're very mean to American businesses because they don't like American culture. Europeans do not like American culture because they know who these people are. They know. It's not a joke. Like, they know. Like, what the heck?
And centuries passed before they ever set foot in the South. So the whole thing is as phony as the $3 bill.
In Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist, James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today.
Is he? Oh, even this one.
And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black.
Send that to Nick Fuentes. Oh, but let me see. Was it this one? Oh, I don't know where I hold on.
A century ago, a bucolic town. When Herbert and Carrie were done with school, they could play in lush fields or splash in a
Oh my God, these people were so like one day we have to see the whole thing. When I tell you, like, these white people, these white Americans, I'm telling you, they wanted to be badly accepted by European culture. The way this lady kept going to Europe, I'm telling you, Dean Marcus, they're from Texas. Very rough, very unrefined, very unpolished. You know, and European people are very uppity, like, no, kind of ratchet, I don't know, right? But she fought hard to have the stuff to sell the clothes and the European fashion to Dallas. Okay, I mean, you have to know these things. They love for people to believe that they're so sophisticated, they're so this. There's no, you're not. You're savages. You are savages. Even the way they have drug addictions like that. You're not going to see all these drug addictions in Europe. White American people have an obsession for drugs that is really weird. But it makes sense, though, because they don't come from good stock. They don't come from good stock. They get stressed, drugs. They're unhappy, drugs. Get divorced, drugs. Drugs. You know, it's yeah. And what are they? Like Irish also? The body, what is he? Irish? So maybe he's British. They're Catholic. So they're either British or whatever, British or Irish, right? But it's not good stock. And you see how much he lied. His dad plagiarized in law school. You know, he also plagiarized a speech when he ran for president the first time. Like, Joe Biden is a cheater. He's very, very corrupt. He's a corrupt man, just like his ancestors, right? But I think a lot of white people here, they're very delusional. They really believe that they come from these noble, wealthy, refined British families. They do not. They came from seriously poor, dirty ass, cholera-infested villages. And they had to come here for a change because in England, being as poor as they were never going to be allowed to move up in society. Because low-key, high-key is like a caste system, right? When you're poor, you stay poor. Right? They were never going to have social mobility in Europe. So they really had to leave. And now they want everybody to believe that they're all related to the Queen of England. No, you're not. No, you are not. No, you are not. They are truly not. I just can't remember the part where she went to Europe and they told her no. Where was it? Oh, okay. Hold on. Is it here somewhere?
Closed. It was an audacious new concept that was met with skepticism by lace.
That goes to show you, even here, white people were not wearing lace. They were not wearing satin. These people are ratchet. It's not a refined people. They're barbaric. They're crass. They're rude. They're drunks. They're violent. And now they want to sit here in broad daylight and try to, rebrand themselves. Like, oh, we've always been. No, you have not. It's a savage people. So you can see how if you spend a lot of time with people like that, you're gonna pick up on their bad habits because they're not.
Morning, Uncle Will.
Hold on, I'm gonna find it for you. We found you the part. You see, living around dirty, crazy white people. Hold on, where is that part? Where's this part? Hold on. These crazy white girls. Hold on. No, she wasn't talking here. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it's right here. There it is. It's here. I'm not crazy. It's right here.
Am I getting bumps?
Not yet, sister. Even Bailey Jr. surely is growing.
Look.
Surely is.
Oh, Lord, problem. You see? White trash. White trash. You see? You see this? And he wants to say, oh, but we thought because they're from Africa. No, this is it. White demons. All right? White trash. Here they come, terrorizing people. Right? Here they come. And guess what this girl's about to do? I'm like, guess what she's about to do? Here it is. Here it is.
Go inside, sister.
No, Mama. I want to stay with you.
Or white demons. Okay? It looks like The Walking Dead. Okay? They look like The Walking Dead. Okay? Look at this. Watch.
We'll order them off our land.
Go inside.
You see this? Yeah. These people they are batshit crazy.
Well, what do you suppose this is? I don't know. Maybe.
But suppose this is. They can't even speak English themselves. Okay?
A tree. Nah, Helen, you ain't standing like her. This is it. No, you can't do it. Your mouth ain't pooped that enough. It's like this. Look at this, Annie. Watch me.
Look. She has no underwear. Look. That's white people. White Americans. Do you see this? Who does this shit? This girl is showing her vagina. She got on her hands. Her legs are up in the air. And she put her stink ass vagina in this grandmother's face. Like this people, but they're gonna tell you they're intelligent. They're funny. White people are funny. They're really funny. You see this? They're so filthy. They're so filthy. They're batshit. They have no manners. They're batshit crazy. She went like this. The grandma's in there. She put her whole vagina. When you read the book, it's even more explicit in the book. I could never believe that person. What the fuck? Behind you, I was reading that book. What the hell? She put her vagina in her face. And mind you, there are tenants on her land. Maya's grandma has all this land in Stamp, Arkansas. Remember I told you she used to sell like puff puffs. She used to sell beignets and stuff. And by selling beignets, she was able to buy all this land. And then she has like a shop. She had a shop on the land. They have their house. The house is also the shop. And then the rest of the land, she would lease the land out to a lot of poor white people. These girls are children of her tenants. So in normal circumstances, when you are a tenant, you're usually respectful to your landlord, but not white Americans. So these girls, this is what they do. They taunt this woman because they know she's black and she can't do anything, even though they're on her property. So they come here and they come there and they do this all the time. So in this instance, she knows damn well she has no underwear on. She gets on her hands. She puts her legs up in the air and her whole vagina is in her face. So that's why she starts to sing like, oh, Jesus. These people are crazy. I'm telling y'all, it's not good stock. Like they're, oh Lord. They do not come from good stock. Yeah, that's all they do. That's what I'm like. They've always been obsessed with being naked, sex work. They're just weird. They're truly weird. They're really weird. Yes.
Feed me till I want no more.
Bye.
Bye, Miss Helen. Bye, Miss Ruth. Bye, Miss Joyce.
Mama, you call them Miss, and you let them call you Annie. How could you, Mama? How could you? They're children. They're poor white trash. You own the land they live on, Mama. How could you let them speak that way to you?
He said they're children, they're poor white trash, and they live on our land. How dare you? Yeah, she's black. She's black. What can she do? On her own land, these white people are disrespecting her. Kids. They would do it all the time. When you read the book, they do it all the time. These walking dead demon people. Okay? They don't wear underwear. They don't wash themselves. Their clothes are dirty, so you know they smell bad. And they come and put their whole dirty, wet, stinking vaginas in her face. They're savages. Like, it really is so bizarre. But you know, white women, though, white American women have a thing for being exhibitionists. They like being naked. They think everybody wants to see that shit. I don't know. They really think they I don't know what kind of body they think they have. But I've noticed that white American girls love to be naked. I don't know. I'm like, what is it with this shit? Like, they just love to be naked. And they think everybody else wants to see it, which is why they're more likely to go into the sex industry. Okay, most sex workers are white women. Most porn stars are white women. Most adult film stars are white women. Most OnlyFans models are white women. And it actually makes sense because if 56% of white people are responsible, like, yeah, if out of all the sexual crime thingy, it's 56% of white people have a problem with sex. Sex, boundaries, and anything that pertains to sex, their bodies and the bodies of other people, they don't know how to have boundaries. They just don't know. But it's weird. Like, who does this shit? Right? But if a black child even tried something close to that, they would get shot in the head. They'd have been shot in the head. But she can put her vagina in a grown woman's face and think it's funny because she's white. She's poor white trash. And when you read the book, Maya Angelou just calls these white people all kinds of poor white trash. And because they truly are. They're white trash. And the vast majority of American people, white Americans, have poor white trash ancestry. It's okay. It really is okay. Like, the fuck? The fuck?
That will never happen to me. I would never allow myself to be degraded like that. I would tell them to go to hell. I would spit in their faces.
You think those crazy people won't kill you?
You see, savages.
You think those lunatic cracker boys won't try to catch you in the road and violate you?
She said, these lunatic cracker boys. Oh, Lord Jesus. She says these lunatic cracker boys will find you in the road and rape you because rape is in their culture. Rape is in their culture. I'll put the numbers up. Hold on. Rape is in their culture. Remember this, huh? What percentage? What is it? Oh my God. I can't type. Okay. One study found that 55.1% of individuals sentenced for sexual abuse identified as white. Okay. Another study reports 57% of perpetrators of sexual violence are white. All right. There's even a prince who got arrested in Norway. Hold on. It's making its round. There you go. Okay. Look right here. Okay. So the prince in Norway, you see a white boy, right? The prince of Norway is wanted for multiple instances of rape. White people have rape in their culture. Okay. It's in their culture. All right. So you can see why on the plantation so many rapes went on. They like to rape people. White people love rape. White men love to rape people. They're a bunch of rapists. It's in their culture. That is their white culture. Let's talk about that shit. Okay. So son of Norway's crown prince Marius Borg Høiby charged with 32 offenses, including 4 counts of rape. It's their culture. Okay. Here he is. Are you surprised? No, because most rapists are white men. Okay. If there's even white women too, if you ever hear about sexual assault, most likely the perpetrator is white. White people love to rape other white people or other people. They love raping people. Okay. They love to rape people. right? So let's go back over here. Where was I? Child. Okay. So you see, the numbers make sense. So one study found that 55.1% of individuals are sentenced for sexual abuse who are identified as white. Another study reports that 57% of perpetrators of sexual violence are white. Okay? And the United States Sentencing Commission shows a varying percentage of white offenders across different types of sexual abuse. 67% of individuals in cases involving production of child pornography were white, which is why people need to be very careful about letting white people adopt children. People need to be very careful about letting white people adopt African children. White people have an appetite for child pornography, but we're not surprised because a lot of them share a common lineage, common history with Rome. And one thing that was really big in Rome is pederasty. Okay, pederasty is like almost like pedophilia. Okay, right? The Romans were known for loving pederasty, and you don't have Western culture. Okay, so pederasty, sexual activity involving a man, a boy, or youth. Okay, you do not have Western culture without Roman culture. So as you can see, the old man is making out with the little boy. He's pulling on his hair, right? And he's playing with his penis, right? Like there's like, look, even here, you see, he has a little boy play with his penis. White people are perverts, okay? I guess he has a little boy giving head, okay? They've always liked sleeping with little boys. It was all over their art. You see, there you go, okay? They have an obsession with sleeping with little boys. White men, Western European men have an obsession with having sex with little boys. Okay? That's why the fashion industry, it's all over. It is their culture. It is their culture. Okay? It's their culture. So let's go back over here. So 67% of individuals in cases involving production of child pornography were white. 55.6 to almost 56% of individuals in cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact were white. So the first pass for bros, white people, and they go there to not even consensual sex, but to go out there and rape people. So they'll rape you locally, they'll get on a flight and go rape innocent people abroad. All right. In cases involving criminal sexual abuse, rape, 23.1% of offenders were white. So white people are dangerous. Okay. And you see, once again, they love to focus on the rate of black on black crime, the rate of black homicide, so that nobody talks about their deviancy, their sexual deviancy. White people are lead by 56% when it comes to sexual assault. 67% of people that have child pornography are white people. That is a crazy ass number. Children are not safe around white people. Okay? 67% are white people. If anybody gets caught with child pornography, you can bet it's a white person. And you wonder why they love to go to Africa. They love to go to Haiti to adopt African children. They are dangerous, dangerous people with horrible cracker, poor white trash culture. We all gonna talk about culture. You're gonna talk about my culture, I will talk about your culture. Me, Marlene, we can all do this. That's why I say I don't get offended. Talk your shit, I'll talk my shit. The only thing is, when you talk your shit, I don't get mad. So when I talk my shit, don't get mad. This is called freedom of speech. We got to stop censoring people. We got to stop censoring people because the only person who's going to cry are white people. White people they're not as tough as they think they are. They're just a bunch of bullies. Because when they talk shit about people, nobody tells them their own shit, right? I would love to sit down with Nick Fuentes. Let's talk about this shit, right? Because yes, black and black crime is horrible, but when you're having sex with children, it's even worse. It's even worse. A lot of times, not saying most of the time, but not all the time, but most of the time, people who are victims of black violence are people who are in the streets. So low-key, high-key, they kind of signed up for that life. Not saying it's okay, but they kind of signed for that life. If you were in the streets, most likely you're going to get killed. You might get robbed though, but you're going to get killed. A lot of black people who get smoked, well, they're part of that life. Okay. Children do not ask to be in your sick ass child pornography homemade movie. Okay. It's a lot worse to be a child predator than to be a shooter. Okay? And that's why in prison, even if you're a killer for real, it's not that bad. But if them people find out you rape children, they're going to beat your ass. It's a lot worse to rape children. White men are more likely to rape children. A black man kills another black man, but most of the time they're in the street life. It's not okay, but it's understandable because they chose that life. No child chooses to be in a porn, in porn. Okay? Children cannot consent to pornography. When you decide to be in the streets, it's the code of the street. You're either going to die or you go to prison. Okay? There's a code. These are people who are willingly agreeing to be in the streets. Now, sometimes you have innocent people who cash strays. That's a fact. You got to stop that bullshit, right? But ultimately, between raping children and being a shooter of a rival gang, raping children is worse. So if 67% of people who consume child pornography are white people, hide the children from white people. Okay? But they always want to focus on black crime, so we don't talk about their gore, nasty appetite for children. White people struggle with pederasty. White people struggle with wanting to have sex with children. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Now, let's not even talk about the school teachers. How many white women? Oh, it just happened recently. How many white women are school teachers who get arrested for having sex with their students? And yes, some black women do it, but they pale in comparison. Right? There are way more white women, and sometimes they're married, y'all. These are married white women. So what's the problem? They want to sleep with these kids. They sleep with the kids. They get pregnant by 14-year-olds. A white lady just got convicted. And she out here crying like she's surprised. Why are you surprised? Right? But so many white people go into teaching so they can have access to children. And they rape everybody. They rape white children, Latino children, black children. Right? So by large, children are not safe around white people. White people are also the ones that are most likely to have a trans child, a 6-year-old. My daughter said she trans. My son, a 4-year-old, told you they trans. A 2-year-old woke up and told you she was born the wrong body. Nobody will take a child for hormone therapy quicker than a white person. Bunch of dangerous ass people. Why are so many white children trans like this? Why are so many white children transsexual? Are they really transsexual? No, they have sick ass parents. We saw what they did to that little girl, boy, girl, Jasmine, whatever. The child got depression from being transsexual. And the mama said, because the vagina is fake, right? It's a fake vagina because at the root of it, it's a boy. The mama used that child like a guinea pig, butchered the baby so she could have a TV show on TLC. So people could praise her for being a loving white mother. She's a demon. She's a demon because they put Jazz on hormone suppressants so young that the penis never fully developed. So if you want to have a good vagina, like a good fake vagina, you need an actual penis. You need a grown man's penis. So that way you have enough skin to make the vagina, right? But unfortunately, because Jazz, the child was put on hormone suppressant at such an early age, the penis is very tiny. And they told the mom that the penis is too small to turn that penis into the right vagina. The mom said, I don't care, do it anyways. Look at what she did to her child. Depression, obesity. Many times, Jazz has suicidal thoughts. It's too much. And do you know how many deranged, batshit, crazy, ain't shit, fat ass, big back, bad ankles, white women are sitting here praising this shit because white American mothers are terrorists. They care more about being praised than doing the right thing by their children. It is so diabolical. So Jazz, she doesn't want to put that thing in there. I'm sure it hurts. But if you don't put that in there, the vagina is going to close because it's not a real vagina. Do you know what this white demon of a big back, ugly ass white woman said to Jazz? I don't care. I'm gonna come in there and shove that up myself if I have to. I'm like, and this sexual assault? Isn't this sexual assault? But because she's a white woman, she can sit on national TV and she can say that if Jazz does not insert that thing, she's going to find her and she's going to shove that shit up her vagina. Imagine if a man had said that. Imagine if a man said, if my daughter does not shove whatever this is in her vagina, I'm going to come up there, I'm going to shove that thing in your vajayjay. Even when T.I. talked about, what's her name, his daughter, when T.I. talked about having his daughter, her hymen checked, you see how they lost their shit? But this person could come on national TV and say, and pretty much threaten Jazz with sexual assault. This is sex, because how exactly are you going to shove that thing in her vagina? I would love to see you do it. White demon, you big back, ugly ass bitch, you damn demon bitch, right? But how many white children have been butchered by these goofy ass, prey-seeking, narcissistic, demonic-ass, sociopathic white bitches? They're a bunch of weak-ass white whores. Bunch of white demons. And today, how many of these kids are detransitioning? Because it's not healthy and it's so dangerous. They will put a child on a hormone suppressant at the age of 3 because a 3-year-old told her, oh, I'm born in the wrong body. And people believe that shit. Because that's how evil white women are. That's how wicked white mothers are. White American mothers, by far, by large, some wicked ass people. Stay away from these people and stay away from their culture. Bunch of foolish stuff. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is her mom's name? You see? This lady right here, Jeanette, she ain't shit. All she wanted to do was be famous. All she wanted to do was be famous. Hold on. Let me find that video. She was like, yeah, if you don't put that in there. And this lady too was like, oh, you might want to calm down. Like, it's not okay to do that. You know, like, it's okay. Like, maybe she's like, no, I don't care. Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on.
Her mental well-being and her dilation. The minute she leaves my house, we have a dilation problem.
Yeah.
That is a concern. When you don't have that watchful eye, they tend to go back to old patterns.
I have woken Jazz out of a dead sleep and taken the dilator and put the lubrication on it and said, here, you take this and you put it in your vagina. If not, I will.
You see? You see this? You see this? Oh, white women. These people are batch white trash, crackers, rednecks, okay? So just like, well, we have a dilation problem. I have woken Jazz out of her. Imagine if a man said that. Imagine even if a white man said some shit like this. The child is asleep. And mind you, Jazz has a lot of mental health issues. But suicidal thoughts, one of those main issues. So finally, she gets some sleep. This goofy ass, bird ass looking bitch, look like a damn seagull, okay? She's like a fucking seagull, ugly ass white bitch, okay? Need to take some fucking zinc with her thinning ass hairline, okay? These girls don't get cussed out enough, okay? They do not get cussed out enough. You dumb fucking bitch. You dumb bitch. You see, I told you, like a damn seagull. I told you. Exactly. That's what the fuck she looks like. Okay? That's what the fuck she looks like. This lady said she has woken Jazz out of her sleep. She puts the lubricant on the dilator and she shoved it in there. She's like, oh, if you don't do it, I will. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I'm like, the first time I heard this shit, I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And then you read about Jazz and her surgery. Technically, Jazz should not have had the surgery because she didn't have enough of a penis. Because she got on the hormone suppressant too soon. So many doctors told the mom they can't do it because it's not even going to be successful because Jazz, no, she does like a damn seagull. They're not even pretty people. Okay? So many doctors told this goofy ass seagull looking bitch, don't do that shit because we can't do it because since she got a hormone suppressant at such a young age, her penis, his penis, I guess, never fully developed. So even if we do it, it's not going to look right. She took Jazz to doctor after doctor after doctor after doctor until she found a freak of a demon Dr. Jekyll, whatever you call that fucker, right? Who agreed to butcher that baby. They butchered her. She's butchered. And I can see why she doesn't want to put the dilator, because when she looks down there, it's scary. And you see, you have a horde of goofy ass, bad built, ugly ass, thinning hairline white bitches with bad skin praising this fucker on like goofy ass dolphins at SeaWorld. Yes, 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 yes. They're so dumb. They're so stupid. They're so damn stupid. That's why most white American women are fat. They're fat and dumb. Big back bitches. They're so damn big. They need to put them hoes at I don't know, some kind of fucking circus or some kind of fucking zoo. It's a rare breed, you know? Like, look at this breed. They don't fuck up their children. Dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck. Like, why are so many white children trans? Why are so many white children trans? Because it's in their bloodline to prey on children. White people are sexual predators. They prey on children. They prey on children. Go somewhere. Want to talk about somebody? I'll talk about you right back.
Jazz is bad, even when I'm home once a day. I would be so mad if she goes away to college and that thing seals up. I would wring her neck.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
She will wring her neck. So how many times by now, in less than like in 39 seconds, right? This clip is 39 seconds long. How many times has this demon bitch threatened Jazz with sexual assault or physical violence? If you don't put that in there, I will. If this thing closing up, I'm going to grab you by the neck and I'm going to wring your neck. Is this how people talk? Is this how a mother talks? White trash. White fucking trash. A trashy ass human being. Like, who talks like that? This is crazy. Hold on. Let her say it again.
Oh, with her, I'm worried about like her mental well-being and her dilation. The minute she leaves my house, we have a dilation problem.
That is a concern. When you don't have that watchful eye, they tend to go back to old patterns.
I have woken Jazz out of a dead sleep and taken the dilator and put the lubrication on it and said, here, you take this and you put it in your vagina. If not, I will. But Jazz is bad, even when I'm home once a day. I would be so mad if she goes away to college and that thing seals up. I would wring her neck. Can you imagine? Oh,
Is it? I will wring her neck. You see this? You see? Right? So the numbers make sense. Okay? No, she doesn't care. It's about her. The vast majority of these white women who have their children transition, they're sick. It's about them. They want to be seen as heroes. They want to be seen as the mom who loves her kids. They're sick. They are truly sick. It is sexual assault. It's sexual assault. She has threatened this young girl with sexual assault. She has threatened her also with physical violence. I'm going to grab your neck. I'm going to wring your neck. But somehow, these are intelligent people. White people like Nick Fuentes wants me to believe that these people have some kind of superior intelligence. You're right. White people are so intelligent, but somehow they don't know that a man is a man and a girl is a girl. Okay. All right, smart people. All right, smart people. Because he's white. Most white men are weak. Most white American men are weak. So weak people. They're weak. They're very weak. That's why the vast majority of the wealth only goes to 1%, because most white men are weak. It's like 3% of white men that do all the work. Most white men are weak. People love to talk about black people. How many white men are rich? How many white men are rich? How many? Right? How many? These people have had a head start. They had a 400 years. They had a 400-year head start. How many white men are rich? They're weak. They're weak. Most white men are weak. I tell people, don't go marrying these people. They're weak as hell. They're easily frazzled. They're very indecisive. They can't make up their minds, right? They're weak. They're so weak. Most white men take the easy way out. They're cowards. Most white men are cowards. The only time they have some kind of bravery is when they join the army and go murder innocent people in a third world country. They're weak. Most white men are weak. Most white households are ran by some bad shit, ugly ass, fat ass white woman. She makes all the rules, and he just hides in the basement and cries in his pillows. Okay, that's all he does. He's weak. The kids disrespect him. The wife disrespects him. He's not a man. He's a white little bitch. Okay, most white American men are weak. Their bitch asses. Their wives run everything. Their girlfriends run everything. Why do you think so many white girls are attracted to black boys? Because black boys, even though sometimes they get a little toxic, but black boys are more likely to be alpha. Black boys are more likely to say, bitch, you crazy. And they like that shit. White women love for you to shake their ass a little bit. They like that shit. Right? And that's why many white girls go with black boys. Because they get told to sit their goofy asses down somewhere. They like that shit. Right? Most white boys are weak. And that's why when most black women marry a white man, they still have to work. Like Candace got to get a job. Even Candace got to work. They work. Most black women who are married to a white man will have to get a job. They will have to provide for that white man. They're going to have to be patient with the white man because they're weak. They're passive. 3% of the white population is responsible for pretty much all these companies out here. So that means that most white men don't compete. They're weak. They're passive. Okay? It's okay to be honest. I will never want anybody I know to marry a white man. You're wasting your fucking time. He is weak. And there's a reason why even his white sisters don't want him. That's why he's over here. Because he's weak. He's weak. Okay? For as batshit crazy as these white girls are, they love a man that can tell her or tell them, sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Okay? There you go. Yeah, they're weak. They're very passive. They're passive people. Even Nick Fuentes, he does all this shit from the basement. Why he come outside? Because he's weak also. That's it. He's just a little cute brain, a little racist little brain, but that's it. But if Nick was an alpha male, he'd be outside. He does everything from his basement or Twitter where he's safe. He talk big shit in the confine of his house. Nick can come outside. He don't come outside. He doesn't go to the mall. Doesn't run outside. He's in the house. He's scared in the house because he's scared. He's a little white bitch. That's it. He's really scared. He doesn't leave his house like that. Right? He doesn't leave his house like that because he's scared. He's really scared. Yeah. That's exactly what she did. Okay. But I'm like, that's why a lot of white girls love dating black boys because these black boys like, girls, shut up. Girls, sit down. Girl, go. They like that shit. White women love to be told to shut the fuck up. And if more white men told their wives to sit their asses down somewhere, they will start liking them more. These white women file for divorce because they're tired of being the man in the relationship because white men are submissive. By far, by large, white men are submissive. They're truly submissive. It's a weak people. They're weak. Okay? That's why they like child pornography. You think men are strong and men that got some business about themselves got time to be out here watching child pornography? Okay? Okay. They're weak. Okay. They're very weak. Hold on. Let me see something. They're weak. You see? Look at this one, right? If I'm reading it correctly, look at this, right? People that had a 400-year start. Look, 400 years only for this number. 400 years. 400 years head start. Okay, read this. So approximately 1 in 5 households, about 20%, headed by a white person. A white person, I don't know if it's a man, but headed by a white person, assume it's a man, had a net worth over 1 million in 2024. Only 20%. So what that mean? So about 80% of them are struggling. Is that what it is? Right? They're not doing well. They're not doing well. Okay? They're not doing that well. Look, come right here. Look at this one, right? You see this one? Let's see this one. Let me make it bigger. So 10 to 25,000. You don't see much of a difference. 25 to 50,000, 50. You see them between, you see this from 50,000 to almost 100,000. White people. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. What? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Makes more sense. Okay. So from 25,000 to 50,000, you have about 6% of white people towards like 8% of white people. Okay. From 50,000 to 100,000, about 8% of the white population, 9% of the black population. Okay. Now from 100,000 to 250,000, white people only lead by like three percentage points. So 16%, 13% of black people. You see? For a 400-year start, though, 400 years, this is embarrassing, right? From 250 to 500,000, you have about 15.5% for white people, around like 9.5% for black people. It's not that bad. You see? Look right here. So almost like from the 5,000 to 500,000, black people are not that far off, right? For people who had a 400-year head start, I'm telling you, because the vast majority of white men are passive. The vast majority of white people don't work that hard. The vast majority of white men do not work that hard. It's a cluster. It's a tiny group of white people that are responsible for all this money. They're responsible for all these companies. The vast majority of white men are just happy getting a job. They're just happy getting by. They're just happy with just living. It's not a very ambitious people. It's a tiny group of white people that's extremely ambitious. The rest of them is mediocre. They're average, because for 400 years, for you to be this close to black people financially, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, right? But I'm like, between 100,000 to $250,000, right? 16% of white people make anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000. Okay, but still almost 9.5, almost 10% of black people make between $250,000 and $500,000. That is crazy. How is that even possible? Why are black people so close to you like this? Right? Because they're mediocre. It's okay. Like, what the fuck? They're like, they don't do that well. It's a cluster, like it's a small group of white people, or white men especially, who work really, really hard and create all this wealth like that. But the vast majority of white men are lazy. I would say something else, but I don't want to offend someone, right? But you even see how, I'm still gonna say it respectfully though. But you saw how last time somebody told us, her white boyfriend is doing a PhD in math, but he wants to be a professor. You see? As opposed to going into the banking world and making maybe $1 million his first year. He wants to be a professor, and she's okay with that, right? I told you, they're not ambitious, not to be offensive, but if she's offended, that's fine, right? You see, how are you going to have a PhD in math and you want to go be a school teacher or professor, whatever the fuck that is, right? And she's like, oh, it's okay. That's his passion, right? Because they're not ambitious. Okay, you think a Chinese boy gonna do that shit? No, he gonna go work on Wall Street. He gonna try to make as much money as possible. And we also know he's not Jewish, because if he was Jewish also, he's going to Wall Street because all his cousins are waiting for him, right? But the vast majority of these men are not ambitious. It's a waste of your fucking time. 400 years for these people to just end up here. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. They're truly, truly embarrassing. White people should be out here blowing our minds like, oh shit, look at what they did. Instead, it's like, okay, not impressed, right? Even Indians are coming here, surpassing these people. 400 years head start. Koreans come here, surpass these people. Japanese people come here, surpass these people. They're not ambitious. Their greatness as white people, it's a cluster of white men who do all of this crazy shit. The other white people, they're just benefactors because they happen to be white. But otherwise, they're truly, truly mediocre. It's okay. It really is okay. Right? It really is okay. So if you're a black woman, you think you're going to marry a white man, going to change your life? Most likely he's not. Gonna give you a basic ass life, and you're gonna have to worry about bills. You're gonna have to live credit on credit and paycheck to paycheck because they're not ambitious. And this is why I also believe so many white women file for divorce because they're tired of being the man of the house. Because these men are too submissive. They are too passive. They're too passive. They are just extremely, excessively passive. Okay? It's okay. It truly is okay. I'm like, it's embarrassing. It truly, truly is embarrassing. Hold on, where was I? I was here somewhere, right? Hold on. Okay, close this tab. Close this tab. Where was my table again? Oh, right there. Okay. So 80%. And what about the other? What about the other 80%? What they doing? Okay. Rubbish, please. They're mediocre. Absolutely mediocre. Now, let me play this video for you. Hold on. Was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. I'll play this later. On top of this, hold on. Now, let me show you guys. I found this father today because he makes great videos. And I was like, oh my gosh, I really love his videos. Okay, hold on. Let me go on his channel. But it's so crazy because everything I say is what he says. I'm like, I've been saying this. How can I make this bigger? Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let me play this video. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me play. I stopped sharing. Hold on. Let me get back. No, they're batshit crazy. They're really, really crazy. They're truly crazy.
He has destroyed everything that is good for him, particularly here in Harlem. Now, I could go across the America and then all the way back to Africa to the witch doctors that sold their children into slavery. We had a leader in Harlem named Marcus Garvey back in the early 20s and 30s. Marcus Garvey, born in Jamaica and lived here in Harlem. And he had this vision of Black dynamic economics. And he taught in such a way that most of the businesses, if not all the businesses in Harlem, whether it was restaurant, cleaners, movie theaters, or whatever, were all owned and operated by Black people. And that was Marcus Garvey's teaching. Now, this is all before civil rights. This is before the civil rights movement. Because once that happened, people left off believing in God and started believing in the vote. But Marcus Garvey, who also bought 5 ships and purposed to sail the indigenous people, Black people, back to Africa. And the people, and mainly the Jewish nation, now I'm a Zionist, but it's true, mainly the Jewish nation, recognized if Black people move back to Africa, it's going to bankrupt the city because there's not going to be the people to work, run the elevators, pump the gas, clean the floors, cook the food. If they all go back to Africa, it's going to crash the American economy. So they put together a scheme to look at his finances, and they paid someone who was very close to Marcus Garvey. They paid him money to set up the books, to cook the books, and they took Marcus Garvey to federal court. They took him to federal bankruptcy court and federal court rather, pardon me. They took him to federal court and found him guilty of tax fraud and sentenced him, I think, to 5 years in prison. Those 5 years in prison bankrupt the Marcus Garvey movement of the Negro Improvement, if you will, Corporation. And when he came out of prison, everything he had worked for had changed. But what I want to say to you, it was Black people that let this happen to Marcus Garvey, and more particularly a Black man that was close to him that sold him out. They sent him back to Jamaica thinking perhaps he could start Negro Improvement a movement again. So in order to stop that, they sent him back to Jamaica where he died, penniless, broke, and without a friend. I want to talk also about Adam Clayton Powell Jr., the son of Adam Clayton Powell, pastor of the Abyssinian Baptist Church, became a congressman and a pastor, and did a great job of being a pastor. Walked up and down 125th Street demanding that the stores would hire Black people, and he ran and was able to put together more legislation during the era of civil rights than and more legislation was signed under his leadership than any other person in Congress. And this, of course, was during the time of Dr. Martin Luther King. But really, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1955, 1954, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the 64, get that right. They were orchestrated by, though Dr. Martin Luther King gets credit, it was Adam Clayton Powell. But there was a woman, I think she was from Jamaica and a member of his church, leveled a charge against him and took him to court. And the biased courts here in New York ruled against him, giving that woman power over his life. And in the latter days, he rather than going along with the court's decision, he decided to buck it, and then they put out an arrest warrant for Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr. So he would stay in the Abyssinian church because, well, no policeman was going to come in and arrest him in the church. And then he had to try to find a way to get out the church to go back to Congress down in Washington to be a part of the congressional activities going down there. Finally, he moved to the island of Bimini in the Caribbean Sea off the coast of Florida and North Carolina, where he later died.
Oh.
He didn't necessarily die penniless, but he died because of the portrayal of Black people. Now, Black people have a serious crab flaw. They have a serious flaw. They took Black people. They helped the Jewish people take down Marcus Garvey, and they helped.
But I hope, because I don't think he saw it from this angle though, so I can see where he's coming from. But I hope you guys see, right? Given what I've shown you before we got to this video, I hope you see where they got that shit from. It's that cracker culture, that violent ass, goofy ass, ignorant ass cracker culture. This is it right here. I'm like, now it's starting to make sense to me. I'm like, this is it. Because when you pick up on that cracker culture, you're your own worst enemy. Because these are illiterate people. They're violent. They're crass. They're illogical. They're promiscuous. They steal. They cheat. That cracker culture Thomas Sowell talked about. Yes. And so these people are picking up on that shit. And now they're acting out. They're acting out. And so they become their own worst enemy by attacking anyone who's intelligent. By attacking anybody who has sense. Like if you have sense, if you're classy, you're refined, you're poised, they get triggered because they spend too much time with them cracker people. So now they're a bunch of weirdos. They're a bunch of weirdos. And I can see if you hang around these Southern cracker people, you will have self-hate. You will have self-hate. Because it's a very, very hateful, uneducated people. You guys, it's really bad. Like, look at the people that you saw in the video with Maya Angelou's grandma, right? But imagine way more of these people and constantly being around people like that. How do you think people are going to turn out? How do you think you leave? Even a sweetheart of a Black person, let that person stay there for even like 5 years. Come back and you'll see what you get, right? But what he's doing, like he's attaching it to, since Africa, they were selling slaves. I'm saying no, like Thomas Sowell said, no, this has nothing to do with Africa. This has everything to do with the people they've been around. This cracker culture. It's a bad, bad culture. And cracker culture doesn't like intelligent people. Doesn't like intelligent people. So you can see how, yes, their skin is Black, but their psychology is cracker. So when they see other Black people who are very educated, they get triggered Because just like traditional white crackers do not like intelligent white people, because intelligent white people were never nice to them, right? Intelligent white people always made their lives difficult. Intelligent, pompous white people always said, you're less than us, stay away from us, you're crazy, you're ratchet. So they have a lot of contempt for educated people. Well, if you leave even the sweetest of black person around cracker culture, they too are going to have contempt for educated people. Do I make sense? Hopefully I'm making sense. Right? If black people had spent more time with white people who value education, value debates, value great, people that have great ideas, problem solvers, you leave black people there, they're going to become just like that too, or even more of that, right? But if you leave black people around white people who can't even speak English, you leave black people. Exactly, Elena. So if you leave black people around dirty cracker culture, these black people are going to pick up on these ways. They're going to speak like those people. They're going to think like those people. They're going to reason like those people. And they're going to act like those people. So if you're black and you're highly educated, they don't like you. They want you to die. Right? Because this is the kind of disposition that cracker people had against educated white people. They don't like educated white people. Right? So I'm like, oh, it's making sense. Right? Because that dirty Southern cracker culture has permeated into too much of black culture. Right? But the problem is they don't get blamed for it. Africa gets blamed for it. And I'm like, no. Because Africa's not involved in this. Right? They've been around bad people. And like Janet said, bad company corrupts good character. That's exactly what it is. So that anybody that is black and educated, they're going to fight hard to kill your ass. Because that's how Southern crackers think. And they've been around those people. Hold on, let him talk. I'm going to go find another video for y'all. Hold on. Make more.
If you will, biased courts who wanted to get rid of Adam Powell, because Adam Powell was a flamethrower. That boy, he could talk, he controlled the Congress, and he was moving in a direction of political power. They wanted to get rid of him. So
hold on, let me play this. Oh, make more sense. Hold on. Listen. Because hopefully it makes sense, right? It's going to make sense. You'll see.
It's like, I mean, the average of black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the famous
black
surgeon at Johns Hopkins.
Right.
Who is immensely accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. Mm-hmm. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Mm-hmm. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. So, but there are all kinds of cross currents of factors, the particular culture, or the particular geography. You run through the whole list of them.
You say in intellectuals.
I have to remember too, the Igbo people like he's talking about, right? A lot of crackers did not immigrate to Nigeria. Business people immigrated to Nigeria. White, like British businessmen immigrated to Nigeria. Nigeria is a business, right? Okay, it's business. It's white business-minded people. America, like I said, the Carolinas criminals Okay, it's not criminals. It's not British criminals who immigrate to who go to Nigeria to oh well, I guess I can live here. No, they go there. People who went to Nigeria, they went there to just pillage the resources of Nigeria. It's like imperialists, capitalists, those kinds of people went to Nigeria. So because they're there to pillage, they needed intelligent, I guess educated, because they're already intelligent, but educated in British ways type of African people. So yes, the Igbos choose to go to school because they're not combating cracker culture. Now, if crackers had moved to Nigeria, only God knows what would have happened to Igbo people and what would have been their attitude towards education, right? Because if you, let's just say, even though they're colonizer, but if you're a businessman, you want to be able to work with intelligent people because you want your business to run effectively. Right? They went to Nigeria to create a business to steal. So they need, it's like a business. It's a business of stealing. So they want people to go to school. Igbos went to school because they didn't have to fight cracker culture. America's not, what happened to Nigeria is not exactly what happened to America, even though you'd still have British people. Here in America, it's a lot of poor white people who ain't had shit who came here. Many of them also were criminals. So black people here, they have to deal with the influence of cracker culture. And cracker culture dissuades you from appreciating school. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Because I'm like, he's not accounting for that. But you got to mention that. Because there are no crackers who went to Nigeria.
Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist, James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kids and the white kids, the same. Quoting intellectuals and race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No, the expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So they had.
There's no gangster rap. There was pervasively.
And also, it's fine, gangster rap, sure, but gangster rap comes from what? Black people imitating poor ass Italians. The gangsters are the Italians. Black people are not gangsters. Okay, gangsters are the Italian. So gangster rap is black people trying to imitate trashy ass Sicilians. Because that's the thing about Black American subculture. Black American subculture, it's not even like it's a pure thing. It's not pure Black American culture. It's how these Black Americans, because of racism and slavery, whatever, right, are now seeing their culture being molded, shifted, warped by low-level, low-class immigrants from Europe. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Because there's no, I don't know, even in African language, right? There's no such thing as gangster. What's a gangster? Italians introduced this whole gangster talk to be a gangster, the mob. This is Italian people stuff. So now if we realize that remnants of ratchet ass, violent ass Sicilian culture is not part of Black culture, then we have to say, because Black people had to rub shoulders with ratchet ass Italians, they picked up on that. So they pick up over here, they pick up over here, they pick up over here. It's like Halloween, right? Trick or treat, right? But unfortunately, these tricks or treats are coming from ratchet ass, poor ass European cultures. Cracker culture, Italian culture, Irish culture, you name it. These are horrible cultures. But nonetheless, these are still white people. So it's not like these people can say, oh, well, these are not good white people. No, they're all white people. And ultimately, whether they act right or not, they are prospering. Italians prospered with all their savagery, with all their taste for blood, all their drug dealing, all the I don't know, their prostitution enterprises, right? Their heist and shit, they prospered. It's Irish people, they'll prosper in the police station, right? Everybody's prospering, even though they don't have integrity. They prosper. So these things now become part of Black subculture. But gangster culture is not inherent to Black American people. It's Italian, it's especially Sicilian culture. It's Sicilian culture. And in Sicilian culture now, I guess it becomes attractive to these Black people. That now they sing about it. They want to act like those people, talk like those people, carry on like those people, right? Because it makes sense. You took them away from Africa and you said everything that's African is bad. So now they want to build identity by looking at other people. But unfortunately, these are poor influences. These are not good people. They're not good people. But in Germany, you don't have goofy Italians who are part of German culture. You don't have goofy Irish people who were part of German culture. You don't have goofy British people also who were part of whatever. What's that called? What's that thing called? English culture. In Germany, you have German people. There is no Italian culture in Germany. Do that make sense, you guys? Right? Because if there was an Italian culture in Germany, only God knows what would have happened. Right? Like, for example, if you compare Germany, Black people having kids in Germany, it'll be kind of like the same as like if America still belonged to Native American people, only God knows what these Black people would have became, right? Because Germany belongs to German people. America does not belong to Native American people. America belongs to a people who came here and stole the land. So even that, so I'm like, I don't know, like the base of this stuff is it's not quite comparable. But my point is, in Germany, you're living a German experience, okay? In America, as they say, you're living a melting pot experience. And in that melting pot, there have been some bad European ingredients. So the food don't taste the same. So because in this melting pot, most of European immigration has catered to white criminals, right? It has led to a certain culture in America. The vast majority of people who immigrated to America from Europe have been criminals. So that has created a certain culture. When you're in Germany, it's surrounded by German people. They're the native people. That is their land. That is their culture. Italians don't have power out there. But I think we kind of agree that they did away with the Jews also. So they didn't have power out there. The British don't have power out there. It's the land by the Germans. It's owned by the Germans. And we saw when other people tried to take over their land, they went as far as committing the Holocaust, right? So they don't play about their culture. But here in America, America is a nation that was built by stealing and killing other people who own this land and then bringing a whole bunch of white immigrants that are criminals to be in charge of this place. So we have it's a little different out here. It's a little different.
Available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about Black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book on which about Black rednecks and white liberals, because that same subculture.
Let's talk about two of your books here. Go ahead.
Because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. Mm-hmm. That in the time of this mental testing in the First World War,
he said the culture held whites in the South. So which means that it's white people culture, it's not Black people culture. Black subculture is not even a culture that comes from Black people. It's a culture that was created out of response of brutality. It's not, if you had these people live unbothered, untraumatized, unkilled, none of that kind of shit, right? You don't really know what the real Black subculture would be. Well, when you look at Black subculture, you are looking at how people reacted to being abused by different sets of Europeans who also, they themselves are criminals. So maybe that's why also there's a lot of criminality in Black subculture, because the vast majority of white Europeans who came to this nation were also criminals. And the vast majority of white people who came to this country and found success in this nation were criminals. America was built by criminals. America is like Murder Inc. It really is. It's a criminal. It really is a criminal enterprise. If you're not a criminal, it's not that you can't be successful. It's just going to take you longer, right? That's that. So that's what this culture is. But if white people, if we find that some white people, a lot of white people in the South have that culture, then it's their culture. But you don't find that Southern white cracker culture in Germany. So therefore, people are successful. Not that hard. Really not that hard.
Turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
All right. And so whose job is it to say, wrong subculture, folks, you're harming yourselves?
Well, I would think in an ideal world that intellectuals might take on that task, but the world that we live in, I've noticed, is not ideal.
All right. What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
Oh, yes.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are, so someone once criticized the mental tests on grounds that the tests were unfair. And I think it was David Reisman who said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life? Who has control of the past? Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
So Lyndon Johnson, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times. But good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On 2 counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely. That blacks, as he described, I'm
devastating.
black people are passive, they're acted upon.
That's right, that's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes, it is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had. They were different.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in his famous 1965 report entitled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," close quote. Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan, the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself, close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Aside from throwing up your hands in despair, what is to be done?
The first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s. This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
The breakdown of the Black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most Black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents, and that was true all the way up until the 1960s. And so, if you really want to find out what has happened, what's changed, it has changed since the 1960s. And the fact that whites now have a higher rate of illegitimacy than Blacks had when Moynihan wrote suggests that this is something that spreads out. But if you look at something else, if you look at those Blacks, and look at Black husband-wife families, the poverty rate among such families has been in single digits every year since 1994. And so if you look at the external causes, why the husband and wife families and the welfare single mom families all are facing the same society and objective things, but the results are radically different because the cultures and values are different.
So you would roll back welfare. I guess that's the principal policy.
Okay, I'm just saying, you guys get this right, because what he's saying, what the white man tried to imply was, it's Black culture that has caused broken homes. Thomas Sowell said, no, it's not so-called Black culture that created broken homes. These are white policies. These are liberal policies that have destroyed the Black home. Liberal policies have destroyed Black people. And they haven't just destroyed Black people, they've also destroyed white people who attach themselves to it. They've destroyed Latinos who decided to follow liberal policies. Because I think a lot of times too, people have a tendency of believing that people were single moms during slavery or after slavery, whatever. It's like, no. I told you, MLK, PSYOP, bad things start to happen to Black people around the 60s because they become Democrat and they become more liberal, which is like they get away from tradition, they get away from gender roles, right? They want to start experimenting, I guess, with white liberty, whatever that is, right? But Dr. King and his civil rights movement ushered in a new era for Black people. Liberalism, progressivism, go to school, get a degree, and ask white people to give you a job, welfare, this, and that. So policies have created culture. It's not the people themselves that have created culture. Hopefully you understand me, right? People can create their own culture, but the government also, through legislation and money, because they have money attached to that shit, right, can also create a new culture. The Black people, the Black culture we see today is a huge consequence of legislation. So now here we are. But coming out of slavery, a lot of people were married. Coming out of slavery, a lot of people, a lot of children, a lot of Black children had two parents, and maybe even also their grandparents, right? Family mattered a lot to those people. Okay? Today, I guess a welfare check matters more, but policy can get people to create a new culture because policy makes certain promises. And with those promises is attached a dollar amount. So greed is greed, people are people, okay? So because of the money and because of the promises, people now start creating a new culture. And I will say, that's what I would say this, right? I would say pre-Dr. King, Black culture is patriarchal. It's a patriarchal culture. So it's a patriarchal culture, patriarchal structure, patriarchal society. Black America is very patriarchal. Dr. King and post-Dr. King, Black America becomes matriarchal, right? Becomes matriarchal. And I said, it's pretty much, I would say, it's pretty much like the only community here in America that's predominantly matriarchal, right? And as we can see, it doesn't work. Now, the problem is so many Black women have enjoyed the power, I don't know, whatever to call it, of being the head of the so-called Black family, being the backbone of the Democratic Party. They have enjoyed having power. But the thing is, they're not fit for this power that was not given to them because they've earned it. It was just given to them through legislation. So pretty much think about it this way, right? Before 1960s, before Dr. King decides to go sell Black people to the Democratic Party, okay, the Black family, the Black culture is patriarchal. Black men are in charge of the Black society. Black education, Black family, Black marriage, one. Black men are responsible, okay? Dr. King's 60s, and after that, you start to see the rise in the Black women being in charge of the Black family. So the Black man gets demoted, but he's not demoted because the Black woman took his place rightfully, rightfully. No, he is demoted because liberal legislation put the Black woman in charge of the Black family. She is where she is, not because she's earned it, not because she deserves it, not because she has the best, most compelling vision, or because she has the best business plan for this shit. No, she was put in place by legislation. So now that creates a new culture. And the consequences of matriarchy for Black America have been devastating. Incredibly devastating because they can't do it. But I think the problem is pride and ego. When you've enjoyed something for so long, you like the benefits of your rank, but you don't like the responsibilities of your rank. So now trying to take that power away from her is going to be really hard because she doesn't understand that this power that you have as the matriarch, you don't deserve it. You were given that position through legislation by white liberals, right? That's what it is. But if people want to go back to making things successful, Black men have to go back on top. And the Black woman needs to be under the Black man. And then the children have to be under the mother. That's how it goes. Right? But part of liberal culture, part of progressive culture is also agreeing that there are no such things as gender roles. Hopefully, we're now in 2025. I think most of us should realize that no, gender roles are real. Gender roles matter. Right? And when you keep up tradition of gender roles, you keep people safe. You keep people safe. If the man is under the woman and the children, it's not going to work. Okay? If it's the woman first, then the children, then the man, it's not going to work. If it's the woman first, then the man, then the children, it is not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. And with legislation, especially liberal democratic legislation, what they have done is to artificially uphold the Black women over the Black man. And so today, everybody's suffering. Because when you don't do things the right way, it's not going to work out. Because we're people. You don't experiment on people. And what white liberals have done is experiment on people. Oh, well, let's see what happens when you put a woman at the top. Playing with people's lives. Just like I said with medicine, right? A lot of shit they do in medicine, they have no idea what they're doing. They're experimenting on people. When it comes to finance also, they experiment on people. They experiment on countries. Well, maybe you do this, do that. They went to Argentina and they put those people on their knees. There was an era where the World Bank, the IMF, would go around these African countries and tell them to take all these loans with these crazy interest rates, think it's going to fix things. It didn't fix anything and made it worse. These people never should have taken those loans. They can't afford to pay for this. Okay? You don't experiment with human beings. If something is not broken, why are you trying to fix it? Right? And I think what has happened with the Black community in America is that white liberals, because they have a need, because they're narcissists, because they have a God complex, they have a need for praise and adulation, said to themselves, let's take these people and we'll fix the people. Fix what exactly? What's broken? So they take a people that to me is doing pretty well because, like I said, they're married, single mama rate very low, prison rate very, very low, education very, very high. Most Black children are doing way better than white children. So what's the problem? But liberals still said, oh, no, there's something wrong. We know how to help you. We know how to fix it. Fix what? What are you trying to fix? So people fell for that shit. And consequently, you were turned into guinea pigs. what they have done to black people, what they themselves have not really done to themselves. That's why their numbers are not that bad. Because for the most part, most white men are in the house. For the most part, most white men somehow lead their families to some extent, right? So for them, it's not that bad. But when it comes to black people, they've taken entire people and they played with their lives. They played with their tradition. They've played with their identity. They've manipulated gender roles. They've tried a lot of shit that truly is out of order. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. And it will never, ever, ever work. And now today, because it's usually how it goes, white people make great promises. You sign on, you agree. But then when the shit goes left, they blame you. Well, I told you maybe no, right? So now that people have agreed to listen, follow, prescribe to white liberals' ideas, right? Now that things are bad, kids are misbehaving, crime is high, poverty is high, the white people say, oh my gosh, what's wrong with black culture? What's wrong with these black people? Why can they never get it right? Oh, maybe they're just not intelligent. Well, maybe they're just dumb. Maybe because they come out of Africa, they're predisposed for violence. Maybe it's a curse. Maybe it's because they used to sell their people into slavery, so now they're paying for a curse. No, it's none of that. It's that black people agreed for these liberals to fix them. And instead of fixing you, they made you worse. Just like medicine, right? There's a lot of meds out here. They will propose you the medication. I hope you read carefully. I really hope you read the side effects of this medication before you take it. Anytime white people proposition you with some kind of cure, you might want to check. Okay, you truly might want to check. Oh, let me do my own research. Don't be like, oh, yeah. They say they're going to fix me. Fix what exactly? What are they fixing? What's broken? What exactly is broken? So when you allow yourself to be bamboozled into thinking that you're broken, right? And they do that a lot. Okay, they'll tell you something is wrong with you. I even had, one of my big sister, right? She took her daughter to her pediatrician, and now her daughter has lots of hair. Like she has a lot of hair on her body, right? Which it happens sometimes, but she also has lots of hair. So the lady said to her, "Oh, something might be wrong with her. We need to schedule an MRI." So she didn't tell me that. She told me that after the fact, and I'm like, "Why would you ever agree to take a 10-year-old to get an MRI because she happens to have too much hair on her body? Like, what the freak?" This is just so weird. But long story short, she scheduled the MRI, right? They went there and there was an older woman, an older nurse. I think it was a white woman too, but there was an older nurse. And she was like, you know what? If I was you, if nothing is wrong, do not put the baby through the MRI. And I said to my big sis, I'm like, even you as an adult, if somebody puts you in an MRI machine, you're going to have a panic attack. Because when you go in there, like you like they tie you down, you go in there, your whole body goes in there. For what reason? Why would you submit a child to an MRI? She's like, oh, Marlene, I didn't know because the lady's the doctor, womp. And I'm like, y'all got to stop being impressed by this doctor label. You got to stop being impressed by these white robes. And you got to stop being impressed by white people who call themselves doctors. Do your own research. Like, ask a lot of questions. Is it really necessary? Because at first they ran her blood test. They did her blood work. Everything was good. Nothing was wrong. I'm like, okay, let's stop it there. Why do you want to see this child in an MRI? And also, she was going to schedule for my niece to get on hormone suppressants. You see, right? You got to be very careful to not listen to these people. Oh, I'm going to fix you, Marlene. You're going to fix what exactly? What's broken? Oh, you've been shackled for 400 years. Okay, why do you care now? Like, what? It's 1964. Why do you care now? Why do you care? Right? There's nothing sincere about these people. Why would I'm like, sometimes you got to sit there. I hope you guys are still here. But why? Think about this, right? Somebody enslaved you for 400 years. They haven't talked to you in about 300 years. One day they knock at your door and be like, oh my gosh, Marlene, I'm just checking on you. For what? Why? What the fuck? What's I'm like, is there a news somewhere? Like, what the fuck? Why are you here? I haven't seen you in 300 years. Oh, I just felt like maybe you're going through it. Who told you that? Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you. Help me with what? I haven't seen you in 300 years. Why do you care now? Like something should be going off. Like something is off with these people. What the fuck are you up to? You haven't heard from someone in like 300 years. One day they knock at your door. What do you want? Like, what are you up to? They're up to no good. They want to hurt you. Because what are you trying to fix? And now the fixing, it looks like this. Fixing looks like the welfare. Fixing looks like the crime bill. Fixing looks like gangsta music. Fixing looks like anything but people being fixed. They have damaged people. They have harmed a lot of people. And I was even thinking about this, like this whole violence culture we see with these young people. And I was like, I really do wonder if these kids are simply not missing their dad. Like either a dad or an uncle or a big brother that's probably locked up right now, And I was like, especially here in DC, but I'm like, that's the way I feel, that if they really want to curb this violence from young people, because, I really think they're looking to do Crime Bill 2.0. I really do. But I think it's really important to get Black men involved in this crisis with young people. Because if we have young people that we know, your dad's in prison, your the uncle that you really love or helped to raise you is in prison, or your big brother is in prison, because these people have people they listen to. They have men that they listen to, trust me. Now, if they're not dead and they happen to be in prison, honestly, there needs to be a program where these young people can go see their people. And they should be able to see them and actually touch them. Because sometimes when you go for a prison visit, you're behind a glass wall. And I really do believe that the human touch, it matters. It truly matters. If we have young people cutting up, if we have young people, I really think it's depression. I think it's depression. I think all this violence, it really comes down to young people being severely depressed. So this is a form of sabotage. This is a very toxic way of getting attention. But nonetheless, if their parents, if your dad, your uncle, your big brother's in prison, and you're truly missing them, and that's why you're acting a fool like this, we should have some between the schools, counselors, mothers, and also the prison board. We should be able to have programs where these children can go see their dad. They need to go see their dad. And it should not be a glass. Like the dad, do not put this man in an orange jumpsuit. Don't traumatize these kids now. And also don't glamorize prison. You gotta find like a nice balance in between. But I'm like, the kids should be able to go to the prison. They should be able to touch their dad. They need to get an actual hug. Hug your dad, hug your son. Okay? They need to sit down and have a conversation. And the dad should be able to say, son, what are you up to? Right? They should also be able to bring their report cards, their homework. These children need their fathers. And if the fathers are locked up, well, guess what? I'm not saying you have to unlock the father, but at the prison, there has to be a place where children can meet their dad with no chains, no shackles, no orange jumpsuit, none of that. The man needs to dress right, give him a haircut, cut his nails, cut his toenails, cut his fingernails, cut everything, shape him up. He needs to look decent. Put some perfume on his ass. And he needs to sit down with his son and talk to his son. If we have big brothers also that are in prison, we got to let the little brothers go and see their brothers. Talk to your little brother because he's acting up. Talk to him because you're the only person he's going to listen to. Right? But the problem is, and I'll get to that later, but I was really thinking about this because I'm like, these white people, I do not put it past white people to right now be looking for a way to introduce Crime Bill 2.0. I don't put it past them. Because tough on crime or pretty much locking up every Black person is usually how they build their reputation. This is what they do. So at some point, I think everybody has to learn from the crime bill and not let it happen again. Because that one lady, that white lady, she looks Italian. She said something like, oh, when you're 13, I can't touch you because da-da-da-da. And I'm like, so you want to lock up 13-year-olds? Are you serious? Right? But the problem is because we have a matriarchal society, we have a very arrogant, incapable matriarchal society, right? These women do not want to elicit the help of these men. Because in this crisis, if I live here, okay, I've been here for a long time, but since I live in the DMV, I feel like all the Black pastors should be getting involved. Every bishop, because a lot of them are Black men, every bishop, every pastor, all these major big-ass Black pastors like Bishop Owens, Pastor John Jenkins, all of these people should be getting involved in getting these children to act right. Because a lot of them also, they have prison ministries. So I'm sure some of these kids, they probably know their dads. But between black men, like black men in leadership, black men in the church, black men who run the prison, everybody should sit down and come up with a solution to save these boys. They need men. But I also feel like because Mayor Bozier is not just a black woman, but she's also a black lesbian and she's a liberal, you know, it does a lot to these women to go and ask help from men. They despise black men. They hate black men. Even though they are seeing that your hatred for these black men is causing these kids to not just fail, they're failing in school, they're failing at life, they're failing at managing their emotions. They are failing they're failing across the board. So yes, you hate the man, but he doesn't hate his dad. You might not want to work with black men, but it's not about you. You're a grown-ass woman. These kids, their future's on the line because they're either going to get killed, they're going to get sent to prison, or they're going to pass Crime Bill 2.0 and lock up everybody's child. How do we win doing that kind of stuff? So even Mayor Bozier, that crazy lady, I think it's very shameful for her to not be knocking door to door with all these pastors because many of them they've been in DC for a very long time. They have struggled with a lot of issues, drug addiction, there's a lot of pastors, especially Bishop Owens, a lot of these pastors, they have seen a lot of things in Washington, D.C. So it's like, why are you not knocking on their doors? Why are you not putting on a committee? Why are you not inviting these black men to help you find an answer to the city? The children need help, and you can't do it. And because also you're a woman, you might not get through these young boys. They need their daddies. They need men. They need black men to talk to them. You gotta step back. But the issue that I truly have with a lot of black lesbians, I think black lesbians sometimes, they might be the hardest people to talk to because they don't know, they don't understand teamwork. They truly do not understand teamwork because it's the people that carry so much trauma and so much hatred for men. It's crazy. It's crazy. But it's like you cannot sit here and cater to your own arrogance, your own trauma, so much so that you're not trying to go and seek the help of men, able men who can help you to handle these kids. You can't do it. You haven't done it. And if this don't get fixed by tomorrow, they're going to come and grab all these black children and throw these boys in prison. And what is that going to solve? That solves absolutely nothing. Because Marlene, if I was the mayor of DC, I'm going to go call Pastor John Jenkins. I am calling Pastor John. Oh my gosh. Call all the pastors, call all the bishops. Because these kids, they need their dad. So what do? Because there's someone out there that can talk to these kids. And no child, I don't know, for me personally, there is not a single child that cannot be saved. There is not a single black baby out here that cannot be saved. I don't care how bad the attitude is. I don't care how defiant they want to be. I don't care. Everybody, even me, right? Everybody has that one person. If that person calls you, you're more likely to listen. If that one person talks to you, you're more likely to say, you know what, it's not that bad, right? There are a lot of OGs who are in prison. They know these streets. They know who runs what gang and this, and that from prison. All they have to do is make one call. People going to sit their asses down. From prison, all they have to do is make 1 or 2 telephone calls. You're going to see all this foolishness going to die down. It's going to die down because everybody has at least one person that can get through to you. But if we have to also have enough humility about ourselves, right? To know how to reach to people that can get through these young people. Because it's not about you. You might want to get the credit for it, but sometimes it's not you. You're just not the person for the job. And like I said, being a leader is not always about receiving all the praise. Sometimes what makes a person a great leader is being a great facilitator. Like, you know what? If you can do this for me, you can take all the praise. That's fine. I just need these kids to stop killing each other. So whatever, because a lot of times too, the stuff that happens in the streets, it starts off in the prison. It's prison foolishness, gangs in prison, turf wars in prison, it's all kinds of stuff. Then it trickles down into the streets. So what you really want to do is get things situated in prison. Even if we have, let's say we have black gangs in prison, you got to get these people to stop. Because at the end of the day, all of y'all, you might be here for life. Some of y'all might never come out. I don't know. Maybe I can help you. Maybe I don't know if I can. Maybe not. Right? But if you're in prison, just because you're in prison, it doesn't take away from your responsibility as a father. And a lot of you black men in prison, you are still fathers. You are still dads. And I think the problem, I've always had this issue with incarceration, is that I feel as though people go to prison, there are dads who go to prison, and they think, okay, I guess it's over. I can't parent, right? Or people allow people to feel as though they cannot parent. No, you can. And yes, you have to. Because this child needs you. I even feel as though, even from the prison, a lot of parents, a lot of fathers, especially even moms, but a lot of fathers from prison should be able to talk to teachers. A lot of parents, a lot of fathers from prison should be able to have communication with the teacher. What is he doing in class? What is he reading in class? Is he paying attention in class? These people got to be involved. They have to be involved. But if you think, oh, well, I'm in prison now, so I guess his mom will figure it out, or I'm in prison now, so I guess he'll be okay. No, he's not going to be okay because he knows he has a dad. So to me, if you're in prison 24 hours, what the fuck are you doing anyways? Okay, you're in prison. Like you have a job. Okay? So fathers in prison should even be given time to get on a computer and email school teachers. There has to be a way to use Zoom where a dad can have a meeting with a teacher. So at least the child knows, hey, we're going to tell your dad, or your dad knows what's going on. So the dad can say, son, I might not be able to come out there, but I know what's going on. Like, you got to do your homework. You got to do what you're supposed to do. Right? And then maybe one day, if you do well, if I do well and you do well, right, I can go before the parole board and I might be able to come out. But if I come out, I need you to have a house. I need you to have a job. Right? Like, I'm like, to me, people, we have to find ways. There are ways to solve this crime issue with these children. But if black people don't step up, I'm serious. If black men and black women do not work on saving these kids, these people are going to write Crime Bill 2.0. And they'll probably even have parts of the bill where you can even lock up a 12-year-old and charge a 12-year-old as an adult. White people don't care. And when it comes to black children, and solving issues that pertain to black children, white people do not have humanity. They don't have humanity. They don't look at black children and see children. They see grown-ass adults. And it's no different than when Zionists look at Palestinian children. They don't see children. They don't see babies. They see Hamas supporters. These children are dehumanized. Like, Palestinian children are not allowed to be children. There are grown-ass people who have political affiliations. They call Palestinian children Hamas supporters. They call Palestinian children the seed of Amalek because they don't see children. And I also feel like when it comes to the vast majority of white Americans, when they look at black children, especially black boys, they do not see children. They see a future killer, a future rapist, a future drug dealer. They don't see a child. And also, the vast majority of white people, when they look at black children, even when they're misbehaving, they don't say to themselves, you know what, maybe it's depression. Because I do believe many black children are depressed. They're seriously depressed. I think a lot of black children also feel unwanted. I think they feel unwanted. I think they feel undesired. You know, I also feel as though they probably say to themselves, nobody really cares how I feel. And because their brains are not fully developed, so you know the devil's having a play day with their minds and their brains because their brains are not fully developed. And there's no one to say, well, you are loved, you are wanted, right? We see great things for your future. But many of our young people are depressed. This is not normal behavior. It's not normal behavior. And I also do believe that a thing that could also exacerbate the depression is that many black children do not hear good things being said about them. How many black children get praised throughout the day? How many black children are told you're going to be somebody great? You know, how many people even spend enough time with these kids to know what they're into, or even their goofy ass school drama. You know, you might not want to hear it, but listen, sometimes you kind of have to, right? Because it makes them happy to have someone to talk to, even though it sounds stupid. But we all have to remember, once upon a time, we were 16. And at 16, everything was a big fucking deal, right? We got to have patience with these young people. But I'm like, to me, I really do feel like if you're a black kid today, you don't get enough positive affirmation. All you hear is how bad you're doing, how you're fucking things up, how you're such a problem, how you're this, how you're this, how you're that. You know, everybody needs to hear positivity. Everybody needs to hear, or at least have one person who believes in you. But I really do wonder, when it comes to black children out here, you know, how many people could they say, oh, well, at least this person believes in me. At least this person is encouraging me. At least this person cares about me. You know, even kids, when kids act like, you know, with bad attitude, like, you know, lots of bad attitude. I don't care. They do care. And the fact that you check on them, they care. They might act like they don't care, but they care because they're people. They're little people. And little people are very, very sensitive. They're very, very sensitive, right? But I can see how, if you really believe that, you know, you're poor, you're always going to be poor, nothing good's ever going to happen for you, your dad's in prison, your uncle's in prison, your brother's in prison, your friends are getting killed. We also have to start to see how that can cause someone to really be depressed. It's not normal. Black children, they have attachment issues. Oh, yeah, I guess they do, huh? Because too many people that they love are constantly leaving their lives. And that has to do something to someone. You know, and I think sometimes we don't understand. Some people, I guess some people do, but I think sometimes many people do not understand that. A lot of black children out here, they have lost a lot of people. They have lost many people. Even at 14, 15s, their best friends are getting killed. Their classmates are getting killed. And I don't believe that when they go back to school, even the counselors are out there to try to help these people deal with grief. A lot of black children carry a lot of grief. It's actually quite abnormal. You shouldn't be 14, 15, 16, 17, you know, and having lost so many people. You know, I don't know what it's. I've always had my dad, right? If I don't talk to my dad because I choose not to talk to him, so that's it, right? And because of that, many times, you really also have to understand your position of privilege, right? But I don't know. But I do remember, like, my dad, when he used to travel a whole lot, it used to make me sad. But he was just traveling, though. You know, I knew he was going to come back, but it still made me sad. But I'm just saying, like, what about kids who know for a fact my dad is doing 30 years? Right? What about children who know for a fact my dad is doing life? Right? How do you deal with that? What about you? Even if the dad is gone for 5 years, look at Remy mom. Remy was gone for only 7 years. Now look at the consequences. Her son is facing trial for murder. So even 7 years, even going for, I mean, to me, it's not that long, but for a child, 5, 7 years can feel like a lifetime, because when you're gone, especially when you're gone in their formative years, you're going to miss out on so much. And when they have things that happen to them, birthdays, good grades, you're not there. And that does something to the child. That really does. Right. And I'm not talking about that, but I really wish that a lot of people would even create non-for-profits. Like, we need more black men. I hope we need more black men to have non-for-profits where they can go into the prison and still help teach, show other black men who are incarcerated how you parent from prison. How do you fight to be the best dad you can be, even while you're incarcerated? Because your presence is needed, right? And then when you come out of prison, how do you come back into the child's life and assume your role as a father? Now, initially, the child might reject you because they're upset you were gone. You understand? It's really hard, because there are certain people, especially when you're a child, there are certain people that never, ever should have left your life. And that's your mom and that's your dad, right? So if you're gone, God knows why you were gone, right? But the child doesn't care, okay? You can have all the excuses. It doesn't matter, okay? You were gone. Ultimately, you were gone, right? And so young people can give a lot of attitude. That's a fact. Young people can be rude. That's a fact, right? But you also have to understand, listen, you were gone. They're hurt. They're disappointed, and they probably are giving you bad attitude because they don't know if you're going to leave again. So they're doing things to push you away. You understand? You as a parent, you got to be more mature. Okay? You as a parent, you have to understand. You took something away from them because you chose to be selfish. I don't care why you went to prison. That's not my problem. Ultimately, you were not able to manage your emotions, so you went to prison. It was a choice, right? And it's a choice that they had no say so, but it deeply affected their life, right? So you yourself, you have to understand that. If any parent, maybe I have one who's listened to me because why am I here? But maybe I do have a parent who went to prison and now you're having a hard time bonding with your kids. Listen to me, okay? Forgiveness, it takes a long time, right? You cannot come out of prison and expect a child to just forgive you. Understand? You can have all the reasons, but just because your reasons, they make sense to you, it don't make sense to the child. Because like I said, had you controlled your emotions better, you would have gone to prison. Okay? So somewhere, somehow, there's a certain amount of selfishness that puts your ass in prison. And for that child, it's going to be just, and you hear with drugs also, huh? You'll hear with drugs. The child will say, my mom chose the streets over me. My dad chose the streets over me. Even though I know addiction is a disease, but you're also talking to a young person. Their brain is not fully developed where they can say addiction is a disease. Where they are right now, they don't see addiction as a disease. Matter of fact, the vast majority of this country does not see addiction as a disease. Addiction is criminalized. So when people feel like addicts have a choice, you know, the child is going to say, my mom chose the streets over me. My dad chose the streets over me, even though I know it's an addiction. But then again, I'm 40, they're not 40, right? So you're going to have to understand that. Now, if it wasn't addiction or it was crime, either way, to the child with the brain of a child, it comes off, daddy chose the streets over me. Mommy chose the streets over me. So when you come out of prison, right, it's also not reasonable, it's not fair for you to say, well, I'm back now. Let's act like nothing happened. Doesn't work like that. Okay, and it could hurt your feelings. I get that, right? But you're an adult. They're a child. And if we don't handle these people carefully, your child's going to take your place in prison. All right? So we look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is we don't want this kid in prison. So yes, you might feel hurt. Most likely you will be disrespected. Kids will test the waters, especially teenagers. Teenagers will test your gangster. All right? But you also have to remember it's a phase. It's a phase with young people. I think most of us have been through it. Doesn't last always, right? But when they test you, you got to prove your commitment to that relationship, right? You got to prove to your children that you are committed to being there, that you are committed to being a parent. I really do believe, and I'm not saying this to be offensive, but I really do believe that a lot of Black people need parenting classes. Okay, and I think the churches need to be doing this. Instead of trying to tell people how to be entrepreneurs and be pregnant with businesses like Sarah does, right? We need to have parenting class at church. We need to even have marriage class at church. What's a husband? What's a wife? Okay, they need to have those kinds of ministries. Okay, but a lot of Black parents need classes. It's not about yelling. It's not about threatening people within an inch of their life. None of that kind of weird shit. That's old. That's very ratchet. It's very cracker-like. Okay? It's ghetto. Don't do that. We have to learn to parent the children in a respectful way. I'm not saying let your child talk to you crazy, but there's a way of saying, daughter, I know I was gone and I hurt your heart. I broke your heart, but don't talk to me this way. Right? Son, I know I was gone. I know you're mad and you have every right to be mad at me. Do not talk to me this way. Okay? That's it. As no, I'm gonna beat your ass. It's a little too much. Because imagine you were gone for a long time, and now your response to disrespect is, "I'll put my hands on you." Are you crazy? Does this look like a prison yard to you? I don't think so. Okay? There's a way of talking to children, and you got to learn how to talk to your kid. But I know if you commit to regaining your child's trust, you will have it. Children are very forgiving. Children are very forgiving, and that includes teenagers. Okay, young people are very forgiving, that they're hurting. And I feel like the vast majority of us over here, we're all adults. We really have to pray for young Black children, because right now, these people are coming against these kids. There's a war against Black children. And I feel like the sad thing was, with the crime bill, I think not enough people prayed for Black people. Not enough people prayed for Black children. You see, let me tell you this, right? I hope you guys are still here. Hopefully you're not bored, right? I'm going to tell you this. You know, when you're reading the book of Acts, for example, when these demonic, crazy people, okay, when they captured Stephen, people got scared, okay? All the believers, they got really scared. They panicked. They didn't know what to do. And Stephen was stoned. He was stoned to death. They just killed the man, right? And then what happened next was Peter was also taken. But this time when they took Peter, they had learned from the time when Stephen was taken, and nobody prayed for Stephen. So when Peter was taken, this time around, they prayed for Peter. And Peter was released from the prison, right? Crime bill time. Listen, I wasn't here, so I don't know. But I do feel like maybe not enough saints prayed for Black people. So the devil came and the devil did what he did. And unfortunately, so many Black people, so many Black men were just, woof, just gathered up and just locked up, right? Without even trying to see how can we save these people. No, the white people's answer was lock them all up. And now we're in 2025, and now they want to do the same thing, which means locking everybody up does not fix the problem. Doesn't fix the problem. But they don't care, because leave it up to white people, they can keep building more. White people rather build a prison than to invest in Black people. White people will rather see every Black person, especially every Black man, in prison than to try to help somebody out. So I feel like in 2025, as we are seeing what we're seeing, right? We need those who are Christians, because non-Christian is different, but those who are Christians, those who call themselves Christians, those who truly believe in Jesus Christ, we have to pray for these young people, right? White people, they're consumed by hatred for Black people. So I know their answer to anything involving Black people, involving Black children, prison. If they could even lock children as young as 11 or 9, they probably would do it. They have no shame because they're evil, okay? They're very, very evil. However, you also have some Black people too who are not Christians. They might call themselves Christians, but they don't move and act like somebody who believes in Jesus. So their answer too is to make videos back to back to back to back about Black people this, Black people that, Black people this, Black people that. Black people this, Black people that. They're not Christians. Because if you're truly a child of God, even when you're upset, I can't even sit here and lie. There are certain things I have seen, and oh my gosh, not again, right? That could be your initial reaction. But there comes a time where you have to sit back and say, what is really going on? You know, a lot of white people will seduce other Black people with hatred. Oh, it's always those Black people. It's always those Black people. You even have some Black people too who try to separate. Like, oh, well, I'm not this and I'm not that, and I don't know these people that are okay, sure, no problem. All right. But even if you don't know these people, even if they're not your people, you can still pray for people, right? But I believe that when something like this is, when stuff like that is going on and things of the sort, right? Those who are truly Christians, we have to pray for these children. Whatever kind of stronghold this is, whatever kind of broken heart this is, whatever depression this is, God, I'm begging you to save these kids. That's why I say, if we have to have programs between the school board, the prison board, so they can kind of, orchestrate how these kids can see their dads a bit more frequently, maybe once a month, and that can calm these kids down and give them a sense of purpose. Also, I think you also have children. We have Black children who've never seen their dad, because from the moment they were born, the dad got locked up. Okay. You also have Black kids. The dad was there, but then the dad got locked up. But that was like, they're like 1 or 2 or 3. So they don't really remember. Okay. Maybe dad also calls collect, but sometimes if you can't put a face to the voice, it's kind of weird. If you also can't see the dad, it's kind of weird. Right. So there are certain realities that we have to deal with. But ultimately, I was like, okay, if you miss your dad, we should try to make sure, or try in a way to make it so these kids can see their fathers. I don't think in DC it should be a problem because DC is ran by Black people. The mayor is Black, everybody's Black. Okay, the city is ran by Black people. So I'm sure the prisons are also ran by Black people, right? So it's like, do you miss your dad? And if you need to see your dad, well, here's how we're gonna make it happen. And when the child goes to see the father has to come out and be respectful. He has to look respectable. He can't look like, oh my gosh, look at prison. No, he needs to look like a dad, right? That's it. If you have kids whose dad are eventually gonna go before the parole board, and there's a chance that the dad might make it out, right? He could come out, right? That's also something to help the child understand. Listen, how would you feel if you get in trouble? Now you get locked up. And when you get locked up is when your dad comes out of prison. How'd that make you feel? Right? We have to help young people. From having my own kids, having my own boys, I've really realized that everybody needs a coach. And I do believe today, if we're seeing such a crisis with Black children, especially Black boys, is because a lot of Black boys don't have mentors. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Black boys, they don't have mentors. You know, me, you guys know this, you know, my channel, I do say man of the prize too, right? But I do have boys. I mean, I have a dad, duh. I have a father, I have uncles, I have brothers, I have a husband, I have sons, right? Black men, they mean a lot to me all day, every day. You understand? That's why I don't like it when people, especially Black women, are always saying bad things about Black men. Because you think when you're doing this, you're just talking about Black men. The boys are also listening. We got to be very mindful. The most disgusting thing I've learned about living in America, especially living around all these white trash people, is that people are not mindful how they speak. People use their mouths, people use their words just to hurt people. It's really rare to wake up, even in a day. I'm more likely to hear negativity than I'm going to hear somebody uplift somebody, especially Black people. Everybody wants to put each other down to feel good about themselves. You're obviously not doing well. Because people who feel good about themselves don't need to put somebody down. It's weird. It's weird. Black, I mean, y'all, I don't know what the fuck is going on with YouTube. But it's like you get on YouTube, Black people this, Black people that, Black people this, Black people that, Black people this, because they want views. They want money. Because this country, I'm telling you, out here, you learn to make money without having integrity, and you learn to make money without being mindful of the consequences of your content. It has consequences. You know, even if, that's the way I feel, even if you want to call out Black people on their bad behavior, you also have to encourage Black people to do better. Like, yes, I'm upset. I don't like this. I don't like that. But I've noticed that you're really good at this. So can you do more of this? Everybody needs to hear something encouraging. But Black people this, Black people that, Black people this, Black people that, Black people this, you know? And I'm like, this is crazy. I was listening to the Carter Boys yesterday. I'm like, you see, I see why y'all have 1 million followers, because white people love this kind of bullshit. But what they're doing now, I believe, is the same thing they did during the crime bill, which is like make Black people themselves say, yeah, lock their asses up, lock them up, lock them up. And I'm like, the fuck no. Why would you lock them up? Lock your own people up. Are white people locking up their own people? Right? That they really want to see a lot of Black faces who tell other Black people, hey, the only way to fix this is by sending these kids to prison. I'm like, no, they did this shit in the 90s. It didn't work. It made things worse because it divided families. You take a dad away from his children for a teaspoon of crack. Are you dumb? It's like, for a teaspoon, this man's going to be gone for 5-6 years. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Why can't you give him a fine? Why can't you also put him on probation? Like, what the fuck? And what if he's an addict? Okay? But I've come to realize that when it comes to how white people, because they're in charge, when it comes to how these plantation owners want to run this plantation, the only way they know how to treat Black people is to treat everything we do as if it's a pathology. And the only way to fix it is by locking us up. I'm like, no, I will never agree when white people want to prosecute a 13-year-old Black boy. Are you batshit crazy? He's a child. Even if he did something heinous, he is still a child. And if we live in a society where 13-year-olds are doing heinous shit, we have to look at ourselves. Because how can a 13-year-old be so damn dark? So that means we're not good. We're not good. So if our children are doing bad things, we have to look at ourselves. Instead, we say, oh, I did nothing wrong. Everything falls on the 13-year-old, and now a 13-year-old has to be prosecuted like a full-blown adult. So you want him to be in prison at 70 for something he did when he was 13. And that's why I say they're a bunch of racists. That's why I also say white people have no humanity when it comes to how they look at black children. So no, I will not agree for these fuckers to do whatever they see fit with black children. Go take care of your own damn kids. Okay? So I repeat, to me, if I have to find a way to find his dad in prison so his dad can talk to him, I'm going to do it. If I have to go knock on every pastor, every church, Kojic, AMG, AME, whatever it is, child, I'm going to go talk to these bishops. Bishops, we have a problem. It's like where we're sitting right now, it's like every bishop, every major pastor, every major bishop in the DC area, there needs to be a conference. Like godly black people need to regain control of the black community. Like we have to wage war on these heathens. Because black pagans are a problem. Like black unbelievers are the people that need to stay the fuck away from us. Like anybody who is not a believer should not be in the school district. Anybody who does not believe in God should not be around black children. Stay away from black kids. Because that's another issue here too, huh? Is that black Christians, real black Christians, real black believers are no longer in charge of black people. Because if you had real black preachers, if you had real black believers, everybody be on their knees right now praying for these children. Praying for these children. Because God, you gave us those kids. What is going on with our kids? You got to come in here and save us. Right? But the thing, like the man said earlier, black people traded their faith for a vote. Because first and foremost, the thing that always saves black people is their faith in God. Because if you don't have God, what do you have? If you don't have God, what do you have? Right? White people don't believe in God. And that's why they use batons, sticks, guns, and prisons. That's the only way they know how to so-called fix a problem. But they don't fix shit, they make it worse because they divide families. And they take fathers away from their children over trifling bullshit. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden is over here doing all kinds of crack, heroin, cocaine, you name it. Never spent a day in prison. He was always next to his children. So no, stay away from me. Stay away from me and stay away from black children because they're a bunch of demons. They're a bunch of demons. So my thing is, I'm saying we have to go beg these black pastors to intervene. We got to go beg these black bishops to intervene. We got to go beg the deacons, the apostles, all these black men. Y'all got to come help us. And even in the prison, we got to tell black men, even from the prison, you can father your child. You got to be a father. Like if that's the last thing you do with your life, you got to make sure this boy is successful. You understand? Because when you're in prison for whatever crime you committed, I don't care, right? But you're in there to pay your debt to society. You haven't paid your debt to God. Okay? Because prison is only a way for you to pay your debt to society. When you're in prison, you have not paid your debt to God. So even if you die in that prison, make your life count. Make sure your son never comes in here. If that's the last thing you do before you got to go face God and face your judgment day where you then have to answer God, at least when you stand before God, you need to say, God, I fucked up. Maybe I took somebody's life. But every day where I was in prison, I made sure my child did not come in prison, and I made sure my child did not hurt anybody else's child. At least God might say, you know what? I can give you credit for that, right? Because we have to worry about Judgment Day, you know? We all have to worry about Judgment Day. But we have too many black fathers in prison who, for me, are not active enough. And I also feel like they're allowed to feel as though, oh, it's okay. I don't have to be active. No, you need to be active. Even yesterday, y'all, I'm telling you, yesterday, I was really sitting here like, maybe I should run for mayor of DC, okay? But Marlene, I would have some kind of program with all these prisons. And these kids will come there, they're gonna see their dad. And I even feel like it needs to be like an all-day thing. Like maybe the kids can there like 9 o'clock, and maybe they can leave around like 6 or 7, right? So you can have breakfast with your dad, you can have lunch with your dad, and you can also have dinner with your dad. And then y'all can play games, you can play basketball. Like, you're not, it needs to be as if it's not even a prison, right? That has to, like, we got to build an extra building or something, right? There has to be an extra building where it doesn't feel like, and maybe it shouldn't even be in a prison. DC is ran by Black people, so it might not be that hard, right? But there has to be a way to take kids to a certain facility where the father can come in there and father can actually be fathers. It doesn't feel like a prison. I have seen that model in Europe where the babies, like the kids, they go see their moms. They have everything. There's like a backyard, there are games, because they don't want these kids to feel like your mom's in prison. So they can go there, they can play. Like, it does not feel like a prison. And they touch their parents, they touch their mom. People need physical touch. Children need physical touch. Black children need physical touch. And these men have to be fathers, especially those who really want to be fathers. They have to be fathers. They have to be included. But I repeat, though, I'm saying it's time for godly Black people to regain control of Black culture. It is time for godly, God-fearing Black people to regain control of Black culture. It's enough. Because liberal culture, it doesn't work. Progressive culture, it doesn't work. People have given these people 60 years, right? Look at the consequences. We don't need 100 years of this bullshit. Nobody needs 100 years of liberal culture. Nobody needs, we don't have to get to 100 years. We don't have to get to 2060 to be like, oh my gosh, this stuff is really bad. No, we know enough. We know enough. It's horrendous. It doesn't work. And most Black cities that are ran Black by a bunch of Black people, we see it's even worse out there. It doesn't work. It does not work. And it's never going to work because it's ungodly. It's a very, very ungodly structure. Nowhere in the Bible does God say that the woman is on top of the man. No, the Bible is clear. Women, submit to your husbands. And husbands, love your wives as God has loved the church. God gave an order. God gave hierarchy. God gave a structure. God gave us order. Liberal culture, it doesn't work for us. Progressivism, it doesn't work. And I think for the sake of the children, for the sake of Black children, everybody should be able to say, you know what? If this is what it takes to save the kids, we all need to change our behaviors. We need to change our behaviors, we need to change our mindset, and we also need to change our speech. You know what I'm saying? We need to change our speech because we've gotten to a point where now making content about Black people this, Black people that, Black people this, Black people that. It's in vogue. It's very trendy. And people get lots of views. People are getting rich. And it's a lot of Black faces doing that kind of stuff. But these are ungodly people. They just want money. They want money. They have no love for themselves. They have no love for Black people. It's all ungodly business for the love of money. Because otherwise, if you're a Black person, you understand. Sometimes you have the right to be mad because some days it does get frustrating. I'm not going to sit here a lot. Some days it does get frustrating, but you got to be better. Got to be more mature. And sometimes you also have to ask yourself, what could make a young person behave like this? And I feel as though a lot of Black children who live in inner cities, I think many of these young people have lost too many people. I truly believe they have lost too many people. From fathers, brothers, cousins, friends, best friends. Too many people are either getting locked up or they're getting killed. And a lot of young people also are not the greatest communicators out there, so who knows, right? Okay, but I think it's kind of abnormal for a young person to lose so many people even before the age of 15. It's excessive. It's truly excessive. Very, very excessive. So in their goofy ass, immature minds, the way to deal with that loneliness, drugs, the way to deal with that abandonment, foolishness, the way to deal with, the lack of money, foolishness, because young people usually do not make the best decisions. Okay? And like people say, oh, your feelings are valid. They're not always valid. Okay? Because you can feel a way, and because you feel this way, you can say, well, who cares? I guess I'll just get in the car and ride with my friends. Oh, no, you're not going to do that. Okay? Every feeling you have is not valid. you're a young person, you're 16, 17, 18, a lot of your thoughts are the thoughts of a child, but they bear serious consequences, right? So I feel like they also, the young people need, that's why people got to talk to these young people. Got to help them out. Got to help them out. They need help reasoning. Because by themselves, they can't reason right. Imagine, you think a 16-year-old can reason properly? And also, don't forget, they're going through hormonal changes too, because they're going through puberty. On top of the depression, now you add puberty on top of that. So it gets really, really complex, right? But young people by themselves cannot reason. You even have a bunch of adults who are not even capable of critical thinking. Mind you, they're adults, okay? So a 15-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, even though the law says they're adults, they're still children, okay? They need mature adults, patient adults, loving adults to help them to reason. They don't know how to reason. You need a coach to get to a place where you can reason, you can become better at reasoning. Everything is practice. But you leave a 16-year-old with depression, abandonment issues, sadness, hunger, and poverty. Yeah, you have a cocktail for foolishness. And so that's the part that makes me sad. Because I'm like, yeah, you can make your content, you can talk about Black fatigue, but you also have to talk about Black trauma. And it's like many young people, some of us are very privileged. We have a two-parent household, parents are still married, but you want to sit here and talk about young people who never really had stability, right? A lot of things in their lives was never stable. People come, people go. People come, people go. We also have lots of Black kids also in foster care, right? So they're not going through, they don't have these perfect lives, and they're choosing to act a fool. Unlike some white kids who have a two-parent household, grew up in luxury, and choose to be killers. Okay? So, gotta think about that. You can get mad at someone, but I do believe you also have to say, you know what? I got to put myself also in their shoes and wonder what that feels like. And no matter how mad you get, the Bible says, you can get upset, but do not sin. No matter how mad you get, no matter how disappointed you get, no matter how frustrated you get, you got to learn to speak life over people. Okay? Especially young people. You have to learn to speak life over people. And we should all say, God, whatever these kids are struggling with internally, you're capable. Your God is capable of touching these kids. The same way God touched Paul on his way to Damascus, God can touch these children. And Jesus even said to us in the garden, you got to pray without ceasing. You can't just pray for your family. You can't just pray for your loved one. You got to pray for everybody. Because if you only love those who love you, then how are you different than an unbeliever, right? That's that's the thing. Got to pray for these kids. We all have to say a prayer for these children. And we have to keep praying until something actually changes. So me, Black, living in the DMV, right? I really, my heart really goes out to these kids. Because I know everybody that is born, God told us in Jeremiah, but everybody that's born has a gift. Everybody that is born, God puts something special in you. So if you kill someone, you're killing someone, and they're going to die with that gift. If you get arrested and you get locked up for the rest of your life, the world will never get to enjoy your gift, right? You are not meant to be a criminal, right? I also feel like a lot of Black celebrities also need to be more mindful with how they display Black culture in their movies, how they display Black culture in the music videos, how they display Black culture on social media, right? Everything is not about money. You are also part of a community. We're not saying don't make the money, but make your money responsibly. Have a responsible message. For the single moms out there, you probably have way more influence as a Black celebrity than that mother does on her child. So try to have good messaging, right? We should see more and more Black rappers. We should see more and more Black athletes, right? Or celebrities tell young Black boys or Black girls also, be nice to your mom. Some days she might be crazy. Some days she might be a little too much, right? But she's by herself. She's trying her best. Be nice to your mom. Right? You don't have to fight your mom. Even if your mom is yelling, and I don't agree with that too, though, but Mom, you're yelling. If she wants to keep yelling, say, Mommy, I gotta go. Okay? I don't want to hear this. It's too mean, right? But we should have more Black celebrities encouraging children to be nicer to their moms. Be a good child, right? Do the right thing. Do your very best. You go to school, do your best. You're in class, do your best. right? Try not to sleep all kinds of hours of the night because you got to wake up to go to school. Be ready on time for school. Don't always wait until the last minute to start getting ready, running behind the school bus. Like, you have to be organized, right? But ultimately, be nice to your mom. But it's really sad that we have a lot of artists who make music encouraging children to do things that are harmful to themselves, encouraging Black children to do things that are going to take them away from their moms. If you get arrested, your mom's going to cry. What about your grandma? There are a lot of people who love you. If you get killed, what about your mom? Right? Do you want to be in the spirit and see your mom at your funeral crying, somebody killed my baby? Okay, I know you don't want that, but you got to think about that because that's exactly what's going to happen. And I wish, because I'm not famous, so, but for people who are actually famous, these kids, they actually look up to you. So you got to be mindful because especially when you have lots of influence, like your message, it carries really, really far. You're touching kids that you'll never meet. You are a role model to children you'll never meet. They want to be like you, and you've never met those kids. So from one Black person to another, you have to be mindful. That's why the spies, when celebrities say, well, I'm not no role model, then how do you make all this money? How come you're making all this money? How come you have all these followers? You are a role model. You cannot have 200-300 million followers and talk about I'm not a role model. Yes, you are. Everybody is a role model to somebody. And to me, that's cowardly. You are a role model because you have all these followers. You have all this money. All these brands are paying you because they know you have influence over young people. Like people like Cardi B. She makes one type of music and then she'll say, oh, I don't want my kids to listen to it. Okay, then why would other people's kids listen to that? The lack of integrity. But then when Offset cheats on her, she's crying. No, you lack integrity. He also lacks integrity. You will never have peace being a low down person, right? If you make music that's sending people's children into prostitution, why should your husband be faithful? Your household is cursed. When you start making music that truly uplifts people and you conduct yourself in a way that you are a great role model for people, well, guess what? Most likely you'll have a better husband, right? But you don't get to put toxicity out there and think that somehow you're going to have marital bliss. No. To whom much is given, much is required. When you have lots of children who look up to you, you have an obligation to be careful of your message. Every day now, you go on social media, some kind of influencer getting killed. And many of these girls are doing sex work. They're OnlyFans models, they're strippers, this, and that. All these young ladies are getting murdered because they go and meet random ass men for money and they get killed. But I'm not surprised because that's Cardi B's message, right? Young people are dying behind y'all's foolishness. So you got to be very mindful of your message. Everybody has to be mindful of their message. Even me, I have days where I'm really, really upsetting a lot. I have days where I'm really, really upset. I have days where Black people just trigger the shit out of me, right? But you see, I don't come live. I just go to sleep. I really do. I won't do a live until I'm calm enough to do a live. You understand? Because you got to be mindful of what you put out there. And you never know. If you're upset, you see something, you're triggered, you run to social media, you make a video, you never know if you're going to kill somebody that day. Yeah, because words can kill people. Okay? So I have days where I get super triggered. Like this morning, I was super triggered. I cried. I went to sleep. I woke up. Right? There are days also where I'm really, really triggered. I just won't make any videos until I can really calm down. Because I feel like no matter how big or small your platform is, you just never know. But you got to be very mindful how you talk to people. Right? But I personally do believe that Black people are a chosen people. I really do believe that Black people are covenant people. The only issue is if you're chosen people, covenant people, as long as you live outside of God's rules, bad things will happen. As long as you continue to turn your back against God, bad things will happen. Bad things will just happen to you. Bad things will happen to the kids, the grandkids. Everybody's going to suffer. My biggest prayer is that Black people come back to God. That we get to a point where we understand that just because somebody's asking you or God is asking you to live with structure, discipline, it doesn't mean he hates you. God does not hate Black people. God does not even hate people, period. Because you get older, you live life, and you realize everything God told us not to do, he was right. He was right. It's not even about control. No, he just didn't want you to have a guilty conscience. When you do something bad, you're always scared. You steal money, you're scared. You kill someone, you're scared. You have sex with people unprotected, you're scared. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, damn, like you start to realize like God is not trying to control me, right? And a lot of evil people have always made it seem like God gives so many rules because he wants to control you. No, he actually wants me to be free. Because if you haven't stolen anybody's money, you have peace, right? If you didn't sleep with someone's husband, you ain't scared. If you didn't kill someone, you don't fear the police. I didn't do nothing wrong, right? So and I'm like, the more structure you have, the more discipline you have in your life, the more your life is enjoyable, right? To the countless women out here, not even just Black women, but to the countless women who tried to be feminist, climb the corporate ladder, womp. Today, many of these women are saying, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm drained. Many of these women have had multiple divorces. Some of them, they've never been in a steady relationship, but they've had multiple sex partners, right? We are sitting here today and we see the consequences of women trying to live like men, thinking they can do everything like a man. They can work a corporate job. They can climb the corporate ladder. Womp. And today, people are freezing their eggs. Some people freeze their eggs only to find out it didn't work. So they paid all this money and now the eggs are completely worthless, right? There are a bunch of women who try to climb the corporate ladder. It never went nowhere. Lots of promotions and never got this fulfillment from their career. Didn't get it, right? Because it doesn't work. We were never meant to live like this. But this white liberal society had a lot of women believing that you will be emancipated through sexual liberation. What happened was women got more and more depressed because they had too many sexual partners. They told women you could replace a man with money. And today we see women are in their 40s trying to have kids, right? It doesn't work. Doesn't work. And yet people who've had their kids really young, most of them are done raising kids, right? There is safety in tradition, not oppression. There is a lot of confusion. There's a lot of stress in trying to live a non-traditional life. And people can try to lie to people. People can have podcasts. They try to, oh, I don't care. I'm in my 50s and I have sex with 22-year-olds. Nobody believes that you're happy. Nobody does. Nobody does. Okay? So my prayer is that a lot of Black people would just go back to being people of God. My prayer is that a lot of Black people will go back to renew their vows with God. Go back to God. And the devil might make you feel like, oh, you know what? You're too dirty or you have committed too many sins. Womp, right? That's just the devil messing with your mind because he doesn't want you to leave because you're a slave. You're a slave to the devil. Anybody who lives an ungodly life, you become a slave to the devil. And the devil will say, you're too dirty, you're too filthy, you've done too many sins, you've done too many X, Y, and Z. God will never forgive you. And I'm here to tell you that is a lie. God will forgive you. God forgives. The Lord really does forgive. And it could be that God has been waiting for you for a very long time to come back to him so he can fix your life. He can fix your mind. He can restore you and your family and your children, right? A lot of us, we need a godly restoration. A lot of us, we need a lot of rest. We're tired. We're really tired. It didn't work. It was all a lie. These people do not have the answers. And also, even if they have the answers, it's only for short term. Long term, white people do not have the answers. God does. The only being out here that's omniscient is God. Even with AI, white people still don't have the answers. God has the answers. So it's important for a lot of Black people to come back to the Lord. You got to come back to God. You have to seriously get on your knees and come back to God. Got to ask God for forgiveness. Ask God to forgive you. Ask God to make you whole. Ask God to make your children whole. If you hurt your kids and you didn't mean to because your mom was messed up, God will do it. You know, your kids can come out and not even remembering all the bad things that happened. There's no one that God cannot restore. There is no situation, even if murder happened, right? You can't bring a person back from the dead. But anybody and everybody affected by that death, though, God can touch those people, and one day they can forgive you. Might not happen tomorrow, but in their lifetime, they're going to forgive you, right? God can restore everybody. God can restore your name. God can restore your finances. God can restore your reputation. God can restore your health. God can restore your strength, right? But you got to come back to him because he's waiting for you. A lot of people, God is waiting for you. This goofy ass white culture, white liberal culture, it does not work for Black people. It doesn't work. And the more of us try to go over there, the only thing that happens, we get sick. We get sick. We get shamed. We die prematurely. We lose all of our money. We lose our minds. We just lose it all because it is not a culture that's conducive to our well-being. It's not our culture. White people's culture is not Black people's culture. Their culture is, listen, okay? Your culture, the culture that made you the most successful, was always a culture that centered God. You got to center God. If you don't have God, what do you have? Right? Even when people want to go marry white people, they tend to become godless because there's something about the name of God that really triggers white people. I don't know. Right? But you have to know that you are a chosen people. And where can I go? Who can I be? And even if I achieve anything, how can I enjoy what I have achieved if God is not in it? Your beautiful children, okay? How can you enjoy your beautiful kids if God's not involved in it, right? Even Black babies that are currently out there acting a fool because they're blinded. They don't see how beautiful they are. They don't see how God has a great future in store for them. And also because they don't see beauty in themselves, they don't see beauty in other Black kids. But that's what happens when you mess with the devil. He blinds you. You become full of hate, full of hatred, self-hatred, rage, low self-esteem, depression, anger issues, addiction, promiscuity. The devil will turn you into a pig. And that's the same thing he did to the prodigal son. The prodigal son, he left his father's house so he could end up with the pigs out there, eat like the pigs. He was living with the pigs. He was eating the food of the pigs. That's what happens when you mess with the devil. You will be out here eating with pigs. You can even be in a fancy house. You can wear luxury clothes and you will have the diet of a pig. You will have the mindset of a pig, the attitudes of a pig. A lot of famous Black people, especially these rappers, many have money, but they live like pigs. Because if you don't have God, you will live like a pig. Anyone who doesn't live with God, you don't have a choice but to live with the devil. And you will be a slave to the devil. And therefore, your diet is going to be the diet of a pig. Your reflection, the way you think, you're going to reason like a pig. Okay? Even though some people say pigs are smart, but you get my point, right? Okay? That's what you have to do. But you cannot, we cannot continue to live and not trying to bring back God to where he was. We can't do stuff like that. Got to bring God. God got to come back and be the center of everything. For most Black people, God has to come back and be the center of everything. And I think once people go back to God, a lot of bad behavior is going to change. There's going to be less arguments, going to be less killing, there's going to be more money being saved, right? But if you depart from God, nothing good is going to happen. Nothing good. Hold on, let me go back to my video here. Let me go back to this one.
All the courts ruled against him, but it was Black people, without Black people working against him. After all he did for them, he would have remained a very powerful congressman. But he died a broken man on the island of Birmingham. But not just him, there's Father Divine. Father Divine, who owned the...
let me also say this. A lot of us too, let me say this, because I think a lot of Black content creators who are now engaging in the commerce of Black people this, Black people that content, I think a lot of these people are brokenhearted. I think many of them have been hurt growing up by Black people. I think they've had some very unpleasant experiences, maybe even been bullied by some Black people. And so they haven't really forgiven. Okay. So therefore, they make this content to kind of feel good about the Black bullies they've had. You know what I mean? I've had Black bullies. Okay. But you all, like I said, not saying it's okay to bully people, but you got to get to a point also where you recognize that. I'm not saying it's okay to bully people, but you got to get to a point where sometimes even your bully or whoever bullied you when you were young and Black, and they were probably also Black, right? You got to realize that some people, they were not doing well. You know, like one of my bullies, I went to her apartment one time. I was like, yeah, her mom was crazy. I was like, yeah, she didn't have the best household ever, you know? And she was light skinned, her mom was dark skinned. So who knows what that was like? Who knows, right? But I'm just saying, like, you get to a place where you also have to have empathy for your bully. Yes, I said that. Once again, Black culture, real Black culture, forgiveness. Because real Black culture is a godly culture. And as a Christian, you are called to forgive people who've hurt you. You don't go tit for tat. You don't try to bully them back. Oh, well, let me tell you about these Black people. You're Black as well. I'm just saying, right? There's another sister. She does that a lot. Like, her content is all about Black women this. It's like Black women that. Because, you know, on TikTok, they're very mean to her. And so I feel like she's internalized this. She has internalized hatred. She's very mad. Okay, she has internalized hatred towards Black women because on TikTok, the girls really do come for her, right? But I'm like, listen, when you're Black, also you have to know sometimes Black people, when they really love you, they mess with your ass. Okay, I'm not gonna say you shouldn't be that sensitive, but what I will say is you should internalize it, right? It's family. Like sometimes family will say some crazy shit. Now, it's not right to say it, but I'm just saying, like, do not internalize it, right? Because sometimes there are some people out here, like, I see the content, and it's like, it low-key feels like you are rejoicing in their failure. Well, since y'all said this about me, well, let me tell you about your ass then. The pettiness, it got to stop, okay? It's a bit excessive. Let me see. I can find her content. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. She's here somewhere. But it's like her channel really feels like nah, boo boo. Like that's really what her channel feels like. And I'm like, you can't keep doing this. Okay. Here she is. I got her. Here she is. This girl right here, this lady right here, right? Her entire channel is Black women this, Black women that, you know? And I'm like, this is a bit excessive. Okay, it's a bit excessive. So this one says ghetto ratchet moms in booty shorts. Single, average, miserable Black women. Black women are so desperate and thirsty for attention. Coffee dates are cheap and low effort, so woman turns it down. Married mom of 9 hates Black single moms. Women only listen to gay men. Black women are raised to be aggressive and masculine. Okay? Miserable, bitter bullies of the sisterhood. Scammers, scam, 260, greedy, gullible Black people. Educated Black woman says she had 4 abortions. What else? Black women fall for anything that feeds their delusion. Selfish and lazy married woman cries. Kendra G loves embarrassing and laughing and making a fool. The bullies of the sisterhood insult and attack. Black women were lied to, scam. Miserable sisterhood laughs. Okay, women refused to be parents, then curse out teachers. Okay, Black women who fight over wigs. Yeah, I'm like, okay, you get the gist, right? But her channel, seriously, and she says she's an educator, but her channel really gives like, she's really bitter. She's mad. She's really mad. She's really bitter. Let me say this, because people gotta say this, right? You know, listen. In this life, if you decide to be a person who wants to give advice to anybody, that's not just Black people, it's not just Black women, anybody, and I'm sure herself included, people are not really receptive to unsolicited advice. Like, girl, let me tell you what you need to do. People don't like that shit. Okay. Now, you might say, I feel like I have a calling. No problem. Just because you heard your calling does not mean that the other people heard your calling. Only you heard your calling. Now, since we're Black, let me just say Black women, right? if you're a Black woman and you feel like, okay, I feel like Black women are struggling with this, they're struggling with that, so I want to help them out, and I feel like I have a calling to help out Black women. Okay, you heard your calling. Black women have not heard your calling. Okay, that's number one. Black women, non-Black women, doesn't matter. People usually are not receptive to unsolicited advice. So if you decide to do this, you really have to ask yourself, am I doing this because it's a real ministry for me? Because if it's a real ministry for you, like if God really put it on your heart to minister to Black women, I do believe God is going to give you the patience, the love, the kindness, and also the mercy and the grace to deal with Black women, because he knows where he's sending you, right? Y'all hear me? Y'all still here, right? God knows where he's sending you. So if these women are truly your ministry, he's going to put that in you, right? If you want to help Black women because you think you're better than, then yes, it's going to go left, because you're doing this out of ego. You know, like people don't understand this. Leadership, coaching, whatever. It's never to say, well, you're broke. I'm like, you're broken. I'm whole. So just listen to what I tell you and I'm going to fix you up. That's not how it works. Okay. Anybody who wants to help other people, it has nothing to do with you. It's because you want what's best for them. So you're going to have to be patient, right? But if you are doing it because you have all the answers, you have all the answers. When you make a video, you want these Black girls to run behind you like, yeah, girl, you're so right. No, starting tomorrow, I'm going to change my life. It doesn't work that way. Even for Jesus, it didn't work that way. You see, Jesus himself, he went to help the people. They wanted him dead, right? So if the people did this to Jesus, what do you think they're going to do to you? Right? But the thing is, because Jesus, he felt like that was his real calling, that was his ministry, he's a Messiah, he forgave the people. And I feel like this is how we're going to be able to separate the real ones from the fake. Like the real woman, the real Black women that have true love and a real ministry for ministering to Black women. Even if a Black woman hurts you, yes, you're a human being. Nobody wants to be insulted. Nobody wants to be degraded. Nobody wants to be bullied. Nobody wants to have their TikTok reported for community violation guidelines. Like, it's fucking annoying, okay? But you understand. Me, I've learned that with Black women. They get really mad. They get really upset. They unfollow, but they always come back because they know you're not lying. They were just not ready to hear it, right? You got to have love for people, right? Even Jesus, he had lots of love. And he knew they were going to do what they're going to do. And mentally, he prepared himself for that. And so when it happened, he forgave everybody. I even believe that if Judas had not killed himself, he also would have forgave Judas. Like, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal, but it's not a big deal because it had to happen, right? You have to understand. If you have sisters, you have Black women for the past 20 years, 30 years, they've been told this is the right way of doing things. This is the right way of behaving. This is the right way of talking to a man. You think because you made one TikTok, they're going to change overnight. You think it's that easy, right? You think because you made 5 YouTube videos. Oh, yes, you're so right. You're so right. Girl, please. Okay. Changing these kinds of attitudes, changing these mindsets, it's going to be a lifetime kind of work. Doesn't happen overnight. Okay, and many of them will test you because it is nobody wants to hear that the way you live is not okay. People don't hear that shit. Okay, nobody wants to hear, like when I say Black men are the prize, you know that triggers people, right? They're trying to hear that shit. People don't want to hear that shit because everything in the culture, mainstream culture, the media, celebrities, politics, everything is saying men are dangerous, men are evil, patriarchy is evil. It's not something they've heard once. It's not something they've heard twice. No, they've been hearing the same messaging for the past 20, 40, 50, 60 years. So it's not going to change like that. And you have to understand that, right? So yes, initially it's upsetting. But if it's really your ministry, even you're going to also have empathy. Like, you know what? I get it. If I heard something for 30, 40, 50, 60 years, I'm not going to just see a random woman on social media and be, oh, yeah, she's right. And you know what? Everything I know is wrong. So starting tomorrow, I'm going to change my whole, I'm going to change everything about me. It doesn't work like that. Okay? Human beings are very slow to change. Human beings are really slow to admit that they need to change. They fight it. They fight it really bad because everybody has a certain amount of pride. Everybody has a certain amount of pride. Everybody has a certain amount of ego, right? So people are not just going to let you change them. Like, why do you want to change me? And what I've also come to realize is that in this life, some of your greatest friends are people that you'll have the worst kind of argument with. Like, y'all just going to have to fight real, real bad. But those kinds of fights, though, usually inspire people to respect and love each other because it's real. Because I fought you, you fought back. Well, there you go. Right. And then people are more likely, but you know what? I tested her against the, like, I mean, yeah, she's solid. Right. And then because of that, they're more likely to respect you. Right. But most people who've had any movement to change mindsets, to change culture, change attitudes, they were fought. People fought. Like, I don't want to, oh, really? Right. Like they fought. People were against it. Like, why do you want me to change? Why are you telling me something is wrong with me? You know what I'm saying? And you have to understand, a lot of ladies, if they come from a matriarchy that's always said men are bad, don't need no man, do it by yourself, wumpy wump, even if she knows it's not easy, even if she has seen that, you know, these ladies were kind of struggling, that's how she was raised. And now you're saying to her, no, you need a husband. You got to submit to a man. It's hard because she doesn't even know where to start. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? Why would I do that? Right. And many times it's like, too, it's not even like changing the attitude that's the problem. Many times it's selling people on the benefits of changing their mindset. And even now, where we are right now, 2025, we are truly at an impasse where we are fighting for, is Black culture going, are we going to change Black culture, or is Black culture going to stay on course? And like I said, most cultural shifts are violent because people don't want to change. It's not just a Black people thing. Right? People do not want to change. Right? And it's a lot harder for a lot of ladies to admit that I need help, because then what does that say? Right? It's a lot. It's really hard. You know, a lot of ladies, they have invested so much into building this brand, this image of, I don't need a man, I'm independent, I do it all by myself. They've invested decades into that shit. They put so much money into this I don't need a man bullshit. Right? So let's say somebody put in a good $200,000 in like maybe 20 years in being this person. And if you show up and say, you know what? You wasted your money. You wasted your time because it's not going to work for you. She's going to be mad. And sometimes she's not mad at your ass, even though she might cuss you out. Right. But she's more so mad at the fact that you're actually right. She knows you're right, but she's not ready to admit it. Right. But this lady here, this is the here. I feel like she has internalized a lot of the pushback that she gets from Black women. She really has internalized that. Instead of just laughing like, yo, you crazy. You're going to see I'm right. You'll see me, I just laugh. Like, sometimes I'll say things, I know y'all are mad. When y'all get really quiet, I know you're mad as hell. But I'm like, I know, I just have to say it. But usually I try to laugh and like make a joke as I say it. So it's not too crazy, right? But I know it never fails. Y'all get mad. But when you're by yourself, when I'm not there, you and the Holy Spirit, y'all gonna tussle that shit out. You're like, you know what? For as much as I hate to admit it, Marlene was right. It's okay. It never fails. But I've come to realize, look, you can't brute force people into change. And if you think making videos after videos after videos of how they're failing, how they're by themselves, how nobody wants them, if you think that's how they're gonna come to you, you're crazy. Nobody responds well to this kind of stuff. That's why I say, you gotta ask yourself, is this your ministry? Or are you doing this out of pride? Because if you're doing this out of love, you have to understand, right? People you love, they're not always going to be on their best behavior. But you have to understand also, it's an internal turmoil because it's not easy. Even for me too, I had to grow up a lot. You know what I mean? It's not easy to say, oh, wow, like, dang, I messed up. Dang, I need to change. Oh my gosh, I was wrong. Wumpy womp womp. It takes a lot of humility. And even me, God is still working on me, right? But you just can't sit here and internalize anytime you have some kind of kerfuffle with a Black person. You just can't. There's no need for that. You know, do the right thing. Be loving. Sometimes I'm not saying don't say things that need to be said, but if you can, say it in a joke, you know what I mean, and run for your life, right? But eventually they're going to see that you were right. They're going to see it. And the best kind of conviction is the one that, to me, or encouragement, is the subtle nudge, like, you might want to think about that. Just leave it where it's at, right? But when they themselves realize, like, you know what, it's not about control. It's not about telling me there's something wrong with me. No, the way I'm looking at this problem, I'm not looking at this problem the right way. And if I don't change my mindset, if I don't change my paradigm, I'm not going to get the result that I want. You know, a lot of Black women want love. Unfortunately, the blueprint that they were given to get to love is horrible. It's a bad, bad blueprint. It's bad for business. You know, just like I say, when I say like, oh, relationships, like you really got to think of relationships in terms of customer service. You know, a lot of people never thought about it this way, right? But it really is customer service, right? You don't have to be the most beautiful, have the biggest booty. It doesn't matter, okay? But you have to know how to give great customer service. But if any woman in a relationship that knows how to give great customer service, she's going to have too many people to choose from, because she's doing something that most people are not doing. But today, where we are today, a lot of Black women, unfortunately, they have a bad blueprint for relationships. It doesn't work. It's good for hookups. It's good for getting pregnant, but it's not good for marriage. It doesn't lead to marriage. It doesn't lead to that because it's a bad blueprint, right? That's why I say people need to go back to being traditional, right? So I'm like, gotta work on that. Even George, the Black perspective, I feel like George also, most likely he was bullied. I think a lot of people who were bullied by other Black people, they never got over that. Never got over that. And they kind of feel like, oh, white people have been nicer to me. Yeah, because you're not from their community. There are white bullies also. Okay, so maybe if you were white, you've been bullied, but you're not white. So sometimes it's very easy to say, well, I've been bullied by Blacks and then the whites were really nice to me, because they don't see your ass all the time, right? But I'm sure if you were white and you were all the time amongst white people, maybe you also would have gotten bullied, because they also have a culture of bullying. A lot of white corporations have an anti-bullying campaign every year because white people bully other people as well, right? You got to get older. You got to forgive. And you have to say to yourself, well, maybe the bully was also going through something. But just because you've been bullied by one or few Black people, it doesn't mean that you have to take all of your love away from Black people and now sit on YouTube and make content for a predominantly white audience that wants to hear the most nasty, awful, godforsaken things about Black people. You don't have to do that, because now you're also being a bully. You're also being a bully, right? We have to learn to forgive. You know, even me, everybody, we've all experienced very, very unkind things at the hands of other Black people, right? But most Black people also struggle with self-esteem. They struggle with self-love. So when you don't love yourself, it's very easy to hurt people that look like you, right? And we have to understand, not saying it's okay, but it makes it more understandable, right? You understand? So you got to have more maturity, huh? Not saying it's okay, but you can say, you know what, this person bullied me. It wasn't fun. It wasn't pleasant. It made, you know, because every Black person also is not aggressive, you know, so it was not good. However, if you sit on YouTube and all you do is make disparaging content about Black people, and then you end up building for yourself a predominantly white audience that only wants to hear negative things about Black people, you're also becoming a bully. You're also being a bully. And when you have these white people consuming your content, you're not showing both sides. You're just beating down on Black people, right? So how does that make you better? We have to be better than the people who hurt us. White people love to see us do all this Black on Black crime foolishness. We have to stop. Somebody has to be mature enough to say, you know what, for as much as I can't stand your ass, right, I will never do X and Y and Z to a Black person in the presence of, how's your face?
Good. See better.
Let me see. Yeah. How was school today? Was good?
Yeah.
Okay. Right? I will never do X, Y, and Z to another Black person in front of white people. And that's why I try my very best. But every time I have Black topics, I always say this is also because white people played a part in this, because they absolutely did. Okay? You cannot just make content and everything is just Black people's fault. No, it doesn't work like that. Like I said, I really do hope that a lot of black people, black Christian people will wake up, because the righteous, the saints have to wake up, truly wake up and regain control of this community so people can be saved, because it's a little too much. But we do not want to sit here and see crime bill 2.0, right? Because we didn't stand up, we didn't pray, we didn't ask God and the angels, right, to look after these kids and to minister to these children, because there has to be somebody that can get through these kids and calm their asses down. There has to be someone. I don't know who that person is, but we need to knock on as many doors. And it's not police to some extent, but it's not the police. It's not the feds. It's not the federal government. It's none of that. What's going to save the black community are black people. What's going to save black children are black parents. A child does not need to come out your body for you to be paternal or maternal towards that child. Black people have to save black people. Because when we deal with black people, deal with other black people, for the most part, they're going to be humane. They're going to see themselves in these black people, and they're going to handle these people as human beings who are just going through some kind of depression. And you got to stop, right? But we cannot let these white people deal with black children. They're going to lock them up. They're going to put everybody in prison. It doesn't work. Incarcerating people doesn't work. It is a short fix. Long term, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay? That's it. Let me go back to my video. Hold on.
Building that I now sit in, the building I now sleep in, the building I now use to feed the children in the breakfast program, the building now that we use to house our kindergarten through high school, the building where we hold our worship and religious services, the building where we hold our homeless shelter, the building where I do the Manning Report and the Trust in the Lord Hour. Father Divine purchased this building at the turn of last century, a century ago, and kept it for quite some time. But he also, a group of black people, in seeing his progress, was able to take him to court. And the biased courts saw his entrepreneurial spirit and power, and the courts were able to use the black people. And I'm not sure whether or not it was Japheth or Jewish people that was behind the court's bias against Father Divine. Finally, they ran him out of New York City, where he finally ended up someplace out in Pennsylvania. And I'm going to go out to Pennsylvania. At some point in time, I plan to buy that mansion he has in Pennsylvania. I don't know if we have it on our roster of things that we have, but I'm going out there. As soon as I get rid of this foreclosure business, fighting this foreclosure, I'm going to make an attempt to buy that mansion of Father Divine. But he slept in this building, preached in this building, fed people for years in the very same building I'm now in. Finally, Malcolm X. Malcolm X, the Nation of Islam, Black Muslim. Malcolm is sort of a little bit of a reversal of what I'm doing. Malcolm was, during the time he was with Elijah Muhammad in the Nation of Islam, and he had become the spokesman for the Nation of Islam, he was doing a credible job. Now, I don't agree with the Islamic idea. I don't agree with the racism. I don't agree with the black supremacy that the white man was created in a test tube by some fellow named Yaqub, which was the basic dynamics of the theory of the Nation of Islam. I don't believe that, and for not for 1 second. But Malcolm did for quite some time. And Malcolm was killed by 4 black people, black men, walked into the Audubon ballroom one day when Malcolm was up there to speak. His daughters were on the front row. His wife as well, all dressed and nicely dressed, waiting for Daddy to come out and speak. And they opened up with shotguns and automatic weapons and took him down in a bloody carnage there here in Harlem at the Audubon ballroom. Now, I've talked about 4 leaders: Malcolm, Adam, Father Divine, and Marcus Garvey. And each one of these were taken down because black people have a flaw.
Yeah, let me say this too. I need to say this too, right? You know, I'm gonna say this, which is what, because a lot of people like this stuff, and it's true, you guys. It really is true, right? It sounds like every time any black person wants to do something good, it's another black person or a group of black people gonna come over here and do foolishness. I can't even sit here and lie. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't even do that. I'm not gonna litigate any of that. But what I do want to say is that I do believe, even though it's easier said than done, forgiveness, saying it, the word, speaking it is very easy. Doing it, it's a lot harder, child. It's a lot harder. Anybody can talk about forgiveness now. Anybody can talk about forgiveness. Anybody can talk about preaching. You can preach forgiveness. You can talk about forgiveness, right? But doing it is hard. And it's also doing it over and over and over. It gets harder and harder. Remember the passage where Peter asked Jesus, how many times should we forgive? And Jesus said 7 times 77. But that's easier said than done. Okay, plus he's the Messiah. So, maybe it's easier for him because you don't have a real daddy. Like his daddy's gone. You don't have real DNA like the rest of us. But when you have real human DNA, like your mom's human, your dad's human, right? Forgiveness and forgiving over and over and forgiving the same people over and over, it's easier said than done. However, I do believe that part of our assignment in this life cycle is to learn forgiveness. I think one of the biggest lessons in this life cycle is accepting that the people who are going to hurt you are usually people that you love the most. Okay? Nobody will hurt you like people that you love the most. I can't even see him lie, you guys. And it's like it is what it is, right? It's usually people that you love the most that are going to hurt you the worst. Like it's not a random person. It's not a random person who sold Jesus out. It was Judas. Like he was right there. That was the homie. Like for 3 years, and he did it anyways. Right? Out of 12 apostles, 10 of them turned their backs on him. He only had 2 people left. Damn. Okay. So we all need to accept that. At first, it's really hard. Right? At first, it's really hard. But I will say this: you have to get to a point in life where people are going to fail you, and not even be bitter about it. Do not be bitter. And that's also easier said than done. Trust me, I've had a few chances to practice that skill, because it really is a skill that you have. You have to work. It's like a muscle. Like forgiveness is a muscle. Living a life where you not to say like, oh, people ain't shit, but kind of people ain't shit. But in the way is that not that I expect people to hurt me or disappoint me, but because they're human, they're more likely to do it. And if they do it, it might be intentional. And sometimes it's not intentional. Either way, right? I can't let that, to some extent, define me. And I even feel like this is why today a lot of young people too struggle with relationships, or they struggle with marriage, because it's like, what if somebody does me wrong? Well, it most likely will happen, right? People are flawed. There's no perfect person. Like I said, usually the worst kind of pain will come from people that you love the most. And I'm gonna go back to the kids. And I feel like this is why a lot of our Black children, they struggle, because people who are meant to love you, protect you, be there for you, fight for you, are usually the most unreliable people. Your dad might be extremely unreliable. Now he's in prison, wherever he is, right? Your mama also might be unreliable. So they struggle with that because they're still very young, right? You get to an age where you realize like these are the main lessons in life. That people who gonna hurt you the most are usually people that you know. They're not strangers. Okay? People who gonna root for your downfall are usually people that look like you. Right? And sometimes it's not even that people are rooting for your downfall because they have an actual problem with your ass. It's not about you. Sometimes it's about them. The way you're motivated, or the way you're ambitious, or the things that you do, it triggers them. There's some deficiency in them, they get triggered. It has nothing to do with you. But because you're the only one that they know, they're going to put that on your ass, right? Makes sense? Like if you're around a lot of people they gave up, they're depressed, they stopped dreaming, and you're still a dreamer, they're triggered. Like, man, shut up. Be depressed like the rest of us. And because you don't want to shut up about your dreams, they're going to kill your ass. But it's not so much about you, it's that they don't want to be reminded, because it triggers them, right? Just like when you have people who are overweight, right? The more you start talking about weight loss or skinny people, they get triggered. It's not because they don't like you, it's that they've tried to lose weight many times. They haven't been successful. So now they've made peace. Like, you know what? Maybe I'm just going to be fat. Maybe I'm just going to die fat. They don't want to hear that because they've had hope many a times, and many a times they were not successful. So when you come with your skinny ass, say, oh, it was so easy to lose weight. It was they want to kill your ass because they don't want to hear it, right? There are many people who they've given up. They've just given up. They've given up. They have a bad attitude. They're bitter. They're frustrated. So when you come in here, because you see most of the Black people he mentioned are Black people who refuse to be oppressed. They didn't see themselves as victims, right? They saw themselves as like, I can have a house, I can have a movement, I can make money, right? They're refusing to be the oppressed. They don't want to be like, oh, I'm oppressed. Like, no, I'm an American. Like, what the fuck? Right? But when you have a bunch of Black people who have agreed to give up because they're depressed, they get triggered. Even Moses, when Moses went back to his brothers to say, okay, we're going to get out of here. Oh, shut up. They don't want to hear that shit because they had made peace with slavery. It's not that it's comfortable, but they got used to it, you know? And so we also have even Malcolm X. I love Malcolm X, but I can also see how he would have triggered those people. Oh, so you think we can do this? Like they got triggered because they didn't see it that way. I'm gonna give you a personal example too. Years ago, right? I think I wanted a camera, so I did a GoFundMe. Actually, I think Jackie did one first. I remember that Jackie did one first. Jackie did a GoFundMe because I think she wanted a camera or something. No, she wanted to pay her tuition at her cosmetology school. And I goes to show you, right? Even I was like, what the heck? She's in the military. Why is she doing a GoFundMe to pay? I think she went to Vidal Sassoon, right? She went to Vidal Sassoon for hair. And so she couldn't pay the balance. And I was really confused. Like, don't you have a GI Bill? So why are you doing a GoFundMe if you have a GI Bill? But you see, unlike other people who were talking shit about her, I just wanted to ask her directly. Maybe that's how we started talking. I don't know. But I just wanted to ask her. I'm like, well, why are you doing GoFundMe if you have a GI Bill? And then she explained to me what it was, like how much she had, how much she didn't have. I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. I think I gave some money, right? And so I was like, okay, I guess I'll do one too. So I wanted a camera. But back in those days, if you were a content creator and you asked for money, the way people cussed your ass out, you guys. If you dare ask for money, ooh, baby, you get cussed out, called all kinds of scammer. You're lazy. How dare you? What we look like? One. Because people felt like you're going to get something I'm not going to get. So Jackie also gave me money too. I was like, well, I guess so. I guess you're trying to be shady like a girl. You try to talk about me and now here you are. You know, there's a sound right now that's going on TikTok that says first they question you and then you're the blueprint, right? But once upon a time, you guys, saying that having a GoFundMe as a YouTuber, you're going to get cussed out. The girls who go to Lipstick Alley and talk about you like a dog, okay? Talk so badly about you. Remember one day I sat on the computer and I was responding to so many comments. Like, I don't care. I'm still going to make the money. You're going to go to work. But it just felt like it was unfair because you mean to tell me all she has to do is ask for money, because people felt like, hey, if you want a camera, you should work for that. I'm like, no, I'm going to ask. Okay. And if somebody wants to give, they're going to give. Okay. Right. What's her name also with the green eyes? Tati. Oh my gosh. She does makeup. Y'all, she's light skinned like that. Her eyes are green. Anyways. At that time, there was a season where she started working with Nicki Minaj, right? Because she had done so many makeup tutorials for free on YouTube, right? And then she got hired by Nicki. So she came back to YouTube and she's like, okay, she's going to put her videos on a paid wall. Beat Face Honey, there you go. Beat Face Honey, Tati, right? She said that she was going to put her makeup tutorials behind a paid wall. Y'all, she was only charging $1. Okay? But the girls did the math because she had like 40, 50,000 subs. So I'm sure they were thinking, okay, if everybody pays $1, she's going to make 50,000 or 100,000. Y'all, they cussed that lady out. People started cussing her out. People started unsubscribing. I mean, it was bad, y'all. It was bad. It was really, really bad. How dare she ask for money? How dare you ask for $1? Right? You fast forward now, memberships are normal on YouTube. Super chats are normal on YouTube. GoFundMe's are normal. Selling merch is normal. You see? You see it? So when you're the first to say a thing and it seems like you have more confidence, it seems like you're a know-it-all, a Patreon is perfectly normal. Nobody's gonna cut you out. But I'm telling you, back in the day, if you had told people, I'm gonna put my content behind a paywall, blah, fuck you, bitch, I'm unsubscribing. Okay? But today it's perfectly normal to say, oh, subscribe to my Patreon. Nobody gets mad. Today, people will send you cash app. It's normal now. But you guys, there was a season on YouTube. If you dare to ask anybody for money, see what happens. They're going to unsubscribe. They're going to cuss you out. They'll take your name to Lipstick Alley, talk about you like a dog. Yo, this thing was bad. What the fuck? But today it's so normal, right? So sometimes, like I said, the issue is not you. Like, people don't even hate you, the person. They just hate your confidence. And they don't know if they can do it also. I remember 2 years ago, Dolapo was one of the first girls to really be black girl luxury, like the Louboutins, the YSL. Like, Dolapo was one of the first black girls to be able to afford that kind of stuff and to do unboxing, because Dolapo, I don't know if she's still saying, but most likely she is Gemini, right? But Dolapo, she used to be really into these white girl bloggers. So, and they're, because at that time, for the white girls, like, luxury was not a big deal. For black girls, it was, because for most black girls, you have to do you have to do Forever 21, H&M, because even Zara was pushing it, right? But the clothes had to be really affordable, because if your stuff was not affordable, the black girls would get upset, like, oh, you think you are, right? So I remember her first unboxing was a YSL. It was some YSL shoes. Oh my God. Oh, I would never spend that kind of money. Ooh, I will never spend that kind of money. Oh, that's a waste of money. I could just take that kind of money and buy me 3 pairs of shoes. One thing, one. I'm never going to say a name, but there's one YouTuber in particular, right? Talking all kinds of shit. Then she did another one. She unboxed her Louboutins Pigalle. Oh, the vitriol. Oh, hell no. That's too much money. Right? But the girls were only saying that because they couldn't afford those kinds of shoes. Then one day, one of the loudest voices got herself, I think it was like a Gucci wallet or something. Oh, she did a whole unboxing. And then you would see that it's not that they didn't like the shoes. They loved the shoes. They were just mad because they couldn't afford it at that time, because YouTube was not paying. Like, if you did YouTube, you were doing it for fun. There was no money out here. There was no money. There was no monetization. So where is this girl getting this kind of money? I think one time she showed her closet. Dolapo has beautiful shoes, but she likes that kind of shit. But what people don't know about her also, like, she knows how to find deals. I don't know how she does that stuff, but she's really good at that shit. Like, she's really, really good. She can find a pair of shoes that costs $3,000. She'll find it for $400. I don't know how she does it, right? But she's a smart shopper, and then she knows how to get like the cashbacks business stuff. Right, but she just loves these nice shoes. Like, she grew up watching Sex and the City. She lives in Brooklyn. Like, she's that New Yorker kind of girl. She likes that shit, right? But it used to trigger a lot of people because they couldn't afford it. It's not that they didn't like her. They don't know her to not like her. But it made them feel inadequate, right? Me also, when I started my YouTube channel, I used to have a wall. Like, my wall was full of NARS makeup and stuff like that, right? Because I had lots of NARS. I still do. But that used to trigger people too, because back then on YouTube, like black girl makeup on YouTube, if you were not doing drugstore makeup, the girls were not watching your content. But I never liked drugstore makeup, because it always looked very suspicious to me. I'm like, is this safe? And I always had this fear of having acne. Because when I was like 16, 17, I had really bad acne, and my mom had to give me like Bobbi Brown stuff. It was very expensive, Clinique, Bobbi Brown, to get my acne to go away. So drugstore makeup, especially at Walmart, it always felt like when people returned the makeup, they didn't throw it away. They put it back on the shelf. So I never trusted drugstore makeup. But I enjoy NARS. Like, I love NARS. To this day, I love NARS. Okay? I love NARS. I love Lancome. I love expensive shit. I've always loved expensive makeup. Tom Ford, Guerlain, but my makeup tutorials and the kind of stuff I was using, like, people didn't really like that because it was expensive. But today it's perfectly normal. Oh, black girl luxury, this and that. Because now more people, because they can monetize their channels, more people can now afford these things. But before they could not, right? And so what we realize is when the vast majority of people can't do something, they resent your ass for doing it because they feel like you have a privilege and they don't. And that triggers people, right? The only thing is that sometimes we want to just summarize it as being black. It's not about being black. Even white people are haters, right? White people also, they love to boost an influencer, but then when you get too big, they always want to humble you by doing all these scandals and stuff like that. They're the same way. They're the same way. White people bring white people down all the time. White people are always doing cancel culture on other white people all the time because it's human nature, right? Human nature. People don't want to feel like they're being left behind. And it's even worse with women because for as much as these women purport to be gangsters, I don't care. Women are extremely sensitive. Women are really big on community, which is why it can get toxic, right? They're really big. Most girls want to fit in, okay? Most girls don't want to be left behind. And that's why usually when you start talking about losing weight, being skinny, they get triggered because they feel like they're about to be left behind. You know, that's also why most girls give bad advice to other girls because they don't want you to move on. You know, like it has nothing to do with complexion. But sometimes when we talk in a lazy analysis way, oh, look at black people again. Child, do you know how white people do cancel culture? They're crazy. We've seen it. Jaclyn Hill, they boost you up just to bring you down. Even that girl, Kylie Perkins, they boosted that girl up just to bring her back down. And they have joy. White girls can be so mean. White girls can be so mean to other white girls, right? I see it all the time. But the main thing is, it comes down to people do not want to be left behind. If they're not able to enjoy a certain privilege, they don't want you to enjoy it. At least don't do it in their faces. But the moment they can get the same thing as you, they don't mind if you can talk about it. Just like relationships, right? If most women are not in a relationship, do not talk about your relationship because they'll get triggered. Because even though it's not that they are not happy for you, but when you talk about your relationship, you remind them of like the one thing they don't have, and that triggers them. But you see, as soon as they have a relationship, they don't care. Go ahead, talk about relationship because now she has it, right? It's human nature, and you have to understand human nature without being hurt, broken. I mean, it's for Malcolm X, it's sad, huh? But I'm still saying, like, you have to see how those people were triggered. Who does he think he is? He's very confident, speaks his mind, right? He doesn't need anybody, not afraid of anybody. So what are we going to do? Because these people from now, they're not at a place where they themselves can have that kind of energy, even though it's free. Confidence is free. But even though confidence is free, some people still choose to be insecure. Even having great taste. I think Malcolm X was a fashion icon. Plus, he's really tall, right? He was really tall with the Ray-Bans and stuff. Like, he really is a fashion icon. Nobody is stopping these people from having taste. They don't want to have taste. They know, oh, it looks good. He's well put together. But instead of saying, Brother Malcolm, can you show me how to dress? No, they're going to be mad because they don't believe you're going to help them out. You know, a lot of people have, and I think also, I don't know, since you're black, but let's say black people. But I think sometimes too, if you're a black person and you look good, you smell good, you're well put together, a lot of black people assume that you must be mean. A lot of black people assume you're never going to help them. They assume the worst, you know, because they're insecure. They don't even say, you know what, maybe she might turn me down, but I never know. Let me talk to her. She might be nice. That's the same thing I said here. Like, people get mad, but they never come to me and say, Marlene, I'm upset. Because they assume the worst. That's what people do. People assume the worst. Well, if I talk to her, she's not going to listen. No, I respond to my messages. I really do. Right? You see? But that's human psychology. So I will say this. If you want to deal with black people, you have to learn. You have to understand black people. The good, the bad, their strength and their weaknesses. Don't internalize stuff. Right? And it's like everybody else in this life, everybody's going through a journey. And there are certain things that black people struggle with. And sometimes because they struggle with certain things, they might be very, very unpleasant. It makes them very, very unpleasant. Sometimes you go, okay, that's a little too much. Okay, take a break. You don't always have to deal with them, right? Take a break. But ultimately, if you are a Christian, pray for them. Pray for them and forgive them, because it's not easy. Being a human being is not easy, right? And also, feelings of inadequacy can make people act crazy sometimes because people feel like they're not good enough. A lot of Black people talk really loud, but deep down inside, they don't feel like they're good enough. So they act crazy, right? You got to understand that. Like, you really, really have to learn to have love for people. You really do, right? Because they're also learning to love themselves. And in the process of, and I feel like that's another thing, is that a lot of people expect the process of self-love to be pretty. Sometimes it's very ugly, right? Sometimes in the process of you learning yourself, you attack people, you're mean to people, you fight people, because you're fighting internally. And because you are mentally unstable, you are unstable with other people because you're learning to love yourself. It's not a pretty process. It really is not. So unfortunately for Malcolm X, I'm not saying it's okay for him to get killed, but the people he tried to help, many of them did not love themselves. Many of them, hey, Nani, many of them were struggling internally to love themselves. Even with Black women, sometimes, yes, you have to be tough for Black women, but there are times also, take the gas off, like take your foot off the gas, let them breathe, because they're learning to love themselves, because a lot of things they've been told a fucking lie, none but a lie. You understand? So that's why when I do my videos, I try to make them, like, every video is kind of different, because I don't want to do like pressure. It's excessive. Everybody needs to breathe. Everybody needs to breathe. Every video cannot be, you did this, you did that, you did this, right? It's excessive. It's just too fucking much. So today we might talk about relationships. Tomorrow we might talk politics. Then the next day we might talk religion, because people need to breathe. People need to breathe, and I need to breathe. Okay, it's not healthy, right? But I'm like, I'm 40. That's what I've learned now. That yes, it's usually going to be people that look like you that are going to hurt you. And a lot of white people will use that. You see, it's your own people, huh? It's your own people, huh? Yeah, but you white people, you hurt yourselves also. So back up off of me, okay? Sit down somewhere, right? They use that a lot because they want your heart. White people want your heart to be hardened against your own people. And what I'm saying is, you can be upset, but don't let that happen. You cannot allow your heart to be hard against people that look like you. What I'm saying? Because then who do you have? And also, I feel like even if it doesn't happen one day, it doesn't happen by tomorrow, but one day they're going to know you didn't mean no harm, right? What you said, it had to be said. They didn't want to hear it, but your heart was in the right place. They'll know. They know, right? They'll know. But you cannot allow white people to weaponize your heart against your own people, because you should know people that are close to you are most likely the people going to hurt you. But if God placed you in proximity to those people, like me, I'm Black. If God made you Black, God put you around Black people. He knew their flaws. Oh, thinking on you, right? God knew their flaws. He put you there because you can take it, right? God gives you Black brothers and Black sisters. He already knows. He's like, these people, they gonna go crazy, right? But God knows everything's gonna work out. It always works out, right? From Black people to Black people, it always works out. Do not internalize foolishness. Do not allow any white person to weaponize your heart, your minds, your feelings against your own people. The worse your people hurt you, the harder you have to start praying for them, because you're confused, huh? You need God. You need God, and a lot of people need. A lot of Black people need Jesus. Okay, you need God, but the harder your people hurt your feelings, the harder you have to pray for them. The harder they hurt your feelings, the harder you have to pray for them. What do you look like going before God and saying, "Oh God, forgive me of my sin," but you're not forgiving your own people? That makes no sense to me, right? You gotta have love for people. When God wakes up in the morning and He looks at all of us, we're all ratchet anyways, right? So I'm saying I can see how it can give off. It's always Black people fucking other Black people. It is, I ain't gonna lie, right? But you also have to see it's not so much about being Black, right? What happened? It's not so much about being Black, right? But it's really about that When people don't love themselves, they hurt other people, right? When people are not proud of themselves, they hurt other people. Also, when people haven't discovered, Maverick, when people have not discovered what they're passionate about, they're more likely to be resentful of other people who found their passion. And I think Malcolm X, not only did he have the swag, the looks, the confidence, right? But he knew what he was passionate about. And when you don't know what you want to do with your life, it can be, you can get jealous, right? Seeing another brother, another sister that knows what he or she wants to do with her life. Child, he's out there with James, right? Oh, for Lil Nas X, I really hope. I think he might be. It's LA. He might be on drugs. He might be on drugs, right? Don't, and even Nicki, I really, if he's like, they say he was sent to the hospital because he was ODing. But my thing is, if he's really on drugs like that, I even think Nicki, being the big sis, even though she was upset at him because he was out here trolling her, but baby, he's a child, he's stupid, want to be famous. I really hope Nicki reaches out to him and make sure he's okay because he loves her. He looks up to her. A lot of these kids, they look up to Nicki. Now, people get in their ears, oh, go attack the queen, you'll make it. And because they're dumb, they do it, but it never works. Okay? But I'm like, Nicki should even reach out to him. Because she's way older. These are kids. Don't fight them little people, child. They need help. But so if you yourself are going through that, like you're internalizing stuff like that, right? The Black people who have hurt you, I'm saying forgive those people because I'm sure you hurt somebody too, We've all hurt someone, right? But that's what I've realized is that people do not like to be left behind. If they feel like everybody's leveling up and they're staying behind, they get triggered. And when they get triggered, some pull the trigger, some rely on you, some rely on your reputation, But God is faithful. He gonna keep you from all of this, okay? So that's that. Let's keep going. Hold on.
Black people have a flaw. And the flaw is they want to be white. They really hate Black. And the greater they can get to a great education and a great job around white people or living around white people, the more they desire that. Black people have a self-hatred flaw. They do. They do. Whether it's Cornel West or whether it's, Colin Powell, Republican, Black people, Jay-Z or LeBron James, Black people have a flaw. It's part of the curse. They hate themselves. They want to be white. And the moment they get something that makes them appear partially white, they will sell out. And so that flaw continues to this very, very day. Now, you tell this to Black folk, they deny it. But I think history proves that they have a serious racial self-hatred flaw.
But it's like, given what happened, given history, it's understandable. The thing is being self-aware about it, right? Yeah, the thing is being self-aware. But if you're called the N-word every day, if you're, certain things, white people have done a good job. You know what I mean? Like, white people have done a good job stomping all over Black people's self-esteem. They've done a really good job. Anything bad, they put your name in it, right? Everything evil, they put your name in it, right? They have done a great job. They have done a great job saying bad things to Black people. So they've damaged us. So the self-hate also is understandable. And also, one of the curses that white people have placed over Black people is the curse of scarcity, making us believe that there can only be one Black person to make it at a time. Like, it's not normal to see a bunch of Black people make it. It has to be like trinkets. It's like sprinkles, okay? It's like one Black person every 5 or 10 years. It's artificial scarcity, because they control how many Black people can really level up. So I think that also has affected us. Like, oh, damn, because if he makes it, when is the next time any of us are going to make it? So that causes us to have more hatred. Instead of being happy and celebratory for the Black people who actually make it, we get upset because once again, human nature, people do not want to get left behind. And I think because white people understand psychology very well, they're fully aware that if they manufacture artificial scarcity, artificial promotion of a select few Black people is going to create resentment, so they do it. And that's why I say, I think, to me, I mean, the way I see it, the best way for us to rid ourselves of this curse that white people have put over Black people is by forgiving each other. You know, hey, brother made it. Maybe he deserves it. Maybe he doesn't deserve it, but I wish you the best. But I trust God that even if white people have created a fake ceiling for me, I'm going to make it anyways. Right? But white people have done this to us. They have intentionally allowed for the promotion of a small, very tiny number of Black people to make it, knowing dang well that was going to cause resentment, division. This is what they do. This is what they do. They make people sick. They manufacture like schism and division amongst people by doing their bullshit. Even take this whole welfare bullshit, right? If you tell the Black woman, well, if you want the 600, the man has to leave. Maybe she really needs that $600. So now you're putting her in a tough position because you want her to come off like a traitor. You really do. So now if she takes the money, she loses the man. She takes the man, she loses the money. She never had to be put in that position. But white people do shit like that. They put you between what's called a rock and a hard place. And whatever you pick, you come off like a bad person anyways. This is what they do. So now when you keep doing this, you can see how a lot of Black men, because many people they call themselves Christians, but they don't really believe in God. Instead of saying, I forgive her, I wish you would have picked me. I mean, not the first day, not the first week, but I'm saying eventually, right? You could say, I really wish she would have picked me because I think she made a mistake. However, I forgive her. No, people become bitter. That bitter, like that juice of bitterness is what white people love to see in us. White people love it when we become bitter and we become mean towards one another. And I'm saying the best way for you to not have that vampire juice going through your vein, forgive. Forgive. The more Black people learn to forgive other Black people, white people will not be able to manipulate Black people to go harm other Black people. Forgiveness. I wish you would have picked me, but you did not. I was really hurt. However, I forgive you. If you ever change your mind, I'm here. But instead, we get bitter. Oh, fuck you then. Fuck her, fuck the kids, fuck all y'all. There you go, which is what they want. It's the same thing with Black fatigue. They want Black people to get to a point where Black people say, man, fuck these Black people. I don't care what happens to them. White men lock their asses up. They don't listen anyways. Fuck them all. Fuck them. This is what they want. You're bitter. You're speaking foolishness because you're mad. Right? I'm saying you got to forgive. Because once you forgive, like, yeah, I'm not happy, but I don't trust y'all also because you had the crime bill and you failed. So mass incarceration will never fix the problem. Right? But white people cannot hurt Black people. White people cannot en masse incarcerate Black people if they don't have the support of Black people. And the purpose of the Black fatigue movement is to create enough support for Black incarceration. So that way they can say, hey, it wasn't us, it's the Black people who asked for it. No, I didn't ask for that. I don't want to thank you. Right? So because the best way to combat, the best way to fight white domination, white oppression, white whatever, is for Black people to forgive other Black people. But I think the problem is for a lot of us, forgiveness means I'm saying I'm not holding you accountable. No. Forgiveness is so that you don't allow your mind to be warped so now you are wishing harm on your own people. No. Forgiveness is for you. Right? Because white people are banking on you being bitter against your own people, that you'll say, I don't care what happens, lock their asses up, throw them in prison, even if they're 12, grab their asses up, throw them in prison. You cannot say such a thing. Because once every Black person is in prison, you're not going to be safe. Because one day, white people will sit there and look at your behavior, and they will find something you love to do, and they'll write a law and turn that also into a crime. They turn everything into a crime. They even turn jaywalking into a crime. Right? Divide and conquer. But if you think that you will win because the vast majority of Black people are in prison, and then, oh, then I'm going to be safe. No, they'll sit there, they'll study you. They're even capable of saying, if you take a nap between 3 and 4, it's a crime. They can turn anything you do into a crime. But they cannot lock up, like, I don't know, like crazy numbers of Black people if they do not have if they don't have support from Black people. They need Black people to say it. And I would not even be surprised if behind this whole Black fatigue movement, Charlie Kirk was involved. I wouldn't be surprised. But the best way to not become a weapon in the hands of white people is by forgiving your own people. We can have tough conversations. If things have to be said, let the things be said, but you have to forgive. Especially if you know more. If you know more and you know God more, you know more, so you have to forgive more. Because they're more immature than you. You're more mature. They're immature. So what do you look like being petty? You got to forgive, right? If you spend 20 years in the Word of God and this person only been a Christian for 6 months, you got to be the adult because you know the Bible more. So you got to be more forgiving, right? Got to be more forgiving. You don't have a choice. It's not good behavior. I'm not saying it is, right? But you don't have a choice. Like, you just don't have a choice. You got to forgive.
And they kill all their leaders. They kill, they persecute, they sell out every last one of their leaders. They kill them. That's what they do. That's what they do because they have that curse flaw, that flaw.
I'm gonna also say this: white people have also killed their leaders. I'm just saying, right? Especially French people, but most European nations have beheaded their kings and queens. This is not a Black people. I swear, man. Europeans have killed their kings and queens. Marie Antoinette, they grabbed her and they cut her head. Then they held it like this. Okay? They killed Louis XVI. They have killed a lot of their leaders. They have poisoned a lot of their leaders. You have to study European history. If Black people killed their leaders, not saying it's okay, but they're not the first to do it, and they're not going to be the last to do it. In France, the French people were told that Marie Antoinette say, well, if you can't afford a loaf of bread, go eat brioche. So they were so offended, they went over her head. They grabbed her head, pew, pew, they cut her head, then they held her head like this. Okay? Europeans have also killed their leaders. Joan of Arc, after she helped France because they were getting defeated, she was 16, right? She was about 16 years old. She went to war. She won the war. Then they started calling her a witch, because they feared that a girl, she was going to be too powerful and take over France. So Joan of Arc was burnt alive. White people have also killed their leaders. This is it's not a Black people thing or an African thing. Like, it's just not. A lot of people have killed their leaders. It's not just Black people. It's a lot of them. Child. Hold on. I was like, this is crazy. They even jailed her too. You see, here she is. They jailed her. They jailed her. They burnt her alive. Okay, white people will burn you alive. She was 17. She's a teenager. They burnt her ass. They're very violent, you know. They're very violent. So once again, if Black people have been in the custody of killing ass white people who have killed their leaders, why would they not kill their leaders as well? But white people kill their leaders also. They have killed a lot of their leaders. They have killed a lot of their benefactors. Study Rome. Who killed Julius Caesar? Roman people. Marcus Aurelius, he was also killed. I think Cicero killed him. I don't remember, but they all killed each other. And these are senators. These are educated people who run. They're not ratchet, ghetto-ass people. These are senators. Julius Caesar was murdered. Marcus Aurelius was murdered. White people have killed their people. They have poisoned kings. They have killed them. They have maimed them. They have beheaded them. They've burned them at the stake. They're very violent, you know. I can tell you all this. Very violent. So it's not unique to Black people. But Joan of Arc, oh my gosh, Maverick. Joan of Arc, she really came outside for France. She really did. And instead of thanking her, they started calling her a witch. They locked her up in a dungeon somewhere. They tortured her. And then they decided to set her on fire. And if I'm not mistaken, she was 17 years old when they killed her. That's also European history. So it's not like Black people have this unique pathology of killing leaders. No, it happens. Right? Sometimes when your voice is powerful, when your voice carries, when you have a lot of influence and you're about to change the culture, people get scared. And they think the best way to deal with your ass is by killing your ass. They have no idea what they've done. And that's why even Jesus at the cross, he was like, Father, Father, forgive them, because they don't know what the hell they just did. But people get scared. And when they feel like you want to change my life, you're telling me everything is wrong about me, listen, you need to die. Because how dare you tell me something is wrong with me? We saw the same thing with Elijah. Prophet Elijah, Jezebel tried to kill him and he ran for his life. Right? Herod killed people. They beheaded John the Baptist. People kill people, you know. It's not a Black pathology. Like, people just kill people. If you want to usher in change, whatever, they killed. Even Kepler. Kepler said the earth was not flat or whatever, it was round. They wouldn't kill that man. You know, Europeans used to kill scientists because they didn't believe the stuff they were saying. Oh, you must be a heretic. So Kepler, they killed his ass. A lot of people got killed by white people. Right? So it's like, it's not just a Black people thing. We have just been encouraged by white people to speak like that about each other. Oh, it's always us. It's always us. It's not always us. Okay? White people have killed their leaders. White people have killed their doctors. White people have killed their scientists. White people have killed their astronomers. A lot of people in science were murdered. And they were labeled heretics and they were killed. They had to hide to do science. Okay? So it's not just like a Black people thing per se. Like, gotta stop saying that. It's not fair. It really is not fair. Okay? It's not fair.
Law curse upon them. Which brings me to a little bit more of a personal,
oh my God,
if you will, area, and that is with me. That's with me.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm here in Harlem. I'm in Father Divine's building. I'm 1 block away from Marcus Garvey Park. I'm on Malcolm X Boulevard. All those things are true. The street outside this building is called Malcolm X Boulevard. This building I'm in now was owned first by Father Divine. Go 1 block east from where I'm at right now, and you have the Marcus Garvey Park. And Black people are doing the same thing to me that they did to Marcus, that they did to Adam, that they did to Malcolm, that they did to Father Divine. They're just regular Black people. You try to help them. You try to enlighten them. You try to show them the way, and they cut your throat and set out. And one of the reasons why the foreclosure that's happening against us is because Black people are standing with white folk, and the LGBTQ gentrifiers, the spiritual rapists of Harlem, they're standing with them and say, take Manning down. The same way they said, take down Marcus Garvey. The same way they said, take down Adam Clay.
Father here, I really think, I think we need to pray for him, because I think he's really hurt. He needs to forgive. And also, Black people in Harlem that you're dealing with, they don't represent all Black people. See, me, if you had a GoFundMe that, I'll give you some money. I don't even know, right? But every Black person is not me. You know, it's sad that the people of Harlem are doing this, but then again, you also have to understand many of them also are probably scared of change. I will never stop saying it. Change scares people. It scares people. You mean well, but they don't see it. You know, I was watching a thing this morning. I think it was Carl Jung, and he was like, I'll play for y'all. He was like, there are certain people who can see things coming. Like you can just see things. Like you can just see things, right? But he's like, once you see those things, now you have to learn how to effectively communicate what you saw without offending people, because sometimes it scares people. Like, how come you know so much? It can scare people. So he was like, you kind of have to know how to maneuver. So instead of scaring people, you empower people to want to change, right? I think sometimes the thing is, if you know what's right, you think it's just obvious for people to follow your lead. That's not how human beings function. Human beings don't do the obvious thing. Like they don't do the obvious right thing. They like to do the obvious bad thing. It's just their nature. The heart of man is desperately wicked, right? So I can see how in his head, if you're black and I'm telling you right from wrong, you should just listen to me because let's do the right thing. That's not human nature. People have to go do the bad thing, get hurt, they'll cry, they'll do it again, get hurt, they'll cry, they'll do it again. It's not until the fourth time that they get hurt doing the same thing that they'll be like, you know what, maybe I want to stop. It's human nature. They gotta get hurt. They gotta get hurt really, really bad. They have to. That's why you should tell y'all, let people do what they do. Because until they're sick and tired of being sick and tired, you're wasting your time. They're not gonna listen to you. Especially if it's a woman. Oh my God. Maverick. Sorry, y'all. You keep saying, okay? Women have a tendency of believing that they can fix people. So if you say, oh girl, you can't fix him. No, the more you're telling her she can't fix that man, the more she wants to fix him. So let her do it. The only thing you can do is pray for her that she doesn't get hurt in the process, that she doesn't die in the process. But if she believes in her, that she can fix this person, y'all, there's nothing you can do. And the more you try to tell her not to do it, the more she's going to hate you. So if you still want to be next to her and be able to pray for her, you got to let her do it. All you can do is pray that she does not end up like badly harmed trying to do what she's doing. Does that make sense, you guys? That's it, right? But there are a lot of black people out here, if they knew of his channel and knew what he was working on and he had a GoFundMe, they would actually help him out. We just didn't know he existed. But thank God for social media, right? That's it. But people are really afraid of change. People really are.
Powell. The same way they said, take down Malcolm. The same way they said, take down Father Divine. The same way. It's no change. There's no change except for one thing. I'm not going down.
Amen. That's the spirit.
I'm not going down.
Okay.
Now I'm in Father Divine's building, but I'm not going down. But I have to tell you, black people in Harlem and Brooklyn and Bronx and Queens and across America are standing with the spiritual rapists of Harlem and saying, take Manning down. He wasn't for our first black president. Take him down. The same way. But before me, you took down Marcus Garvey. You took down you took down Adam Clayton Powell. Black people took down Adam Clayton Powell, took down
Father, it's certain black people. It's not all black people. It's certain people. Let's watch this video from him. Hold on. Let's watch this video.
Soil have been raised over the last 50 years. We have the least productive, the most vile, the most imprisoned, the most violent, the least responsible black man. We've been here since 1619, allegedly, to some of the people that keep track of the first coming to America by black people in terms of slavery. But even in slavery, I mean, we were able to raise Nat Turner and Frederick Douglass. You can say what you want about them in terms of post-slavery and, if you will, abolitionists and post-abolitionists. But the worst crop of black men ever have been raised over the last 50 years. And if you know a black man who's between the age right now of 1 and 50, he is a part of the worst generation of black men that have ever walked upright on American soil. He's the least protective of his family. He is the poorest. He is the most homeless. He is the most imprisoned. His sons have been shot down and killed. He has been shot down and killed.
Oh, my Lord.
He has been raised by his mother, who doesn't know how to raise a man. His father has perpetuated the situation, and his mother still looking for somebody to love her, looking for a man. There ain't no man. The worst the worst marital conditions for the black woman on planet Earth in terms of finding a husband has never been as bad. A black woman would be more productive finding a husband on the moon than she will on planet Earth. Years ago, going back 50, 60 years ago, when black men were men, the average black girl, 17, 18, 19 years old, would have at least 3 or 4 men proposing to her. She'd have that many.
I'm not telling you this. I tell you, they had a lot of suitors, but at the same time, though, it was hard to see her outside. You see, when a thing is rare, if you are rare, more and more people want you, right? If you're readily accessible, you damage the brand. Scarcity makes a thing, even a person, desirable. Child, yeah, but it's like like you said, 60 years ago, it's Dr. King. I can never stop saying this. It's Dr. King, man. Dr. King, his civil rights era, it just ushered in something really weird, something really, really weird. But before then, boys knew how to be boys, men knew how to be men, and women were women, girls were girls. But you could not see these people outside like that, right? So when people don't see you often, there is a strong desire for someone to want to marry you because you're not outside, right? Anything that is scarce is going to be coveted. But if you're always outside, and when you're outside, you're always naked, you're going to lose your value. That's why it's very wicked for so many women to encourage other young ladies to have a crazy ass body count. You're being evil. You're being evil. Right? Good women who love young women are going to tell young women, make yourself hard to find. Be rare. Don't be outside all the time. Right? Because if you're not always outside, if you're hard to find, people are more likely to seek after you because you're rare. But if you're always outside, you're overexposed, right? Yeah, it's all that foolishness. Okay? It's bad business. It's bad business. Right? It's really, it's bad business. Mothers of yesteryears, they were not outside. You could even talk to her outside. You had to be somebody to knock on her father's door because it was hard to get to her. Because you see, those women were the prize because you didn't see them like that. Today, because a lot of women, a lot of black women have decided to embrace feminism, men are weak. And also, giving men access to too much sex makes them weak. It's not good. Sex needs to be kind of rare. But today, men can have sex anywhere, anytime, for free, for $1, for $5, all the way up to like 50,000, even up to 20 million. There's something for everybody, all budgets. It's not good. Because I mean, to some extent, you could argue that sex should be somewhat of a reward for someone. Today, you can have sex any day, anytime, anywhere, for any amount with anybody. Doesn't matter. So it makes them weak. Makes them weak because it's too easy, right? And a lot of ladies, by being feminist, acting like men, and not even the good men, toxic men, promiscuous men, because feminists don't compete with high quality men. They compete with low vibrational men. Their goal is to be as dirty, as promiscuous, as vulgar, as low vibrational men. So, okay, now men are lazy. Even now, the girls are complaining that men don't hold doors. I'm like, yeah, because once upon a time, when the guys were holding the doors, the lady said, I can hold the door myself. Okay, so you do it. Feminism. It makes men weak. When women want to take the place of men, it makes men weak. Makes them weak. When men have access to too much sex, it makes them weak. It's not good business. Bad. It's bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. But back then, women were not feminists. They were traditional. And most women also were really, really careful of their reputation because being a virgin was a big deal, right? Not being seen with too many boys and having your name out here all kinds of crazy, it was a big deal. A lot of these young ladies were very, very, very mindful of their reputation, their brand. They didn't want their names to be associated with foolishness. So it's really hard to see a young lady out here with a man, let alone she's outside with the man and he's touching her. That's bad for the brain. Bad business. You see, today girls don't care. She'll be over here. She'll be over there. She'll be in a picture with the man. Child, who knows? What is this, right? But it doesn't work. That's why I say people got to go back to being traditional. God-fearing and traditional. It's going to work. It's going to work just fine.
Men want to marry her. I'm going to tell you the truth. Every black woman knows this. The black men that have been raised over the last 50 years, raised by the civil rights movement, raised by the likes of Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, later on with T.D. Jakes and Obama, and the so-called mega preachers. You can't, the black woman knows you can't find a man. I don't care how good you look, how tight your skirt, how low the cut on your bra, how pushed up your bra is. You can't find no man out there. Now, he ain't there. Now, there are plenty of them sleeping on the street. There are plenty of them in prison. And there are plenty of them that have turned fairies. There are plenty of men out there looking for men too. There are plenty of black men looking. There might be more black men out there looking for a black man than the black woman. It's a mess. It's a scream, I tell you.
And I feel like that's also the rise of white liberal culture, homosexuality. There, I'm like, it's crazy. Like in the last 60, I'm not saying you never had black gay people, but y'all, it's a lot. It really is a lot. It's like, is it a trend or something? Is it a challenge or something? Right? There was a thing going on because I mean, it happens in New Orleans, but when I was there, it was usually white people doing that kind of stuff. But today, it's a lot of black men out here. You know, they rather be with other men doing all that kind of. This is. You see? Oh, you guys, hold on. It's insane. Yeah. They don't want to be men anymore. Yeah. It's that, huh? And black women think it's funny. They really think it's funny. They're like, oh, look at him. Oh, do you, boo. And you wonder why you don't have a husband. This is not funny. This is not cute. Hold on. Come on, y'all. Hold on. You see this? You see? That's a big-ass black dude. This man could be a father or somebody, a husband. You see? I was so stunned. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, they don't want to be husbands, or they want to be husbands to each other, husband and husband. They don't see the value in being married to a woman. They don't see the value in having a family. This is what they want to do. Right? And this is part of the MLK. And even Dr. King. Dr. King had a lot of advisors that were homosexuals too, by the way, but that's for another day. Right? But I was in shock because so many people, because usually it's not like this. Now look at this one. He's a princess. Yeah, he's right. Because usually when we were living there, it was mostly white people. Now, when did black guys start getting involved in this thing like that? I don't know. Right? What is this guy saying? You know? Yeah, it's very frightening.
Something to say about the red dress run in New Orleans.
And you see how big and buff they are? They go to the gym. They get fit. They get muscular just so they can be with other men. Not to provide for a family, protect a wife and children. No. They do this so they can have anal sex. But this also is what happened when you start messing with white liberals. You know? Dr. King, that's his legacy. This is it. This is it. It's really, really disturbing.
Say it's for a good cause to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for local businesses in New Orleans. And all of these brothers put on red dresses for the cause.
It's really troubling. It's really troubling. They were all out. I mean, it's a lot. There you go. Yeah. It's sad. It's really not like it's sad. You see? They want to be with other men, spend time with other men, make love to other men, get pretty for other men, build muscles for other men, you know? Because in the gay community, you really have to be fit, you know. You gotta be really fit to be with men. They don't want to be with women. Yeah. You see? This is crazy work. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
This event is known as the Red Dress Run. It's a charity event primarily known for the festive atmosphere, and all the participants wear red dresses and they run. It's a run of fun. It's described to be a celebration for charity. It's a fundraiser. It's not a serious competition or nothing like that. Everybody pretty much just enjoying beer, music, you know, just having a good time, all in the name of charity. The New Orleans Red Dress organization by the New Orleans Hash House Harriers benefits local charities. The event is known for the festive atmosphere and participations dressed in red dresses, and they raise money through registration fees and donations. Now these pictures and videos have been going crazy on social media, and it seems like everybody want to put their 2 cents in. Now, I don't have no problem with what you do in the bedroom. That is your business. And y'all know, down south, D love everybody. I don't discriminate or hate against nobody. I believe God made everybody equally. But I also believe in masculinity. Now, I believe men should carry themselves like men, whether you straight, bi, gay, or whatever the case may be. Now, I understand it's a charity, y'all. But if you're a grown straight man out there in the dress, ain't no way in the world somebody can talk me into putting on a dress. I don't care if the chair is feeding the hungry. I don't care if the chair is curing cancer. I'm not finna put on no damn dress. But to each his own. Now, if that's what you want to do, fine. Like I say, down south D love everybody. And I don't discriminate or think anybody is lesser than me. I treat everybody equally because we all humans and we all God's children at the end.
Let's go back to this one. Yeah. Yeah. That's the culture. That's the white liberal culture.
Marcus Garvey took down Father Divine, killed.
Oh, no, I'm the wrong video, right? Where was I? Right there. Where are you guys? We're right here, sorry.
And there are plenty of them that have turned fairies. There are plenty of men out there looking for men too. There are plenty of black men looking. There might be more black men out there looking for a black man than the black woman. It's a mess. It's a scream, I tell you. It's a scream. And why is this so? Because of the cultural, if you will, the failure of truth, the failure of the churches, the failure of the politicians, the failure of the mothers and fathers to follow the tradition. When that civil rights movement hit, that Dr. King movement hit, black people went buck wow. I mean, they went buck wow. After Shirley Chisholm and Adam Clayton Powell, they went buck wow. Crazy liberals, if you will, giving up and expecting the government to do everything for them, hating white folk and marching up and down, burning down buildings like they're starting fires. I mean, the black family went buck wow. They think I'm crazy. Because I keep telling you, but look at where you are. Are you a black woman? I don't care how good looking you are, you long hair and long legs and a nice fanny and a protruding breast. You can't, ain't no black man out there. The black man you're looking at is looking at the black man in the next cubby in the office. He's looking at the man too. It's a scream. The worst condition on planet Earth. There's never been a time when the black family have been so destroyed. And this is the reason being is when you lift up somebody like that Barack Hussein, the long-legged Mac Daddy Obama. I mean, even Ray Charles could see that man was funny in a $3 bill, and he wasn't even black. Raised up in Hawaii as a surfer and spent the first night.
What you're saying, Chris, versus saying, would you agree with me that as long as you got women interacting with each other, the gay community would get stronger? No, because men are in prison and they're having sex there with each other. Women are not there. Okay. A lot of black men, I even feel like, I will say this, and I've said this before. Number one, I think the mode of living for a lot of people, especially due to poverty and slavery and things like that, we had too many Black people per household. So sometimes when you have too many adults in the house with children, a child will be sexually assaulted because there's too many people. Children need to have their own beds. Children need to have their own rooms. Children need to have their own spaces. But if you have mom, dad, grandparents, children, aunts and aunties, family in and out of prison, children are not safe. It's too many people. It's too many people. It's not safe to have too many adults in the house with children. A child will be abused, right? That's number one. Number two, I feel like in prison also, too many Black men are in prison. And some of them are doing life. They're doing life. They're doing 15. They're doing 20. Having sex is a normal thing, which is why I think it's very evil for these white people to not grant more girlfriends, I guess, to come there so that way they can satisfy that need without having to have sex with each other. Because you put a bunch of men in a prison, or even like in South Africa, you put a bunch of men in a mine and you tell them they can never have female contact ever again. You want them to be homosexuals because what's going to happen? You can't tell someone that had sex to never have sex again. That don't make no sense. So eventually they're going to, even if they never intended to, these men are going to start looking at each other a certain way. And now the ones that are bigger and stronger will have a certain disposition, and the ones that are smaller, thinner, I guess more feminine-ish will be seen a certain way. And because they can't fight back, they're going to be turned into bitches because they can't fight. So once again, I blame white people for that because they know you can't stop a person from never having sex again. So if you incarcerate people in droves like that and you don't accommodate for their sexual needs, to me, I think you want them to be homosexuals. And then you release some of them back into society and they go back and be with Black women and she doesn't know what the fuck he was doing in there. Right? But the prison culture it really has spiked the number of Black male homosexuals. And if you have an uncle who came from prison and now he's in the house, who's to say he's not going to rape his nephew? Who's to say he's not going to rape his nephew? Most likely he will. Or he might rape his niece. Right? It's a real thing. But I really feel as though they need to find a way to let these men have more, I want to say conjugal visits, but something needs to happen, especially if you're going to release some of them back into society. But prison culture has played a big part in the number of Black men who are homosexuals. That's what I'm saying. We can't be about like mass incarceration for children because they're cutting up in the streets like that. Because many of these little kids also, they're really tiny. They go to because they're dumbass kids. They're not thinking about the shit. You're a 17-year-old, you're bad in these streets. Yeah. Because all you have is people your age. You go to prison, you'll meet some big ass people. There are Black dudes in prison that are fucking scary. They're like 7 feet. Like, who? Like, oh my gosh. Ah! There's some big ass people in prison. And you put a 17-year-old in there, an 18-year-old, oh, he's meat. It's over for him. He can't fight. And once again, because they're kids, they're not considering all of that. And they go in there, don't know how to act, don't know how to dress, don't know how to sit. And next thing you know, somebody wants their butt. But I'm like, to me personally, I think you have way more Black guys that are gay than Black women who are lesbian. Now, what we do have is that most Black women who are in position of power happen to be lesbians. But we don't have that many Black girls who are lesbians like that. We have way more Black boys who are homosexuals. We're seeing a rise in Black girls like lesbianism, but there are way more Black guys who are gay than Black women. No, I don't think no. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to get a girl to become a lesbian. Like, she needs to be molested. She has to have daddy issues. She has to be very, very bitter. Like, it's really hard. But for most in prison, I think it happens pretty fast. And girls don't go to prison like that also. Girls don't get incarcerated as much as boys like that. But that prison culture, bad culture. It's bad for business. It's a bad culture.
9 years of his life in Indonesia being raised by a tranny who had cut off his junk And Obama was in the house with that tranny day in and day out when he was 9, 10, 11, 12 years old with that tranny. You call that your first black president? You sickos, you black people. You sick. You know, okay, so he'll go find a black man. Black children ain't got no father. And then I try to talk to the mothers. He's supposed to.
There are not enough men, and also girls have a tendency of trauma bonding. Because girls, you know, girls by default, we're very touchy. We hug. Since we were kids, we hug. We have sleepovers. It's not sexual. It's just girls are very touchy, right? But today, you do have some girls. I think Priscilla is one of them. You do have some girls who they know how to pervert that nature in women, because women tend to be nurturers. They're very into community. They're very into sisterhood and things like that. But it's not sexual. They just like to touch people. But then you have some women who have trauma. Priscilla told us she was raped, right? Who know how to pervert that and then get the girls to explore something they wouldn't have done. I don't think it could be that B. Taylor probably thought about having sex with a woman, but she really would have acted on it until Priscilla did what she did to her, putting pornography in her face, pressuring her, this and that. And then Priscilla turned B. Taylor into a lesbian. Then she left her. Then she told people, I slept with you. Like, girl, who does that? Like, that's just so weird. I don't think anything, they're not that aggressive. It's not that bad. Some are aggressive, but some are not that aggressive, right? And even the girls who try to be aggressive, they're not even that aggressive. But with men, it's real. Like, even a girl that's a dyke, she's overcompensating. She's not a real man. Like, you can try to beat her up. You might win, or you might inflict real damage. But if you go to prison and you're 17, 18, 19, 21, you can step in there and there's a 40, 50-year-old black man, okay, that's like 6'5", 7 feet, 300 pounds, just muscle. You're not dominating this man. He will beat your ass. He'll beat your ass. 2 men fighting is not the same as 2 girls fighting. Like, a girl, you can grab her boobs, you can pull her hair. Men don't fight by pulling hair. You know?
Make us feel good. This way we putting people down. So, I would want to say that to you. I think it's very important that I do, that you understand that that's a condition. And God has called me to raise up men of righteousness. I don't expect most of y'all agree with that. Most of y'all are just as stupid, sick, poor, imprisoned, impotent as you can possibly be. And some of you black men out there couldn't make a woman excited about you. You couldn't ring her bell. If you had the Liberty Bell from Philadelphia, when they were ringing that bell during the days of freedom, you couldn't ring that woman's bell because there ain't nothing inside of you to ring no woman's bell. It's a mess, I tell you. Talking about Obama, your first black president. That's Sylvester Houston down in Houston is your mayor. You ain't got nothing? Can't do nothing. Ain't got no money. Broke. Talking about Al Sharpton, the great leader. What a bunch of sickos y'all are. So you don't like Pastor Man, is that right? Well, we ain't for the black man. I sure ain't for y'all. God knows I ain't. Lord have mercy. And anybody that's for you done lost their mind. But I will say this, that I am calling men to righteousness. You come to this ministry, you have to come in, sit down, take 2 or 3 years, just sit down and listen. Don't come in there talking that talk. Come in talking that black talk. You want to get straight. You want to be able to raise your children. And the women, I've been telling the women, you mothers, y'all the ones that have raised these awful children. You know, your children, mothers, right now, you got sons anywhere between 1 and 25 years old or 35 years old. His son's going to be just like your son. It is a perpetual situation that just keeps repeating itself. And if your son happens to meet a woman,
exactly,
and she gets hooked up with your son, he gonna do her just like his father did you. It ain't gonna change. And yet you don't want to hear what I have to say. Is that right? Yeah. You're gonna go to TD Jakes, who set the woman loose, and I told y'all TD Jakes said to the woman inside of him, "Woman, thou art loose." He pulled that woman out of him.
He said TD Jakes had a woman inside of him, and he said to the woman inside of him, "Woman, thou art loose." Yeah, men have a higher sex drive than women. Like even a dyke, even a ninja stud, she's not gonna be that sexually like, nah. Men have a higher sex drive than women. Like I said, girls, even if the girl is big, you can go for her titties. Like you can bite her titties, you can bite her titties, you can pull her hair. It's a lot easier to fight a girl. It really is. But I'm like, a man, they're strong as fuck. Like it's like, nah. Me, I'm like, what the MSNBC lockdown? Like you see people in prison, these men in prison, they're ginormous. They're huge. Like you will never see a girl that's like 6'7" in prison, like even 6'4", like even 6 feet. Like, girl, please. Most girls are usually the same height. She might be fat. That's it. So you can fight. Like you can really fight her. Like you can fight for your JJ. But if you're a guy, like if you're 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, even 23, going to prison? Nah, some people, they're a big man. They're really big. So I'm like, you shouldn't go there. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know. That's what white people want you to believe. But I don't know. I think a lot of from what I've seen so far, a lot of people's trauma. And I think a lot of people also is from sexual assault as children. And if we look at the numbers with child pedophilia, child pornography, sexual assault, I think a lot of white people themselves were sexually assaulted. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people were sexually assaulted. So
TD Jakes, right? Pull that woman out of Eddie Long, out of Will Smith, out of LeBron James. Anyway, so these things are critically important for us, and I am on the mission for Almighty God. I understand that people are not going to listen to what I say. They didn't listen to Jesus, but I'm going to say it. And I thank God for those of you who do. And I thank God for those of you who, this is a pastor man telling the truth, especially those of you who know that it ain't going to get better. You need to step up beside me and say, all right, Pastor man, I'm willing to submit myself to you. And let's try to get some things done together. I think it'll be very important for that.
okay. Now you have this other one. Hold on. Let's see this one. He's too funny.
That it means, and others who allegedly are supposed to have been for the uplift of the so-called black man. But first, I want to say to you that I have proposed over the past 15 years now to build an arch, which will be a tombstone, as a memorial tombstone, giving memorialization to the Africans, men, women, and children who died in what is referred to as the Middle Passage on their way from West Coast of Africa to America to be slaves. And I have proposed, because of the great love that I have for people that I did not know, yet I do not consider myself African, but I understand the tragedy and the suffering. And there has never been in the history of America or any other nation, there's never been any person, leader, Nobel Prize winner, or like, who has ever demonstrated the kind of love that will say, let's memorialize those that did not get an opportunity to be slaves, to build a monument that can be seen from outer space, representing our love. I'm the one who's proposed that. I'm the only man, the only person living on planet Earth who has ever had enough love for the black man to build something for that, like that for him. But I want to show you something.
Go ahead.
I want to show you what Harlem looks like now, post-Obama. I'm going to show you a series of pictures that have been taken over the last 6 months about what Harlem looks like now, what the black man, now he's not black, he's a Hamite. But I want to show you what he looks like now. This is 6 months ago and 6 years after, or if you will, nearly 14 years after the election of the so-called president who allegedly was going to be able to help and build up black people. I'm going to let you just look through these. These are men that are sleeping on the streets. This is in the year 2022 here in Harlem, New York City, in modern day America. These men, one man with a sheet over him for covering and cardboard underneath him on the concrete. Another man with no covering. Continue, Mr. Engineer. This is the aftermath of Obama. This is the aftermath of Dr. King. Continue, Mr. Engineer. These are the men. This is what Harlem looks like. This is what the black man looks like now. You can see him all over, not just in Harlem like this, but in any ghetto city. You can see this is where they come to. This is the aftermath of Barack Hussein Obama. And I also say after Dr. King. This is what the black man has come down to. His wife and his woman that he made pregnant is sleeping in shelters along with little baby children in some of the worst conditions you ever want to see anywhere. This is a man, I think 2 homosexuals that are sleeping on the street on a cardboard. These homosexuals cover themselves up with a sheet. This is after Obama. These were taken just a few weeks ago, a few months ago. This was taken maybe 9 or 10 months ago. This is what Harlem looks like now, since you've had your so-called first black president, since you raised up and went into conniptions and multiple orgasms because your racism told you that a black president was going to be a great uplift. But this is what Harlem looks like now. This is the littering. This is the suffering. This is the color. It is pervasive everywhere you go, every block you turn. And might I also give a word to the gentrifiers? You've come up here and you have spent billions of dollars in building and renovating brownstones and building new office buildings and setting up restaurants. You have spent billions of dollars, and yet, Mr. Gentrifier, Mr. Queer, you spent all that money, but Harlem has not changed. There are junkies and drug addicts and homeless people sleeping outside of your $6 and $7 million brownstone. Your arms are too short to box with God. You can't clean up this community. You're going to have to soon leave. It won't be long now before you'll be selling that $6 million brownstone for $60,000 if you can get it. But I want to show you, my friends, what Harlem looked like before Dr. King ever marched. Now, many of y'all worship him. Y'all put him on a cross. And I put.
This video is so funny to me because, I'm not a fan of Dr. King. I'm not a fan. I am not a fan. Yeah.
Him on a cross, but you made him some sort of a great hero. But before he ever marched, before the 1963 march, or before Rosa Parks ever got on that bus in Birmingham, Alabama, this is what the men look like. Now, as I show you the men pre-Dr. King, pre-Obama, remember the images of the men that I just showed you post-Dr. King, post-Obama. Continue, Mr. Engineer, with what men and women look like on the streets of Harlem before Dr. King ever marched, before Dr. King ever said he had a dream, before Obama ever ran or was alleged to be a black man. This is the caliber of black men, families, and women and children. This is what we used to look like. This is what we looked like before we got into all that blackness, all that racism, all that marching, all that protesting, all that civil rights. This is what we used to look like. This is how healthy we were. This is how well kept we were. This is how well preserved we were.
Don't I tell you guys this all the time? This Dr. King person, I think he's CIA. I really think he is. He did something awful. Was it? I just want to think it was intentional, but what do I know? But people did not need fixing. Okay, he did absolutely nothing. He made things worse. And it's funny how the people who scream black pride, black, are, when you see them, they have the least amount of black pride. But people who are not as crazy as they were, they have the most amount of black pride. Even these activists, you need to see how they carry themselves. That's why I told you, I guess, 2 days ago. Yes, I have a thing. Hold on, Mammy. I know that I have a thing for Dr. Umar, right? But even Dr. Umar, he wouldn't have been allowed to be a leader of nothing, given the fact that he's not married. He has impregnated 2 or 3 people. I don't think he was an active father also. Even if he paid child support, I don't think he was an active parent. So Dr. Umar would not have been allowed to be anybody's leader. His behavior is shameful. He's funny, he's entertaining, but he's not a leader. Because you're not fully a man until you're married, you have a family, and you take care of a family. Okay? This is ratchet. It's really, really ratchet, right? But it's like, yeah. But Dr. Umar, Mavi. Dr. Umar, it's a no-no. It's a no-no. Hold on. He's like,
nobody's sleeping on the streets. This is what we were before we started following the civil rights, the marching for equality, and then going worse, going black, and then from that, they're black to African American, and then to Obama and Black Lives Matter. We used to be somebody. Harlem used to be a mecca. Harlem used to be a great place to live. Harlem used to be an energetic, lively place, a beautiful place, a beautiful people. Now they call themselves black. They were called colored and Negroes during that time. But it used to be a beautiful, beautiful place where you could walk the streets and feel the rhythm. The women were dressed in mink and rabbit coats. And this used to be a beautiful place. And for people like Jay-Z and all these rappers who have marred and sold out and sold their soul and sold the integrity of what we used to be, those who don't remember Joseph, that's why I preach so hard. God has sent me here to restore this, to restore what the cankerworm marches, what the civil rights marches, what the palmer worm voting for black mayors, voting for black presidents, voting for black governors. They have stolen, they have taken that away from you. I've come to restore it. I've come to tell you the truth. I've come. God has sent me. We don't have to have our men on the streets. We don't have to have them sleeping on cardboards in the middle of the street, in the middle of the day. I want to tell you, we're putting together a campaign and we're putting together some flyers, postcards, card type flyers we're going to put out. We're going to put 50,000 of them out on the streets, not only of Harlem, but Bed-Stuy, and say to these men, and I'm trusting God to perform the miracle. I'm trusting God because Harlem is the new promised land. The first promised land was a land flowing with milk and honey, given to Abraham and delivered by Moses, and finally entered by Joshua. But God has given a second promised land called Atla, the land where the people shall walk barefoot because the land is holy ground. Well, we got a postcard, we'll put a flyer we're going to put together. And we're going to get out there with 50,000 of these strong in Harlem, in Bed-Stuy, in Fort Greene, in South Bronx, and in South Jamaica. We're going to get out there on the streets over the next few weeks and hand these out to the homeless men sleeping on the streets. Now, we're believing God. We are believing God. I'm the Lord, sir. I believe God. I believe that God is a miracle worker. I believe God. We're going to say to these men, we're going to give them this card and tell them to hold on to it. Don't let the gentrifiers, the LGBTQ, and the pinch-nose house Negroes teach you to hate Pastor Manning. The hatred they have for me. They've used their media, the CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Pink News, the Gay News, the judges, the courts, the institutions. They've used all of these politicians to teach these men that are sleeping on the street, don't have a house, to hate Pastor Manning, to hate me because I tell them the truth, to hate me. But remember, I open up by showing you nobody on this planet has ever loved the black man as deeply as I do. And nobody has ever proposed to do for him what I propose to do for him by building that beautiful arch in memorial of his ancestors who died in the Middle Passage. Nobody has ever done that. Nobody's ever loved that deep. Only I've loved that deep. But I want to show you on that flyer we're going to send out, we're going to say to those men that one day you're going to be sleeping not on the street, but in these king-size beds that were built, these houses that were renovated, remodeled, and furnished with furnishings and power and money by Japheth, wicked people. As Psalm 37 says that the righteous shall inherit the land of the wicked. And you, not too many days, you're going to see him running out of Harlem, and you brothers sleeping on the street will be sleeping in king-size beds. I want to show them that. And that's the prophecy. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 10, I put the verses there. Where God told Moses to tell the Jews, children of Israel, you're going to live in houses that you didn't build. You're going to drink from fountains and wells that you didn't dig. You're going to eat from fruit and vine trees that you didn't plant. Well, God has said to me to say the same thing to the men sleeping on the street. But we've got to stop this massive ignorance. We got to stop the pinch-nosed Negro. A pinch-nosed Negro is a Negro who wants to be white. He's gone to a good school, probably. He's gotten a decent education. He works in a white environment, and he talks with a pinched nose. See, because the black man has thick nose, has thick lips, and you're talking to him on the phone. You've never seen him, but you know he's a black man because of the coarseness of his voice, because he got a thick nose, his breathing patterns, his lips are thick. But the pinch-nosed Negro are those Negroes who gone to a good school and they want to sound white. So they talk with a pinch nose. So it sounds like, all right, that, well, accordingly, and surreptitiously, they talk with a pinch nose so they can sound like they're white. And they want to be white. They live white. They live in a white neighborhood. Hell, they all marry white women or white men. They're pinch nose. They are worse than cobras in a baby's nursery. Let me tell you something about these Cornell West, these Van Jones, and these others, these Al Sharptons. They are worse than a nest of cobras in a baby's nursery in the hospital. You wouldn't turn a loose cobras in a nursery for the newborns. And these people you see here on this, they are worse than a bunch of cobras. They are pinch-nosed Negroes. They are dangerous. They are deadly. They want to be white. It's one thing if they were just greedy for money, if they would just sell out drugs like Nicky Barnes or others. No, these people want to be white. They are dangerous. They're pinch-nosed Negroes. And they've tried to teach the community in the world to hate Pastor Manning. And they've gotten all their counterparts in the JFIF community, in the news industry, in the education in this industry, in the courts, and in other economic, industrial, if you will, commercial industry service. And hate Pastor Manning. He's a hater of the black man. He's a hater of the LGBTQ. Hate him. Don't listen to him. These cobras are charming y'all rather than you charming them. But I'm not going to give up.
Don't give up.
I'm James David Manning. The day will come when the men sleeping on the streets. We'll be sleeping in king-size beds that were built, remodeled, and furnished by the JFIF interloper and gentrifier. It won't be long now.
I know that's right.
Look out, everybody. It's coming. And I'm the servant that will bring it. I'm the messenger. I'm the Lord's servant. The Mellon Bank to Judge Bluth and to Judge Francis A. Kahn III. We shall not be moved.
Right. Oh, they're coming for. Oh, that's the building. They're trying to put foreclosure on his building. Pastor Manning, put up the GoFundMe. Yeah. We're gonna put up the GoFundMe. I was looking for the one video where he spoke on Harlem. Hold on. What's this one?
That the mere act of transferring dollars from one group to another will somehow correct generations of inequality, poor schooling, cultural decay, and economic dysfunction. But money is not a cure. It is a magnifier. It does not change the person. It simply gives them more power to do what they were already inclined to do. If someone is already wise, disciplined, and forward-thinking, money will accelerate their progress. But if someone is impulsive, short-sighted, and emotionally driven, then money becomes gasoline thrown on the fire. We see this play out in everyday life long before anyone talks about reparations. Just look at professional athletes. Many of them come from poor Black communities and suddenly find themselves with millions of dollars. Within 5 years of retirement, a staggering percentage, some studies say up to 60% of NBA and NFL players are broke or in severe financial distress. These are men who earn more in 5 years than most Americans will in 5 lifetimes. results. And yet the results are predictable. Why? Because income and wealth are not the same thing. One comes from work, the other comes from wisdom. What few people want to talk about is the fact that Black America collectively already has enormous spending power. In 2024, that number was estimated at over $1.7 trillion annually. That's not a typo. That's more than the GDP of many small nations. But where's that money go? Not into investments, not into businesses, not into savings accounts or retirement plans. No, most of it goes into consumption. This is not a theory. It is documented by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, by marketing research firms, and by the behavior we see all around us. Black households spend a disproportionately large share of their income on clothing, beauty products, fast food, entertainment, and luxury items. Designer sneakers, name brand clothing, flashy jewelry, high-end cars. These are not investments. They are illusions of success, marketed aggressively to people who have been taught to chase validation rather than build value. Now, some will point to the historical reasons for this.
And you see, you guys, and you see what he said? We've been marketed to chase validation. And this is why white people love Black celebrities. They love Black celebrities. And a lot of these Black celebrities come from extreme poverty, broken homes, lots of trauma. You know, they grew up not thinking they were worth much. So it's very easy for them to be, oh yeah, I'll promote that. I'll buy this. I'll talk about this, right? But the majority of the music is all about being a consumer. How to buy more of this, how to buy more of that. And it's sad that most of these rappers all have a liquor line. Not even like sports drinks. I mean, you can say 50 Cent did, but it's like alcohol. You know, buy this, buy that, buy this, buy Versace, buy this. So Black people are just saying, we just buy stuff. Okay, maybe I'll buy it so I can feel better about myself. The whole time, you being educated, you loving knowledge, you being curious, always like, you know, trying to learn many things, and also worrying about your health. That's really what it means to be wealthy. Also having a beautiful family. Having a beautiful family will make you wealthy, you know? But this is why they love Black celebrities. Because ask yourself, why would all these fancy houses, I'm talking like Balenciaga, Dior, Louis Vuitton, all these bougie houses want to dress Cardi B? But how is she a role model? Like, there are a bunch of white girls that are sex workers. Why don't they invite these white sex workers to go to these European fashion shows? Why Cardi B? You know, because they want minority people to associate with I got to be a stripper, a sex worker to be famous and to make it. You see, wicked stuff. Yeah, that's why. Esther sent me a video about the debt crisis, y'all. Maybe after this I'll play it. America's in debt, you guys. It's so bad. It is so bad. Yeah, every Black celebrity has a McDonald's deal. Yeah. One year, and Mary J. Blige got in trouble because I forgot what she was promoting. Oh, it was the Mac ribs. Remember the Mac ribs? They used to release Mac ribs every Black History Month. Oh, what the freak? It's so weird. What's next? Watermelon at McDonald's? Like, it's just so bizarre. Exactly. Yeah, like Lonnie said, Black celebrities, every Black celebrity has a McDonald's deal, but the white celeb get heroin smoothies. Because to us, they promote fast food, junk food, processed food. But then when it comes to white celebrities, smoothies, green smoothies, you know, stuff that's actually healthy for you. Like, they hate us for real. Uncle Shay Shay retiring an OnlyFans model at 20 years old. Yeah, disgusting. Yeah. And also he was paying her to call him the N-word. Can you imagine?
Centuries of exclusion from wealth-building institutions, redlining, Jim Crow, and systemic barriers that denied home ownership and access to capital. And yes, those things happened. They were real and they left scars. But scars are not excuses, because if history alone determined behavior, we would not see poor immigrants from East Asia, South Asia, or Eastern Europe arriving in America with nothing but a suitcase and a language barrier and building wealth in one generation. So the question is not what happened to us. The question is, what are we doing now? And the answer is spending.
It's not even just the spending. I will also say it's bad votes. I think that in America, there's a lot of bad Black leaders. Because immigrants, they come here, they don't chase behind grifters. You know, the people who are always talking about race, the grifters, the panderers, like those kinds of people, they've held Black people back. I think if Black people never relied on the Black caucus, they would have been further ahead by now. The Jesse Jacksons, like all these people, all Sharpton, they're just bad. You know, they're just bad leaders, bad leadership. Like, no, these are bad leaders. They're really bad leaders. It's not just the spending.
Building, not investing, not preparing, just spending. In Black Rednecks and White Liberals, I wrote about how cultural behaviors can outlive the conditions that created them. The flamboyant consumption patterns that once served as a coping mechanism in oppressed communities have now become normalized. Entire subcultures have been built around the idea that success is measured not by what you own, but by what you show off. And the market is more than
why, and this is why they love social media, because through social media, Black celebrities or Black influencers can show off their white trinkets and elicit the kind of envy in other Black people to do whatever it takes to go buy these things. When in all honestly, you don't need any of that. That's why they love social media. They love social media because then you can have access to so many Black people, and all it takes is one post. And not every Black person wants Balenciaga shoes. Not every Black person wants a lace front wig. Yeah, they're evil.
happy to supply the symbols, speakers that cost $800, cars that depreciate the moment they leave the dealership, gold chains, designer watches, celebrity endorsed clothing. None of these things create wealth. They devour it. The financial industry knows this, so does Madison Avenue. That's why companies spend billions of dollars targeting Black consumers with advertising that emphasizes prestige, style, and instant gratification. Buy now, pay later. Treat yourself. You deserve it. These aren't just slogans. They are psychological hooks engineered to exploit emotional insecurities. And the results are catastrophic. Look at credit card debt. Look at auto loan delinquencies. Look at the percentage of Black households that have no emergency savings at all. These are not accidents. They are the predictable outcomes of a culture that prioritizes image over substance. Now ask yourself, what would happen if we injected $1 million into this culture? Would it fix anything? Or would it simply accelerate the spiral? The most dangerous lie in modern racial politics is the belief that wealth can be gifted without being taught, that handing over money will somehow substitute for the time, effort, discipline, and education required to build and maintain it. It's a beautiful lie, and like all beautiful lies, it is fatal. $1 million reparation check sounds like justice to many, but what happens the day after it arrives? What happens when the bank account is full, but the mind is still conditioned to consume rather than produce? When the community is still organized around appearances rather than advancement? Well, we don't have to guess. We can look at what happens to lottery winners. According to the National Endowment for Financial Education, an estimated 70% of lottery winners end up broke within just a few years. These are people who went from rags to riches and then back to rags. And it wasn't because they were cursed. It was because they were unprepared. People like Evelyn Adams, who won the lottery twice in New Jersey, totaling over $5 million, and yet lost it all due to bad investments, gambling, and being constantly solicited by friends and family.
He's loud. You know who else reminds me of? Nicole Murphy. Nicole got a lot of money from Eddie, like what, 20 million, right? 20 million. She took 15 million and just gave it to one person, a guy, a friend, because allegedly he was supposed to be investing all the money for her. I'm like, well, why do you have to give him 15 million? And I think that's why now she's struggling financially. She got to sell bracelets and I don't know, some kind of oil she's selling. But I'm like, when she got her divorce settlement from Eddie Murphy, he gave her like 20 million. Then she gave 15 away because she didn't know what to do with all this money. It's too much money. Same thing's going to happen to Cassie. This money's not going to end well. You'll see, not going to end well. It will bring nothing but strife into her life because she's not prepared to have 20, 30 million. Even in her career, she didn't even make $1 million. She did not have a successful career. But I'm like, she'll be worse off than Diddy, like Marlene told me, because she's not capable of handling all this money. She don't have the wisdom for all this money. And that's why that money gonna go bye-bye. The money's gonna have wings, it gonna go, right? But Nicole Murphy, let me see. Nicole Murphy, how Nicole Murphy lost 15 million. Hold on. You'll see. Yeah. So she got 15 million of divorce. She lost it all in 4 years. 4 years. So she gave the money to this guy, Troy Stratos.
As he approaches.
Oh, I'm gonna protect your 15 million. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Protected from what? It's in the bank. Protect from what? She took the 15 million. She took Eddie's money. She gave it to the man, y'all. The man took the money and ran for his life. Yeah. Like, this is crazy.
In the wings. There is just one requirement. An all-new American Greed, Mondays, 10 a.m.
You know how that goes. He doesn't invest the money. He spends the money. Eventually, he gets arrested. I think he got like 20 years or something like that. But I'm like, money is just gone. I'm like, Nicole, how can you do such a thing?
Or Willie Hurt, a Michigan man who won $3 million in 1989 and lost it within 2 years to divorce, legal battles, and drug addiction. Money gave them freedom, but they had no human capital to regenerate what they lost. They knew how to spend, but not how to produce. And that's the critical point. Money doesn't erase ignorance, it exposes it. True wealth is not cash. True wealth is what enables you to create value, to build capital, to regenerate what you spend and grow it further. And that requires more than a bank balance. It requires human capital, knowledge, discipline, skills, networks, and vision. Without these, $1 million is just a countdown to poverty. The truth is, wealth is not a lump sum. It is a system. It is the slow, often boring, methodical accumulation of assets, savings, investments, property, and education. It's what happens when people spend less than they earn, buy things that increase in value, and avoid debt like a disease. And none of that has anything to do with reparations. In fact, a sudden infusion of money into an unprepared population can do more harm than good, because it creates the illusion of success without the foundation to sustain it. People buy homes they can't maintain, cars they can't insure, lifestyles they can't afford to replicate. And when the money runs out, the collapse is worse than before, because now the expectations are higher. What's more, this sudden burst of wealth often leads to social pressure. The cousin who wants to borrow money, the old friend who needs a loan, the family member with a business idea. And if you don't say yes, you're accused of selling out or forgetting where you came from. So the money gets spread thin, drained by obligations, and squandered in an effort to please others. Now imagine this happening not just to individuals, but across an entire demographic. The consequences would be national in scale. Already, the Black community has some of the lowest rates of participation in the stock market. According to Pew Research, only about 1/3 of Black households own stocks, compared to over 60% of white households. That means the tools for wealth are available, but unused. And yet, we are told that money alone is the missing piece. Meanwhile, the home ownership gap remains massive. Even with similar income levels, Black Americans are far less likely to own property. Part of that is due to historical redlining, but part of it is due to decisions. A house is not just a purchase, it's a responsibility. It requires saving, budgeting, understanding interest rates, and long-term planning. It requires the very things that no one seems eager to teach. The financial industry is built on those who don't understand it. Payday loans, rent-to-own stores, title loans, high-interest credit cards. These are not traps reserved for the poor. They are traps reserved for the financially illiterate.
And this is why I will say, you know, even if I'm saying it's normal, right? I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm Mavi. You're sleeping, huh? Everybody wants to hear your voice. Turn around, say hi to your people, right? Oh, yes, queen. She went and took 10 million, Brittany. She gave it to the man just like that. A whole 10. That's why I told you, Cassie, the money's not going to stay. The worst thing Cassie did was tell people how much money she made from Diddy, plus the hotel. 30 million, they come for that girl. So Uncle Kevin, they're coming. Oh, hi, my people. Hi, everybody, right? They're coming for Cassie. That girl's going to be destitute. She will be destitute. I said, when people start coming at her hard, that white man's going to make sure he takes all his money before she has to break bread with a whole lot of people. She will never have peace. I already told you this. Okay, I told y'all this. She's not gonna have peace. Even if Alex doesn't want to take the money, both her and Alex have never managed this kind of money before. So let's say he doesn't take the money, he doesn't sue her for custody. They're not gonna keep this money, and they're gonna be worse off because it's too much money. It probably would have been better if she had a trust, and like every year, Diddy had to pay her $500,000. Like put the whole 20 million in a trust, and then every year Diddy pays you $500,000 because that would be more sustainable. But Cassie and Alex, they've never handled this much money before. Yes, little baby. Sorry, y'all. He's tired. Exactly, because the money is gone. And that's why she has to sell bracelets, essential oils, and things like that because the money is gone. And Eddie's not going to give her more money. Right? I don't give her more money. She never should have left that man anyways. But anyways, to leave your husband to give a complete stranger 10 million, you're insane. You are truly insane. Money's gone.
And if you add $1 million to that equation without changing the equation itself, you don't get justice. You get bankruptcy with better shoes. The media won't say this, the politicians certainly won't, but that's the reality. And ignoring it in favor of emotional appeals only guarantees that the problems will persist, regardless of how many zeros are on the check. You cannot outsource wisdom. You cannot legislate discipline. And you cannot cut a check big enough to replace a value system. So what would it actually take for reparations to matter? What would it take for $1 million?
I forgot. Okay, Maverick, don't forget. This is what I was going to say. Even if you're upset at Black people, which I understand, I can't sit here and lie. Even if you're upset, you're fed up, you're sick and tired. Okay, sure, I get it. Hopefully when you get over it, you'll do better. But I'm just saying, like, the best content to make, even if you're upset and you want to see a change in Black people, a lot more Black people should do financial literacy content. Black people bad, Black people lazy, Black people knuckleheads. We have enough of that content. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have enough of this. Like, okay, we get it, right? What he's saying is real because people need to be financially prepared. Because it's Thomas Sowell, so I don't think he's lying. But if that many Black people are not investing in the stock market, it's problematic, right? Your life will be better fulfilled teaching Black people how to put their money in the stock market than to make videos every day, all day. Black people bad. Black people bad. Okay, they're bad. So are you going to help them change, or are you going to keep talking about it? You know what I'm saying? Because it seems as though, I mean, I said this too, but the financial literacy content is definitely needed. We need more Black people to make money about, okay, this is what you do with your money. This is how you invest with your money. This is how you're going to buy your first stock. This is how you're going to do this, do this, do this, do that. That makes more sense. Because once they understand how to build wealth, they themselves are going to be like, you know what? I need to mature. I need to grow up. But you can't make videos every day. Black people bad. Black people bad. Black people bad. I even feel like when you get on your page and you look at all your videos and you see your thumbnails, you see your titles, how does that make you feel? Are you really proud of yourself? That's crazy. But I could see myself doing that. To me, it's too negative. Okay. But you would want to make content, maybe one of 5 videos you're upset, but then the rest of your content should be about bringing solutions. And everybody and anybody can complain about Black people. We get it. Thank you. Good. Bow. Okay. However, a healthy-minded people also has to understand complaining is not going to fix it. And also, if you're making all these Black people bad video, maybe somewhere deep down you care. So the best thing to do is to help these people manage their money. Because it's really sad that this many Black people are not invested in the stock market. Even especially because they love designers. So if you love Louis Vuitton so much, or you love Sephora so much, you should own some Sephora stocks, right? If you love shopping at Ulta, you should have some Ulta stocks, right? If you love shopping at Walmart, you should own some Walmart stock, right? You should at least buy stocks in the companies that you love, right? So at least that way the money comes back to you a little bit. But I think there's a bigger need for financial content, for financial literacy, teaching Black people the basics, okay, on how to buy stocks and how to be invested in the stock market, then Black people bad. Black people bad. Black people bad. Black women not gonna get married. Black women have the lowest whatever of marriage. Okay, sure. Thank you. I think they know this by now. How can they fix it? You know, and that's the part. Like, okay, bring solutions. But complaining every video, every day, a video is always about complaining. It's ill. It's ew. It's ew to me.
Dollars to become more than a temporary vacation from poverty. It would require a complete cultural overhaul, not just in how we spend, but in how we think. Because until financial literacy becomes a priority, until responsibility becomes a virtue, until long-term planning is seen as admirable rather than boring, no amount of money will change the outcome. Children would need to be taught from the youngest ages what money is and how it works. They would need to understand compound interest before they understand consumer credit. They would need to see saving as a form of power, not punishment. And they would need to be surrounded by adults who model those behaviors, not contradict them. Churches, schools, and families would need to prioritize financial education as seriously as they prioritize sports and entertainment. And because while rappers and athletes may dominate the spotlight, they do not represent the norm, and chasing that fantasy only ensures more disappointment.
When we saw the tonight's conversation, that little episode, the sister with the silver hair, she was telling Sarah, when you guys talk about men that make $500,000, 300,000, you're not giving advice to the everyday Black person. When you give advice, let's talk about people who make 60,000, 70,000, 100,000. Let's give practical advice. Let's give dating, marriage advice to the norm. Because when you start talking about Black men or whatever, people who make 300, 400, $1 million, most people don't make that kind of money. And so when you start talking like that, you're going to create frustration, which is why I say, Sarah, if you want to talk about dating at 300,000, 500,000, that is not the right audience for you. Ace Metaphor, tonight's conversation is not the right audience for you. These people don't make that kind of money. They don't have proximity to people who make that kind of money. So whatever you're saying, it's not going to be useful, right? You can have a podcast with girls who date those kinds of people, but Ace Metaphor is not your audience. That's it. Otherwise, it's crazy to me. You got to give advice to the average Black person. And the average Black person is not a multi-millionaire. They don't have 300,000 or whatever, 3 million followers on social media. They do not. Got to be practical. That's crazy. Hold on, Abby.
Communities would need to celebrate business owners more than brand ambassadors, landlords more than luxury consumers, builders more than buyers. Because true dignity comes not from what you display, but from what you create. And more importantly, we must begin to elevate the importance of human capital, because no amount of cash can replace the ability to generate, manage, and sustain value over time. Human capital is what separates temporary gain from permanent change. It's what allows a person not only to receive wealth, but to replenish it. It's the difference between someone who merely inherits success and someone who understands how to replicate it. This is why wealth passed down in families usually survives only if the next generation has been taught what to do with it. Otherwise, it disappears just as quickly as it came. It's also why some of the world's wealthiest people, those who built fortunes from nothing, invest more time in knowledge and strategy than in appearances. Because they know that when the image...
You see how he said about strategy, which is why I said, if you keep calling that thing reparations, you're not going to get it. Because the word reparation gives people the ache. Okay, as long as you insist on calling it reparations, it's going to be a problem, because most people hear reparations, they hear you want a handout. It gives people the ick. Like I said, strategy. What is your strategy? And a lot of these black leaders or these grifters, they do not have strategy. Their strategy is chaos, or like Sabrina, oh, it's a debt that's owed. Girl, that is a poor pitch. It's a poor selling pitch. Nobody's gonna listen to you. And give me reparation because it's a debt that's owed. It ain't gonna work. It's not gonna work. Okay? Bad business, bad branding, bad strategy. The strategy is not good. It's just not good. Okay? And a lot of these black leaders, they are horrible at being strategic. They're extremely emotional. It's like, no, you got to know how to talk like a business person. Otherwise, this is not going to work. You're not going to get what you want. And the name reparation, it gives people the ick. You got to call it something else. Okay? You got something. It got to be called something else that makes it seem like, oh, okay, it's not a handout. Like it's an investment. Okay? It has to be a name that sounds like an investment versus a name that sounds like a handout. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Hold on, baby. You need to go to bed.
Which fades, all is left is ability. None of this is impossible, but it requires the one thing no one seems willing to demand: accountability. Reparations without accountability is a setup for failure. It is a way to feel good without doing good. It is a politically convenient distraction from the harder, longer, less glamorous work of building real wealth. And that's the real tragedy. Not that reparations won't come, but that even if they did, they wouldn't fix what people think they will, because you can't buy your way out of bad habits. You can only replace them. So if Black America truly wants change, not just a check, but a future.
You can't pay your way out of a bad habit. That's why people who are getting off Ozempic, they're getting all the way back. That's why a lot of people are getting sick off Ozempic, because instead of people learning portion control, learning how to change their food, they went for the shortcut, Ozempic. And now people are getting sick. I think there's a $12 billion lawsuit against Ozempic right now, right? But hold on, baby. But there's some pretty bad side effects to Ozempic because it's a shortcut. The real thing here, you have to learn how to eat differently. And you have to exercise. Mavi, have mercy on my.
Then the work must begin long before the money arrives. It must begin in the home, in the classroom, in the heart. Otherwise, that $1 million will be just another missed opportunity. And the next generation will be having the same conversation, asking the same questions, and wondering why nothing changed. Not because the money didn't come, but because when it did, no one was ready.
Congratulating the U.S. governments for reaching a new milestone. So the U.S. federal government is now in debt by $37 trillion. Like, we did it, everyone. So this is the official stats according to the U.S. Treasury's websites. Okay, so this is where we were last year. So at the end of fiscal year 2024, the government was in debt by $35.5 trillion. But you have to remember that this is fiscal year. So the fiscal year ends September 30th. So we're almost done with fiscal year 2025. Now, I want to show you how the government's been balancing their budget so far this year in 2025. And you can find this exact same thing for yourself on the Treasury's website. And I must say that they're actually pretty transparent about how bad they are with their spending problem. All right, so as you can see right now, it goes up to the end of June. So up to the end of June in 2025, the federal government is at a deficit of $1.33 trillion. So this just means that they spent $1.33 trillion more than they had coming in, this year up to that point. And this is actually worse than 2024, but it's slightly better than 2023. So I want to show you this. Okay, so you see how the deficit goes down here in April. So I want to explain this. So in this time frame, it's tax season and Q1 tax deposits. So you have a lot of tax money that's coming in, and there's more money coming in than going out during this window of time. So that makes sense, right? Now, when you look at this light purple line right here, which is 2025, and you see it trending downward. So the government actually had a $27 billion surplus in June, which sounds amazing. So you may get the impression like, wow, things are turning around. The government is not overspending, but unfortunately, that is not the case. So I don't want to rain on the parade, but this is what actually happened. So payments that were supposed to be made on June 1st were made on May 30th because June 1st was a Sunday. So it made June look better than it really was. So if those payments were made on June 1st, then the government would have ran a $71 billion deficit in June. And that would have brought the year-to-date deficit up to $1.4 trillion, which is actually worse than 2023. And of course, that's worse than last year as well. Anyways, that line graph was coming from the Treasury's website, and they didn't update their charts for the July figures. But for the month of July, the overspending continues, so nothing's changed. So you'll notice a small surplus in June because that's when the tax deposits come in. So that's for install 2. So if you're a business owner or independent contractor, then you know that your tax deposits are due in April, that's install 1, and in June, install 2. So I hope that explains this. But for fiscal year 2025, the deficit is expected to be $1.9 trillion. And that's going to be a little bit worse than the $1.8 trillion last year. And just so you're aware, the government announces how much money that they plan on borrowing in the upcoming quarters. All right, so we're in the middle of August, right? Which means that we're in the middle of the third quarter. So I want to show you what's coming up in Q4 of 2025 and Q1 of 2026. So in Q4 of 2025, the Treasury expects to borrow just over $1 trillion. In Q1 of 2026, they expect to borrow $590 billion. Now, this is very concerning because as the government accumulates more and more debt, they need to pay more interest. And of course, it's definitely not helping that interest rates are relatively high, at least compared to the prior decade. And this just means that more of our tax dollars are going towards paying interest instead of going towards more productive expenditures. And it's just sad because we're paying $1 trillion of interest this year. That's what's going to happen. And the government collects $5 trillion a year. That means 20% of all the tax money that we give them is going towards paying interest. Now, I just want you to take a look at how much more manageable the situation was back in 2020 and 2021. This was when the government had much less debt and the interest rates were lower. So back then, the interest expense was around $300 billion a year. And I'd say it's pretty straightforward. It's like if you have credit card debts, if you have a low balance and a low teaser introductory rates, then the monthly payment.
Maverick. Do you see why now they want to focus on black on black crime and DC and this and that? Do you see? Because they don't want people to see this. You see? Yep. Every time they're running from something, it's like, well, let's just talk about black people and their bad behavior. Okay. But I'm like, this is way more scandalous. Like the way they're mishandling this money is way more scandalous. But let's talk about black people and get people distracted. Like, please.
It's going to be manageable. But as you get deeper into debt and your interest rate jumps up, then you're going to be in serious trouble. So this is why President Trump has been posting things like this. Take a look for yourself. Trump is upset that Powell and the Federal Reserve are not cutting interest rates, which is causing the government to spend more, like much, much more, on interest expense. In another example, President Trump says that the Federal Reserve should cut interest rates by 3%. And the $1 trillion that he's referring to is the expected interest expense run rate. Okay, so the Federal Reserve, so their Fed funds interest rate is currently at 4.5%. If the Fed were to cut interest rates by 3%, that would drop the rates from the 4.5% to 1.5%. But I must say that if interest rates go down drastically like that, the Fed funds rate, then of course that would be inflationary. But yeah, just to show you that that situation is getting really bad. Here's the fiscal year to date. The government is spending more of our tax dollars on interest expense than they are on many other major categories. But I do want to point out that even if interest rates go down, the amount of debts is going to continue to increase because the government refuses to balance their budget. And as the debt grows, that's going to be more debts that needs to pay interest. And I want to show you this projection of how much the government will pay in interest. So please be aware that this is just an estimate because it doesn't factor in emergencies. So for example, if the government needs to do bailouts, then they're going to have to borrow even more money than these projections. And that means more interest expense. If the economy goes bad, then they're going to have to borrow even more money. If they want to do stimulus, like I'm not talking about like stimulus checks, but just other forms of stimulus, then that's more money that they're going to have to borrow. Anyways, I want to show you why the government is planning on borrowing so much money, $1.6 trillion over the next 2 quarters. So this is the federal government's checking account. This is their Treasury General accounts. So as you can see, it's been running a little bit low and they want to replenish. So 10 years ago and prior, they kept a much lower balance, around $100 billion in their checking accounts. But now, now that their spending has gotten out of control, around $7 trillion a year, they want to keep a higher minimum balance in their checking accounts near the $800 billion range. Now, I just want you to think about this because this is a problem. This is a very big problem. So the government needs to borrow a lot of money and refinance a lot of debt that's coming due, right? So the government needs to sell more bonds. But the fear is that if the government needs to borrow like all this money, like so much money, and if there's a lack of countries, institutions, and investors that are willing to lend money to the governments, then that's going to be a problem. Because if you have that case, then the US government would need to offer and pay a higher interest rates to borrow money. So it's very straightforward. Just think about it like this. If the government needs to borrow $10 trillion over the next, let's just say, year, and they offer an interest rate of 4.5%, but if there's not enough people willing to lend to the government at 4.5%, then the government needs to raise their offering to, let's just say, 5% or 6% to attract enough lenders. And then in that case, it's going to be more expensive for the government to borrow money. And that's what we're actually seeing in the market. The bond auctions have been weak. So it's because there's so much supply and so much bonds that they need to sell. Okay, so that is the current fiscal situation. We're in a debt crisis. It's not getting better. It's actually getting worse. I'm going to keep you updated. Please subscribe. Thank you for the support, and I wish you a very nice day.
Hey y'all, it's Nina. Welcome for those of you who are new. Welcome back for those of you who know me already. I wanted to do this video because I'm kind of tired of like hiding things. I'm tired of carrying this weight. So let me just go ahead and let me go ahead and put it out there. I have $35,000 in credit card debt and I'm smiling. I'm laughing to keep from crying. But it really sucks. And it didn't all come from like being irresponsible and buying shoes and clothes and bags and trips. Like, yeah, I bought some of those things. But in reality, it really just came from me mismanaging my income and relying on credit cards for emergencies. So I just want to talk a little bit about that, a little bit about how I basically became addicted to credit cards. And I don't even use credit cards now. It's been 4 years since I stopped really using credit cards. But the sad part is that I am still paying for those mistakes that I've made. So I just want to talk a little bit about that and just get this out there for anybody who is in the same boat and feels a lot of shame about it. I'll just say too, like if you're somebody that, has always used less than 30% of your cards, if you've always paid everything off every month, that's amazing. Congratulations. But a lot of us didn't grow up like that. A lot of us grew up with very different messages or no message at all about how we should use credit. And so this is for those people. My first memory of credit and the way that credit got into my psyche was through the movie Clueless. So that came out in 95 when I was 9. So Cher and Dion would go to the mall and they would spend their daddy's money and everything would be put on credit. And I remember thinking, wow, they're so cool. They're 15, they're 16, they're so glamorous. I want to be like that. So that was my first memory of credit and like the power of credit and how it gave you access to this fun and fabulous life. And so I remember being in the 7th grade. I was sitting in history class, supposed to be watching a movie, not paying attention. I had a sheet of paper in front of me. At the top, I put $25,000 credit card. And then I listed out all the things that I would buy from the Delia's and J. Crew and East Bay catalogs. If y'all grew up in the 90s, you remember that. That was a fun time. But when it came to money and how you got things, I felt like credit was the answer. I really did not receive any financial education, which is sad, you know, because we live in a time where there's more information available than ever. But I just didn't grow up with that. And not only did I not grow up with like good money management education, I grew up with some pretty bad beliefs. My mom passed last year. My mom's money management philosophy was very controversial. I'm going to just say that. What I admire about what my mom taught me about money was, or just what my mom taught me about life and career in general. She was always very encouraging when it came to going after your dreams, going after things that seem crazy, weird, impossible. So she definitely put that in me. And I think that's why I am where I am today. I have my own business. It is successful. I am able to work full time for myself. And I am able to enjoy many of the things that I want in life. And so I'm thankful for that. But another thing that I was taught that was a little more toxic was this idea of fake it till you make it. So I don't think that she meant to spend money that you didn't have necessarily. It was more so about like confidence and, you know, showing up in places even when you feel nervous, even when you feel anxious. And that's great advice. But I took it to also mean financially, fake it till you make it. So there was just a lot of harmful money beliefs that I took in. Yeah, I want to be clear. This is not to blame her or blame anybody else for where I am now, because the reality is I'm 39. I'm going to be 40 next May. I'm an adult. I have the ability to take control of my life, my finances, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just talking about the origins of all this stuff. A lot of people grow up with the belief that money is for safety, money is for security, it's for investments, it's for passing something on, generational wealth. I grew up with the belief that money is for fun, money is for pleasure, money is for looking good, even if you don't really have it. Like if you can borrow the money and, you know, pay it back over time, however long it takes, that's what money is for. I recognize how effed up that philosophy is, and I would not teach that to anybody at all. I don't have children, I don't plan on it, but I do have a nephew, and I tell him all the time, please save your money, please hold on to your money, please invest your money. I just know how toxic it is when you gamify the idea of money and credit cards, and you just think about the monthly payments and you don't think about the long-term impact. I have a card from Navy Federal, and Navy Fed is like, I'm thankful to Navy Fed, but at the same time, Navy Fed will get you hemmed up, all right, if you're not good with your finances. This was back in 2017. I was 31. My dad, I just happened to like stumble across a statement of my dad's, a credit card statement. And I promise you guys, I was not looking for it. I just took a glance because it was on the table. And I saw that he had a Navy Federal card that had a limit of $25,000. And I was like, oh, shoot, like Navy Fed giving money like that? And so I said, let me try to get one. And sure enough, I applied for it and I got approved for, I think it might have been $26,000. Like, let me say, I've always made a good income. I can definitely attribute that to my mom. My mom taught me how to go for things. She taught me how to be really courageous and how to just earn money through your skills and through your audacity. So I am really fortunate in that I know how to earn money. I have earned $30,000+ in passive income from YouTube. That was in 2 years. I stacked skills on top of my degree to allow me to earn more money. I left corporate, jumped out, started a business, and am making 6 figures because I have this audacity to try to win. So yeah, I've never had an issue earning money. The issue is just knowing how to manage it properly. And so yeah, I got this huge credit card and
And this is what Thomas Sowell was saying. People think, oh, a lot of people think, oh, he hates black people. He does not hate black people, child. He just makes too much sense. Okay, plus he's an economist. Like, that's the thing about Thomas Sowell. He has a PhD in econ. These people out here, child, please. Okay, but it's not what he said. Not what he said. If you make a lot of money, or like a credit card, reparation payment, or stymie, if you're giving a lot of money without you knowing how to get that money, you're going to be in a worse position than before you had that money. So low-key, high-key, like any black person who's really not for reparations, I mean, depending on for what reason, for me, for example, you actually mean well to black people because they're not ready. And it's going to cause more harm than good. It's going to cause more harm than good. Because if the mindset, if black people don't change their mindset about money, and we keep looking at money as a way to have things to validate yourself, and you don't know that you're good enough already, you're more than enough, right? It's going to be a problem. It's sad. It's really sad.
I did a balance transfer. So I rolled like $7,000 into it. And I remember at the time thinking, oh my God, I have like $7,000 on one credit card. I'm so broke. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. It's funny how when your income increases, your eyes get bigger. And they call that lifestyle creep when all of a sudden now I make more. So now I can afford more, right? I can afford more in credit because I'm earning more via my income. And that's just a recipe for disaster. So I started with 7,000 and then I was buying home things. I was paying for emergencies, like I said, just paying for life. So that's where this huge balance came from. The good thing is, like I mentioned, I don't really use credit anymore, but I am on a journey of really wanting to pay this card off because I have had several opportunities to do it. And I guess I just always felt kind of stuck. The balance always felt really daunting. But the crazy part is I look back on how much money I've made just like in 2 years from like one aspect of my business, because I have a couple of revenue streams within my business. I look at this one stream and I could have paid that card off 3 times with that one stream in the past 2 years. And so it's like getting over this fear of paying back this money that I've already spent. It's also like realizing that I've had the money, realizing that it's been there, but I wasn't doing the right thing with it, you know? So like I mentioned, I'm turning 40 in 10 months. And so it is a priority for me to get this ish paid off because I just don't want to carry this baggage into that decade of my life. I don't want to struggle. I don't want to fake it till I make it. I would rather just look raggedy if it means that, you know, my finances are where I want them to be. I'm going to make a few videos.
Well, I told you I don't like car notes. I told you I don't like car notes. I do not like car notes, you guys. My next car, whenever I get a new car, it's gonna be. I think I might pay in cash. I don't like car notes. I don't like owing people money. It stresses me out. Okay, the car needs to be old. That's fine. Yeah, but people out here having $2,000 car notes. Maybe that's what we need to do with this channel. Like make it a money channel or something. Because the black people bad content. It's not for me. Relationships also sometimes, yeah, but not all the time. I can't do that. It's too much. Okay. But like I said, people have to teach black people financial literacy, right? It might not be as sexy, but at least you know you're helping people But also another thing that's always scared me is to wake up one day, come to my channel, look at my comment section, and it's full of white people praising me. Oh, hell no. I can't do that. That's can't do
videos just talking about, you know, my money journey, money beliefs, because I feel like it's really important for us to be, I guess, open and honest about these things, because social media will have you believing that everybody is just
rich, yeah,
making tons of money and everybody has these amazing lives. And, you know, a lot of times it's borrowed. A lot of times it comes at a high cost.
I told you.
And I just don't want to contribute to that.
I do not believe that a lot of these so-called luxury lifestyle influencers are not in debt. No, there's no way. Because their numbers don't make sense.
So I'm keep it real. I'm keep it a buck. If you can relate, I would love if you would drop it.
Look at this one. Let me show you this one. Let me show you this video. Let me show you this video.
You're comparing your life to people who are literally lying online. I moved to LA when I was 20. I'm almost 28 now. I was a baby and I had dreams and hopes.
What about Wednesday?
And I very quickly found myself in influencer, model, celebrity land. I have worked with people who are very famous. I have dated people who are very famous. I have had friends who are very famous. And I will tell you right now, things are not what they seem. I've seen people post luxury bags and then they're crying because they can't afford rent. I'm guilty of that one. I've seen people flex Lambos and they're splitting that shit 8 ways. Don't even get me started on drugs. I've seen some of your faves like literally in full-blown addiction. I've seen people
full-blown addiction, like this one over here. Like she said, like your fave. I mean, Montero is a stunt queen.
Sean Bankhead taught me that one.
Montero is a stunt queen, but
woo! Batty boy, want you give it to me, baby? Batty boy, want you give it to me, baby? It's gonna be a beautiful sunrise. Give me that phone so I can throw it. I want to throw it far away so you never see it again. I don't like phones. Don't miss the party tonight. Why are you still here? You need to be telling everybody about the party, girl. What's your problem? Break it down, break it down, break it down.
some of your faves strung out on drugs. Let's get back over here, y'all. Let's go.
Post European summer and you don't even want to know what they did to get there. And look, I'm not judging. I really don't give a shit. But you watching this video shouldn't be sitting there comparing your life to theirs because they're on a trip. They're doing this, they have this, they do that. My life sucks. I don't have that stuff because obviously I cannot go into detail and I never will. Just trust me when I tell you that all you are seeing is what they want you to see. You are seeing a highlight reel, a very curated one. They don't even have what they preach online. Social media can be awesome. I've made a lot of friends through social media. I've made money through social media, but if you're not careful, it's going to convince you that you're behind. It's going to convince you that your life isn't enough. And you're going to be comparing your life to people who can't even keep up with their own life. You just have to remember that everything is not what it seems. A lot is smoke and mirrors. And remember, selling your soul isn't some creepy basement ritual. Maybe sometimes it is, I guess. I don't know. More commonly, it's when someone starts trading their morals, who they are, for clout, for fame, for money, and you would be fucking surprised how many people do that. You're comparing your life to people who are literally lying online. I moved to LA when I was 20. I'm almost 28 now. I was a baby and I had dreams and hopes, and they all came true. I very quickly found myself in influencer, model, celebrity land. I have worked with people who are very famous. I have dated people who are very famous. I have had friends who are very famous. And I will tell you right now, things are not what they seem. I've seen people post luxury bags and then they're crying because they can't afford rent. I'm guilty of that one. I've seen people flex Lambos and they're splitting that shit 8 ways. Don't even get me started on drugs. I've seen some of your faves like literally in full-blown addiction. I've seen people post European summer and you don't even want to know what they did to get there. And look, I'm not judging. I really don't give a shit. But you watching this video shouldn't be sitting there comparing your life to theirs because they're on a trip. They're doing this, they have this, they do that. My life sucks. I don't have that stuff because obviously I cannot go into detail and I never will. Just trust me when I tell you that all you are seeing is what they want you to see. You are seeing a highlight reel, a very curated one. They don't even have what they preach online. Social media can be awesome. I've made a lot of friends through social media. I've made money through social media. But if you're not careful, it's going to convince you that you're behind. It's going to convince you that your life isn't enough. And you're going to be comparing your life to people who can't even keep up with their own life. You just have to remember that everything is not what it seems. A lot is smoke and mirrors. And remember, selling your soul isn't some creepy basement ritual. Maybe sometimes it is, I guess. I don't know. More commonly, it's when someone starts trading their morals, who they are, for clout, for fame, for money. And you would be fucking surprised how many people do that. You're comparing your life to people who are literally lying online. I moved to LA.
It keeps singing. I'm looking for this one video. Hold on. I watched so many videos. It's crazy. Could have been that far ago, though. Hold on. Let me see. This girl. Oh. Okay, that is her name, right? Afnan Khalifa. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Okay, it's this girl. Hold on. I'm not showing her videos recently. Give me a second. Hold on.
Women will never be rich, and it has nothing to do with economy or lack of opportunities. It's because we're programmed to think small, spend emotionally, and feel so guilty and so bad for wanting more. But here is how to be the exception. Let's go. Sure. I love McLaren. I'm gonna buy a McLaren. Not me driving every car. I'm gonna buy that car. Now we have decided on the first car. We're actually speccing it right now. We're designing it. How sick. When there is a speed bump. Woo!
Her phone is just a little bit.
Emotionally, and feel so guilty and so bad for wanting more. But here is how to be the exception. Let's go. Sure. I love McLaren. I'm gonna buy a McLaren. Not me driving every car. I'm gonna buy that car. Now we have decided on the first car. We're actually speccing it right now. We're designing it. With, we love a lifestyle, but how about you learn more from people that give you value? Focus on people that give you value on social media, and these are the people that I want us to aspire to be like. Not a girl that's just holding a Chanel bag. Okay, that's cute, but what does that Chanel bag comes with? Where did that Chanel bag came from? Let's ask the real question. Because if it came from someone else, totally fine. But I'm not about to look up to you and see, oh my God, how can I be like you if you did not earn that lifestyle? Focus on being a woman full of value. All that stuff is gonna come later, and then you're gonna realize it's cute. We love the nice things, but it's not everything in life. If you have the skills to make you rich and you are not distracted, you're not looking, how can I look rich? You're actually thinking, how can I actually be rich? How can I never be broke? What things do I need to learn for nobody to ever, number one, make me feel small, for any job to make me feel dependent, for any man to make me feel dependent, because I know I can make no matter how much money from anywhere in the world in any business, because you know what I have? The most valuable thing ever, which is my mindset, which is my skills. That's how you get rich, with that energy too.
And this is my issue with the luxury content, Black girl luxury content. A lot of these girls are not showing how they add value. They're not showing other women how to add value, how to create value. How exactly are you making this money? And I truly believe a lot of people have sponsors. That's just me. I truly believe A lot of people have sponsors because I think it's really dangerous to have a channel full of young ladies that are mostly living off of credit cards, say, oh yeah, buy this, buy that, buy this, buy this, but yet they work regular jobs. So you can say your YouTube channel is doing good, no problem. You can say you have sponsorship, no problem. But it's not an infinite amount of money. How you pay for all of this? And before you know it, these young ladies are trying to keep up with you, but you're not teaching them how to make money. You're not teaching them how to make money. You're not teaching them how to get better, how to, blow up in their careers also, that they can afford to keep up with you. Another thing also that I don't like is how a lot of them also don't teach other young ladies how to become content creators, because you need multiple streams of income, right? You can have your 9 to 5. That's like your real money, your serious money. But then you can become a content creator and that's your play money, right? Does that make sense? Because you can't do it all with your 9 to 5 money. That's really, really, really crazy. That's really, really crazy. And I'm like, for me, Marlene, there is no way a lot of these content luxury creators are not drowning in debt. But they want to give up the illusion, oh, I'm successful, I'm rich. So hoping that other brands will come to them and pay them all this money, right? Fake until you make it. But what if you never make it? And now you have the debt of you faking it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just crazy to me. But that part, I like that part.
So here's the real problem. We are taught to be financially invisible. Don't talk about money as a woman. Be humble. Don't be flashy. Don't discuss even numbers. That's what men do. Why are you doing that? But here are 5 lessons that have cost me years of not making the money that I was supposed to.
I don't know about the. I didn't listen to the rest though. I didn't listen to the rest. So I don't know where we going
to make, and I'm gonna teach you guys in the next couple minutes. So let's get into it. The first lesson is undercharging because you feel guilty.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear that part. Okay, but what she was saying was like kind of right. Was like, you need to follow people that can truly teach you how to make more money and how to, blow up in your career. And sometimes it's not always luxurious, right? Oh my gosh, what's this young lady here? Oh my goodness, what is her name? Is that her name? Maverick finally passed out. Oh Lord. This little baby. Is that her name? Yeah, that's it. Okay. You see her? Oh, she's good with money, this one. She is really good. Shelby is really good. Shelby understands money. Okay. Okay, she's really good with money. But a lot of times it's not that sexy though. But listen, she makes a crap load of money. And she teaches young people, like, her followers, like, she'll teach them how to make money too. Let's see this one.
After about a year of searching, I am finally moving to a bigger place. And contrary to what I thought when I first started looking, I decided to rent instead of buy. A year ago, I was determined to buy because if you have the money to do it, it's what you do in America, right? It's a sign of success and it's always the best investment, right? This is so ingrained in many of us, we're blinded to the fact that it's not always true anymore. I'm going to explain why I decided to sign a lease and rent for another year, even though I technically could buy, and why I think this is the better financial decision for me. The first reason I decided not to buy and instead sign a new lease is because when I actually ran the numbers, it wasn't the best investment. And this was hard for me to wrap my mind around because for many years, buying was a great investment. Really for much of the past 50 years, and even as early as 2021. If you bought a place, your monthly cost would be the same, if not slightly cheaper, than the cost to rent a comparable place. But this is just not the case anymore. With where prices and interest rates are currently, usually the monthly mortgage cost would be much higher than a comparable unit for rent. When you actually run the numbers, it's pretty surprising. So take this condo, for example, that is in the $800,000 price range. It's 2-bedroom, 2 bathrooms, about 1,000 square feet. And this is pretty typical of what you'll find in this price point in Los Angeles. For a place like this, the monthly mortgage is nearly $6,000 a month because of today's 7% interest rate. Meanwhile, there are plenty of 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments that are arguably more updated. You can see the floors in the kitchen do look more modern in this one, that are less expensive. This one is is renting for $4,500 a month. Not to mention, you also have that down payment that you could leave in the stock market. There's the opportunity cost of that as well. So for this place, it's a $160,000 down payment. And if
I think we need to start focusing on money, huh? I think on this channel, we need to start focusing on money. She's well, I'm gonna give my down payment when I can leave it in the stock market. Shelby is smart with money, you guys. She is really smart. Like when she tells you how much money she makes, or like her investments, her YouTube channel, this, and that. This young lady is smart with money. I'm like, dang. Ali is another one. They're so good. They're really, really good. They're good with money. They're serious, because I'm like, polarizing topics, I don't like that. Shit, it's too much. Yeah.
if you're getting the average stock market return, that's $16,000 per year that you're losing out on. Not to mention, if you're saving $1,500 a month because it's cheaper to rent, you can invest that as well. And in 5 years, you would have nearly $400,000. And so the question is always, does buying beat that return? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. What I realized is with both of the places that I actually put offers in on, it was very close. It was not a no-brainer that buying was better. It was like, maybe not though. Because the thing is, there's a lot more factors than just the monthly mortgage cost versus the rent cost. There's home appreciation, the fact that rents can go up, the tax benefits of owning. It's actually a lot more complicated to determine if it is truly a good investment to buy versus rent. The New York Times actually made a really good rent versus buy calculator that takes into account all of these things, like the tax benefits of owning and the fact that rent increases. And in this specific scenario, renting was always just a little bit better, even if you held it for 30 years. And this calculator isn't even taking into account that you might be investing the difference in what you save by renting. It also doesn't take into account that if you buy, you could potentially refinance later, but still it gives you a pretty good idea of if it's truly better to buy versus rent, which in most cases, better to rent. So for it to make sense as an investment, you need the appreciation to outpace those stock market gains. And when I looked at the data of what I wanted to buy, I didn't think it would. Houses always appreciate, don't they? Not super well for condos and townhouses. Personally, what I was looking at buying was a condo or a townhouse, because in LA, to get a single family house, you're starting at $1.7 million. And also, I personally just like the security of a building. I don't think I would sleep very well at night in a single family house in LA. It's just a personal thing. I just know myself and I wouldn't. Single family houses do historically appreciate pretty well, like 4% a year, but condos and townhouses, not the same. In fact, Redfin's data showed in the last 5 years, condos only appreciated 0.7% per year, which is unusually low. I like to go in and look at the particular building I'm interested in and see how other units appreciated. Oftentimes, it was about 2 to 3% a year. Sometimes they lost money. If somebody bought in 2021 and was now trying to sell, they were losing money. So this was another realization I had, was condos just are really not a great investment. I have a real estate license, so I've worked in real estate a little bit. I've had some listings, and I had a listing and the owner owned the condo for 2 years and wanted to sell. They actually were going to lose money if they sold it. A lot of times the case with condos, I think people are disappointed with the appreciation not really being very good. This is something a lot of real estate agents won't tell you because they just want you to buy something to get the commission. But I'm a YouTuber first and foremost, so I don't really care. And so if you are living in a building, if you're going for that lifestyle like I am, you can usually rent them for cheaper and get a better return. Keeping that down payment in the stock market, you may end up in a better spot in, say, 5 years to buy a single family house instead. I could bore you guys with the numbers of this all day, but basically, buying could be an okay investment. You can make it make sense when you factor in the tax benefits more than anything. But the bigger thing was I couldn't find something in my price range I really was excited to buy and commit to for 5 to 10 plus years. The fact of the matter is the inventory in LA in the $1 million price range even is not that great. And you can definitely rent something better. It's usually an older condo from the 80s or even older, in need of maintenance, not updated. I was able to find 2 places I liked enough that I put offers in on, but even those, when they didn't work out, I wasn't heartbroken because I was gonna have to put tens of thousands, if not over $100,000 in one case,
into making it updated. Updated enough that it was similar to the comparable rentals. If I was buying in a city like Seattle, where I'm from, where they have a lot of great inventory, even in the $600,000 to $800,000 price range, you can get a nice townhouse for like $700,000. Sure, you could probably make a little more if you kept your money in the stock market, but I would still buy in that case because I'd be buying something that I actually want. With the case of buying here in LA, it just started to not feel right because these places just were not better than what you could rent. For now, I think it's better to hold out, keep investing until I can get the house I really want, because I don't think getting a condo in the meantime is the best stepping stone and way to get there. I actually think renting and investing in the stock market is a better way. Who knows? I could be wrong. It all depends on home appreciation in the stock market. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know. But based on historical data, I do think that this is the case. And the last reason was realizing I value the flexibility right now that renting gives you. When it comes to renting, I'm okay with the location being a little grungier, like I can deal. But when it comes to actually buying, I am way pickier on the location. I've lived here like over 10 years, and I have noticed ever since COVID, it has gone downhill in terms of safety and cleanliness. I have been here for over a week now. This kind of stuff is just always popping up. I love LA for right now. I have a great community here. There's lots of cool stuff to film and opportunities here, but I could see myself buying in a little bit of a different area at some point. I've recently spent more time in another part of California, close to LA, but actually outside of LA, and it's just so much cleaner, safer. I wouldn't feel scared living in a house there, and I've kind of started to think that when it comes time to buy, I might actually want to buy there instead. So I am valuing the flexibility of renting, still spending time here for now. Maybe I'll want to stay here, but maybe not. I like having that flexibility right now. LA, some parts of it feel like a gamble in terms of long-term property value. Take somewhere like Santa Monica near the 3rd Street Promenade area. It used to be really lively, a touristy area. It was nice. And now it's dead. It's actually kind of sketchy. And those property values have definitely suffered. Well, it's unlikely for that to happen. That's just one small part of LA. Most of it is not like that. The fact that it could happen, I don't love. I think I'd rather rent in a place like that where I'm not sure if it's gonna be nice or not in 5 years, and buy somewhere where it seems more like a sure thing that it's gonna stay pretty nice. So that is why I actually think renting is the smarter financial decision and just lifestyle choice for me right now. But it's such a personal decision for everyone. I really encourage you to run the numbers, to think, do I actually want to live here for 10 years if I have to? Am I just trying to check a box, or am I excited about this place? Because the fact of the matter is, these days, it's not always the best investment. So if you're gonna buy a place, it's more of a personal.
How she's talking, I mean, she's white, but you see how she's talking. If she's part of those white people who make a mass exodus out of California, oh, because she's racist. It's like, no, she makes a lot of sense. Like, she's a single lady. She lives by herself. LA is scary. Like, it's very sketchy. Even me, I wouldn't want her to live there because you just never know. Does that mean that she hates Black people? No, we're also not going to live there because we're scared. We're all scared. Okay, we're all scared. And Karen Bass, Black women, okay, they don't know how to run cities. Because a lot of these people are just activists. They're not business people. Because when you're a business person, you're like, yo, people who make a lot of money, people who can pay lots of taxes, we don't want to lose those people because they help the city to go around. Like, they make the city turn. They got the money. But activists, they prioritize poor people, drug addicts, all kinds of crazy. They prioritize people who don't pay taxes. And they think somehow rich people are going to stick around, pay taxes to be neglected. That's not how it works. That's why I say if anybody that runs for mayor should have an MBA, should have a finance degree, should have an accounting degree. When you're a mayor, when you run a city, it is no different than running a business. So you have to prioritize your high tax paying people because they're the ones who are financing the city. But in LA, like most blue cities, they're pushing people with money out of those cities. Then they want to call them racist. But it's like, is she racist? No, she's not. Shelby makes a lot of valid points because even I would be scared. I'll be scared, y'all. Because like she's right. 5 years from now, who's to say what LA is going to look like? And it is really scary. It's really scary. So I'm like, no. Exactly, no. They'll make the city safe. The city's dirty. People are pooping outside. They're peeing outside. It's like, it's not even worth the money. Like, no. But you can always leave, Brittany. Ask God to make a way. Okay. But yeah, Texas land is a whole lot cheaper. And I feel like also because they have lots of, I don't know, lots of workers, like illegal workers, I don't know. But I do feel like the houses in Texas, they look really, really nice. They're very, very pretty. Even I would mind living in Texas. Okay. Because Virginia homes, oh no. They'll have good interior designers because they're not like, wow. Okay. But I heard they have property taxes are pretty high. But when you look at Texas, a lot of these homes in Texas are like, wow. Like here in Virginia, you don't see any. I haven't seen a house that makes me go, wow. This is like $3, $4, $5, $6, $8 million, right? Yeah. They really are gonna bring back disease again. It's bad. It's bad business.
Consumption thing. It's fine to buy something, and there can be great reasons to, like staying in a school district if you have kids, or you love a location and you want to make sure that you're always there. But if you're looking at buying as a stepping stone to getting to your next place, it might not be the best, especially if you're looking at a condo like I was.
But I will say, you guys, that American dream is so ingrained. Even knowing all this, a part of me still wants to buy, even though I know it's not a good idea.
Awesome thing is there are alternatives to investing in real estate. You can still build equity in something without buying real estate. Stocks are much more passive. And I made a whole video comparing stock market returns to my real estate investment returns, and it kind of solidified that stocks can be better. They often are when interest rates and prices are this high. I don't want to rent forever, but I do think that renting and investing the difference will get me to my goal of buying something I'm really excited about later on. So let me know what you guys think. Are you renting? Are you looking to buy? If you are looking to buy in LA, despite everything I just said, maybe if you're looking at like a single family house, would recommend a single family house over a condo, but you do you. But if you are looking in LA or Orange County, I kind of recommend Orange County over LA, to be honest. I am a real estate agent here. If you'd like to go tour some places, you can reach out to me down below, whether you're looking to buy or sell. I'll have my email down below if you want to get on a call and learn more about the process. It's not just me. I work with a team that has over 15 years of experience. So if you are looking, but again, totally get it if you're not, because for most people, it just doesn't make sense. I hope that you guys enjoyed. I have a lot to still unpack. If you want to see my new place, I'll link my vlog channel because I'll be showing it on my vlogs soon. And
yes, she has 2 channels. Her sister's also a YouTuber. You know, but she does a lot. But I like her content because she's teaching you how to make money, like be responsible with your money, be mindful with your money. You know, you don't always have to spend all kinds of money. Where I feel like Black girl luxury or that kind of Black girl content, it's always spend money, spend money, spend more money, spend more money, spend money, spend money, spend more money. You got more money, spend more money. And I'm like, the young ladies watching your content, they can't keep up with y'all. They just can't keep up. It's excessive. It's excessive. Like it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Yeah, hey, you guys, I think that's it for tonight. Okay. But hopefully you learned something today. All right. Hopefully this live was fun. Yeah, I think he was in jail for real, for real. Yo. I don't think it's a joke.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Impressive channel. Before I get into this video, I first want to thank ZocDoc for sponsoring this video. Have you actually been taking care of your health this year? Like, really? Because if you're like most of us, it's way too easy.
Oh, what did they say, Lonnie? What did they say? Me, I asked her one time on Instagram. You know, she responded, right? Of course, she responded to that comment. But I asked her, I'm like, where do you put all this stuff? Because I'm like, shopping is cute. But there's only so many places. Like I'm like, you can only store but so much. And she was like, oh, it's my job. I'm like, girl, spending money is your job. That's just an excuse. Like, you're doing too much. Like, it's excessive. Because I'm like, after a while, you're gonna feel overwhelmed. There's only, but I'm like, you want to buy every single Coach bag? You want to buy every single outfit? I feel like black girls, they don't know how to make relatable content without spending. They don't know how to. It's like the only way they know how to bond with each other is through spending. Because I feel like if they were to really have conversations, they probably have nothing in common, or they don't align in terms of values. So in order to have non-offensive, non-controversial content, well, I guess I'll spend money because I don't really want these girls to know who I am. Because I'm like, you guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, shopping at first is fun. But then you're like, okay, where am I going to put all this stuff? And then you buy the bag. She keeps the boxes. I'm like, these are big boxes. I'm like, where are you going to put all of this? You see, I told her that. I was like, how do you store all of this? Like, it's just excessive. But I feel like, I think her name is, what's her name? Elizabeth? What's her name? I don't know. A. Wilkie. I feel like she does not know how to bond with these people, because I also believe she's a Christian. I think so. Because she seems like she talks about God a lot. But even though I never see her volunteer, I don't know. She's like, oh, God did this for me. God gave me a car. I'm okay, but what else do you do to thank God? Because God is not buying you a Mercedes. You bought that for yourself, right? But if you love God so much, you should also volunteer. I'm just saying, right? But I feel like sometimes, for the vast majority of the time, these black girls, these black girl content creator, black girl luxury content creator, they do not know how to connect with these black girls, because many times they do not align. Their values don't align. Their political ideals do not align. Their ideas of relationships don't align. So the only thing you can do to not be controversial is to shop. Shop and do your makeup, and then stand like this in front of the, like this in front of a mirror, and then take your outfit like that. But it gets old. They're afraid of people getting to know them. They're afraid. Whereas, like, I'm not trying to compare, but I am comparing that. Some of the, like the yeah, I think, yeah, I was like, I should feel afraid to. Yeah, spending money. Most of your people can't keep up with your ass. It's excessive, right? You gotta talk about something else. At least start a book club. I don't know. But I'm like, can you imagine? Just put yourself in the audience's shoes. If these girls really like you, but every day you're buying a new bag, after a while, the girls are going to feel depressed because they cannot keep up. Also, it's not like you mix and match. You're always buying upper echelon things, right? You don't go to TJ Maxx. You don't go to Marshalls. You don't go to Ross. You don't go to Target. At least they can kind of keep up with that. But if everything is expensive, these girls are going to feel exhausted. They can't keep up. And it's not even fair. But I feel like most black girls, I don't think they have a lot of personality. I don't think so. And I also don't think that many of these girls are actually intelligent. They can't talk ideas. So to avoid problems, they just shop all the time. That's all they do is shop. But I'm like, this is not fulfilling. It's very silly, immature content. Like, it's giving Clueless. Oh my gosh, look at my closet. It's old. It's really old. People can come up with that shit. Yeah, it's excessive. Like, you got to do something else. You got to, run, exercise, make food. But like, if you're shopping all the time, you guys, it's going to get discouraging because these girls cannot keep up. Most people can't keep up. And also, mind you, you might get things as PR. Like, Coach might be gifting you stuff at this point. You're getting PR. They have to go buy it with their actual money. You see? So it's like, whereas like a lot of these white girls, like, what's your girl's name? The white girl from here. What's her name? Emma Chamberlain, right? She be at her house looking crazy. There's no pressure. Kylie Pitts, she just cleans her house all day. No pressure. All you gotta do is go to Walmart and buy yourself some cleaning supplies. Okay? But like black girls, dirt content is very high pressure. 3,000 Costco hauls, $4,000 Costco haul, this, and that. It's like, girl, this is not practical. It's not practical. It's excessive because I think a lot of these girls are insecure. Because that's excessive. Yeah, it's too much money. Even me, I have this hair product stuff like that. I need to start using this stuff. It's excessive. It really is excessive. At first, it's fun, but then it becomes a problem. And also, me, when I shop, I always try to use coupons. And I always tell people, hey, this is on sale. This is on sale, right? Because I don't pay full price for stuff. Why would I ever? Why would I? Yeah, you see, Emma, her stuff is very chill. Like, she did a video recently. She was in pajamas. There was no pressure. Kylie Pitts, she cleans her house. The other Kylie, she cleans her house. It's like black girls, they don't want to be relatable. They think everything has to be va-va-voom, va-voom, va-voom. When we know it's not real. Do you even have that kind of money, or you're in debt? I think a lot of these black girls are in debt. What do I know? You're crazy. This is a lot of money. How do you afford all this shit? But Marlene, if I was watching someone and all they did was shop all day, I'm going to unfollow. This is not healthy content. You don't have anything else to offer but shopping all the time? You're scared to have your opinions? You're scared to say who you truly are? No. Yeah, exactly. They do the least and they get the bigger opportunities. Right? Even that girl, Alex Earl. Alex is like, oh yeah, I need to go shopping. Alex has a shitload of money. She is rich. Oh, you guys come with me to buy a Birkin. You know, if most black girls had Alex's money, oh Lord, we would not sleep. My Cartier this, my Cartier that. I just bought this. They're so insecure. And they don't even make the most money. That's the part that's sad. These black girls do not make the most money amongst influencers. The vast majority of these girls don't even make in the Forbes 30. Like when they rate all these influencers and who makes the most money, these girls in there, they're not in there. The majority of the time, if black people make it, it's black boys who make it. And they don't spend money like that. So where's your money coming from? They do too much. Like, who are you trying to fool? You don't make that much money. Even because I'm like, if a million views gets you $4,000, right? So then 100,000 gets you how much? You see? So if you get 100,000 views, maybe you make like 1,000 or something per video, whatever. So you're spending more than you're making per YouTube videos. It's like, what the hell? What the helly? They do too much. There's another girl here too. She's Vietnamese. Mai Pham, whatever her name is. Her views are crazy. Even she doesn't do that. Like, why y'all so damn insecure like this? They hide behind labels. It's just weird. Yeah. I really think you should, Brittany. Like, we need more relatable black. I'm not saying don't buy expensive things, right? I'm not saying don't buy Coach. But I'm saying, like, you got to do the content in the way that your subscribers can keep up with you. Like I said, when people feel left out, they get upset, right? So you got to be mindful. Like, hey, I'm an influencer. I have my AdSense money. I have sponsorship money. And you might have other kinds of money, right? But most people, they only have one stream of income. It's their 9 to 5. So when you create the content, you have to be mindful. Like even when I started my hair page, at first, I was going to review the products. But then I say, I never, ever, ever want to make someone feel as though they have to keep up with me. Okay, I just like doing that kind of shit. So I figured instead of like always like reviewing a product, I will talk more about the ingredients. Like let's make it more about the ingredients in hair care products so that when you decide to buy a product, you can shop off the products, right? And then I'm thinking of like doing comparisons between, where's my thingy, right? Maybe compare like if you have a L'Oreal version and you have a Redken version, is this one worth? Because this is $34. This is $10. Is this worth the money? The answer is yes, because they got the same ingredients. Okay, like stuff like that. I have to find a way because I don't want the hair page to be like buy this, buy that, buy. Because most people can't. They have to buy food. Hello. Nobody wants to follow someone that's always saying buy. You also have to share useful information. So talk about ingredients. Talk about other things that do not involve spending money. Everything don't have to be about spend your money. It's draining. And when people realize that they don't have the money, it can make them feel like they're not good enough. So I'm like, oh, it's too much. You know? Exactly. She doesn't. But we, like Thomas Sowell said, like we chase validation. And then when we're black and we create content, especially with the girls, I feel like black girls, they are seeking to be envied. It's like they want people to envy them. Like, oh, I want you to envy my life, envy this. When many of these girls, like I said, are living on credit, and many of them have sponsors. There are men who give them money. I don't care what nobody says. There are men who give these girls money. I don't care what no one says. I don't care what nobody says. Because the views don't make sense. They don't make sense. And it's not like every video they're doing an ad. So how you paying for this? Please. Whatever. Not falling for the shit. Yeah, they do not make it to the list. So they're not making the most money. Alex Earl, I think last year she made $8 million. Have you seen her one time go buy a Birkin? Do you even see her with a Birkin? No, she's still acting like a regular college girl that loves to get drunk and go to parties. If you didn't know, like if you could not see her views, like you would know how much money she makes. But I think one TikTok is like $400,000. But she's very low key. Like for the amount of money she makes, I personally feel like she's very, very laid back. You know, she's like, whatever, who cares? Because her page is about a vibe. It's the vibe. But it's like Black girls, their entire persona is tied to labels. It's like they're nobody without fashion. They're nobody without wearing labels. I'm like, are you not intelligent? Can you not talk about anything else? All they know how to talk about my closet, my clothes, my shoes, my bag, my shoes, my bags. That's all they have. Because they do not have personality. They're boring. They're truly boring. Even cooking, they can't cook. All they can do is worry about their clothes. Ask this girl to make something to eat. You'll see. She can't do it. I'm like, that is a sad life. It's a sad fucking life. It's a sad life. Okay, like Nora Smith, millions of people fall in love with her because she cooks everything from scratch. So when you think about it, like how much it costs her to make the food, she has a profit. Even the clothes she wears, I'm sure she's gifted those clothes. She ain't buying couture. She's not buying that shit, right? But let's say you make a meal, it costs you $50, and then from the Creator Fund, you get 10 million views. So now you're making like 2,500. You're having a profit. Most of these Black girls, they're running their YouTube channel, not like a business, but some stupid shit. Because you should spend less on a YouTube video and make more. But in order to get people to watch their content, they have to spend a lot of money. I'm like, Emma Chamberlain is richer than most of y'all, and she's spending less money per video. Her costs of production are low. You're spending too much money. Spending too much money. They're not good with business. They're really not. Yeah, you can mix and match. You can go to TJ Maxx. You can go like mix and match. Like allow people to see that you're a real person. Everyday people, real people, do not buy everything designer. Sometimes you go to Walmart and buy you some nice white tees for $8. Womp womp womp. Okay? Even Ivanka Trump, she buys stuff from Target. So who are you not to buy cheap stuff? Like what the heck? What in the world? This is just weird.
Lil Nas X. Now, recently, Lil Nas X was thrown in jail after hitting and tussling with a police officer, and he's currently being held in there without bail. Now, leading up to this whole incident, Lil Nas X was spotted strutting down the street in his drawers on, singing random songs and telling people about this party. And it's clear that the man was high as a kite.
Nah. Hey,
What
don't
up?
be late to the party tonight.
Where at?
You know where it's at.
Now, this is not funny. It's not funny at all, but it does kind of remind me of this joke that Dave Chappelle did about Lil Nas X.
Then a man who calls himself Lil Nas X. And he said, I tried to get you in my video. What video? And he just looked at me like, you know what video, and walked away.
Don't
up?
be late to the party tonight.
Where at?
You know where it's at. Nah, go ahead, babe.
On a serious note, this is very disturbing because after Lil Nas X was walking around the street, the man did end up stripping down naked and he lunged at a police officer. And after that, he was taken to the hospital and they said that he was treated for a possible overdose. And then he was taken to jail. He was booked and charged with a misdemeanor after battering the police. And he is in jail without bail currently. Now, this is very serious. It is serious. I've heard rumors that Lil Nas X was possibly dabbling into drugs. A lot of his fans suspected that he might have been on something when he uploaded this clip earlier this year.
I want this time around to be even more fun, and I want to be like even more full of joy, and I want to be even more full of love, and I want to go out here in this fucking world, and I want to wave my fucking hands in the sky and move about freely.
People were pointing out how off Lil Nas X seemed in this video. This one person said, "No."
My only prayer is that a lot of white men didn't rape him, because Hollywood is full of perverts. Hollywood is full of pedophiles. It's full of white homosexuals. It's full of homosexuals, old ass homosexuals, really old white people, old white male, old wrinkled penises, uncircumcised wrinkled white penises. Because the way he rose up that fast, you guys, the way he just rose up out of nowhere from Twitter, running a Nicki Minaj, whatever you call a Barb account, to all the success he had, I just pray, but most likely it did happen, that too many white men didn't have their way with his body. You know, because, you know, let me tell you something. Having sex, even from man to woman, don't matter. Having sex with the wrong people will mess you up. Prostituting yourself to succeed will mess you up. It's like you will always feel dirty, like this ick, you know, no matter how many baths you take, how many showers you take, how many African sponges you use to scrub yourself, you're always going to feel the ick because you were taken advantage of. You know, that place is full of pedophiles. That place is full of evil homosexuals. That place is full of nasty people. And he's out there. And also, it's not like he comes from a family, well-known family, big family. He's out there by himself as a regular black boy with no protection. So only God knows. Because these kids today, they want to be famous. They want to go viral. They have no idea. Oh, it's not a big deal. I'm going to get to the bag. No, it is a big deal. Giving your body up to a demon is a big deal. So I'm like, he probably did.
Body better had drugged him. I don't remember his speech being that dang choppy. Someone said he is high as F and not on weed. He on drugs bad. Wow. Something's a bit off. I hope he's doing okay. Y'all gonna sit here and act like you don't see this man drug the F out. Another one said lots of coke. Wow. My boy coked up. So people have been speculating that he might be on something. Wow. And back in April, he was in the hospital and he showed off his partially paralyzed face. And I wonder if that too was caused by drugs.
And when I smile, this is me doing a full smile right now, by the way. It's like what the fuck? Bro, I can't even laugh right, bro. What the fuck? Oh my God. So, oh my God, bro.
Yeah, this is disturbing. You know what? I hope Lil Nas X really gets the help that he needs.
It seems like Thomas Sowell said, hey, praise. He said, when you go from zero to a whole lot of money, when you go from rags to riches, he said, money is an amplifier. So if you're a broken person and then they give you a bunch of money, if you have a lot of childhood trauma and they give you lots of money, that money is you won't use that money to self-destruct because all you know is destruction. You know? So if this young man has lots of pain, he doesn't have the right kind of support from his family, he didn't have a great childhood, he never went to therapy for that kind of stuff, then out of nowhere, because of one song on TikTok, he's on top of the world. And now nobody wants to hear his music. Imagine how he feels. And you know, if he's taking coke, he learned that from white people. Coke is white people's drug. They love cocaine. Okay? They love cocaine. This is what they do. They take you out of extreme poverty. They make you super famous. And then boom, they let you fall super hard. Now all your demons, you buy yourself with the money and your demons. It's truly, truly evil. They're seriously evil. This is sad.
Needs. I think a lot has happened to him in this industry. I'm not going to really go into detail what I think it is, but yeah, I think some stuff happened with him. And also his career fell off completely. He turned off a lot of listeners and fans once he started mocking Jesus and Christianity and also doing demonic stuff. I think that turned a lot of people off. But there might have been some other industry stuff that happened that really caused his career to go downhill. Either way, I think it was hard for him to adjust to the fact that he was on top musically, but then he fell off so hard. So I think he used drugs to cope. And with him being in Hollywood and him going to these parties and being on the scene with all these different people who use all these drugs, it's very easy for him to get caught up in that whole drug lifestyle too. So I think that's what happened. And also I think some
Even
stuff
the mocking Jesus though kept me, for as much as I didn't like it, but the mocking Jesus stuff, I don't even think that was his idea. I do not think that was his idea. If you have a religion out here, that tells people that Jesus is a heretic that is burning in his excrement, and those are the same people who own the music industry, you know, I'm like, was it, you know, even though he did it, he sure did do it. But I don't think that was his idea, though. I think those people made him do it because they don't like Jesus. They do not like Jesus. And also, they don't like black people. So it's perfect. I don't like Jesus. I don't like black people. So use a black person to disrespect Jesus. Because per their religion, Jesus is a heretic who is currently burning in hell in his own poop. That's what I'm saying. Messing with these people, you got to be very careful. Yeah, because they don't like black people. Black people are less than Hakums. They don't like Jesus. They say Jesus is a heretic who is currently burning in his own excrement. It's in their book. That's what they believe. That he is burning in hell in his own feces. Right? And then you're black, you're Hakum. You're less than Hakum. That your life is not even worth their fingernail. A fingernail. So to me, it's like, it makes perfect sense. I think you're less than a dog. And I also believe that Jesus is a heretic that is currently burning in hell in his own feces. So yeah, I'm going to use you to disrespect Jesus. They don't like Jesus. They hate Jesus. I don't see how any Christian can stand by these people. How can you stand by people who have so much hatred for Jesus? They have a hatred for Jesus. And I say everything they said Islam is what they're doing, is what they're about. Because even in Islam just says that Jesus is not a Messiah, but he's a prophet. They call him Isa, right? But nowhere in Islam, nowhere in the Quran does it say that Jesus is burning in hell and he is burning in his own excrement. But in their religion, that's exactly what it says. At least Islam acknowledges him as a prophet. Yeah, but he's young also, Kevin. He's young. He has no family. They know who to go after. I'm telling you, they know who to go after. Just like most of these female rappers. They have the same pedigree. No daddy, daddy in prison. They go after a particular kind of black people. They go after desperate, broke, unprotected, no parent having black children. Because they know you're not going to say no. Because they offer you so much money. Money, respect, fame, relevance. People are going to know your name. You'll be a star. They understand human psychology. They're evil. Yeah, exactly. Like they really hate Jesus. Like it's not a joke. Yeah, they have the same pedigree. Carisha, where's her daddy? Meg Thee Stallion, where's her daddy? Sweetie, where's her daddy? JT, where is her daddy? Okay, who else? Doichi, where is her daddy? Okay, Foxy Brown, what was her daddy? Nicki Minaj, where's her daddy? Okay, they use the same girls with the same pedigree. I feel like the only black girl that had a dad in her life is Beyonce. Like, for real. Like, seriously. Okay. Yeah, they know, Kevin. They prey on certain people. They prey on certain kinds of people. They prey on certain kinds of black children. They know where to go. Yeah, Cardi B, where is her daddy? There you go. They prey on certain people. It's intentional. Okay, because then these black kids from a two-parent household, they ain't gonna do it. They will not do it. And also, they don't even need to do it. So they intentionally go after poor children, inner cities, daddy's in prison, mother is either a drug addict or she's struggling financially. It's a single mom. You probably dropped out the 6th, 7th grade. The same pedigree every single time. Because they're more likely to do it. They're more likely to, oh yeah, it's not a big deal. So pretty much they go after unintelligent Black people. That's it. And it works every time. Exactly. Doja Cat, where is her daddy? Exactly. Exactly. 2-parent household children they can't do shit like that. So they love unprotected Black children. It's predatory. It's extremely predatory. They will never do this shit with Willow Smith. How? It's not gonna happen. They know who to go after. They would never do that shit with Tracy Ellis. Like, they never tried that shit with her when she was a younger woman. They wouldn't do that, right? They know who to go after. And usually these are unprotected Black children. Many of them don't even have a high school degree. It's intentional. It's really, really wicked. It's wicked business.
Spiritually is going on with him as well. It's unfortunate, but people in Hollywood be selling their souls. They open themselves up to a lot of energies, a lot of spirits, and those spirits just come in and cause havoc in their lives. This is exactly what Chloe Bailey was talking about, but people don't understand how deep it is.
And no matter how hard you work, no matter how good of a person that you are, no matter how talented you are, sometimes that's not enough to get you places that you need to be. And that's why sinners.
Even Chloe and Haley, where is their daddy? Look at their careers. Look at how they carry on. This one over here, she getting pregnant, but they made sure to isolate, what's her name, Chloe and Haley, from their parents. Chloe has not talked to her mom and dad in like over 2 years now. She does not talk to her parents. Right? The only one that talks to her family, like her parents, is Haley. But Chloe does not talk to her parents. This is what they do. Exactly. Where is their daddy? He's not involved. Do you see him? No. Like, they're evil. They are predators. They're bad, bad people. They're really bad people.
It's like, I was crying right after, because I feel like anyone in the industry could really resonate with it. And it also showed that you have to give negativity permission to be inside. And as long as you don't invite it in, you'll be okay and safe.
See, Chloe is not selling out, but unfortunately other people are.
Okay, look, and you see Samira? Samira won a Grammy, right, for jazz, right? But Samira is always with her dad. So they're not gonna crazy promote her. You're not gonna see her be all over the place, right? Because her daddy's there. Samira's always with her dad. She's always with her dad. I'm telling you, they do not like to see daddies. They don't like to see Black children with fathers. They don't like that shit. If your dad is in your life, you will not make it like that. Okay? If your father's in your life, they stay away from you. Because fathers are deterrents. They don't like to see dads. But Samira, you're not going to see Samira all over the place because her daddy's in her life. They love abandoned, forsaken, orphan, bastard Black children. But if your dad is in your life, and if your dad is somewhat intelligent, they will stay away from you because you'll most likely listen to your dad. So it's not going to work. They don't like Black children that have present fathers. They don't like that stuff. They're really, really bad. Like, they're bad. They're really bad. They're really evil. Hold on. Let me go back over here. Okay, hold on.
And I kind of think Lil Nas X did sell out, honestly, but my hope is that he really gets the help that he needs, not only physically and mentally, but also spiritually. I do think him going to jail was probably a necessary intervention for him. And hopefully when he gets out, he could go to rehab and kind of get his life in order. But he really desperately needs help. He's been crying out for help for a long time, but I don't think he has people around him who really care enough to get him help. And that's the sad part about this whole thing. But prayers up for Lil Nas X. Now I want to move on and talk.
People don't realize, right? People do not realize that the music industry is plantation work. When you go into the music industry, you are agreeing to becoming a slave. You're not a person. You're not a human being. No, you are theirs. You're an object. And your job is to make these people as much money as possible. It is a plantation. Even Prince told us that. You're a slave. Artists are slaves. You're not allowed to be sober. You're not allowed to own your music. You can't even speak your mind. Okay? You are a slave. It's just a glamorized plantation. But you're not free. You're not a human being. All they care about, how much money can you make us? How many millions of people can you inspire to follow you so we can get brand deals and we can have you push those products? That's it. That's that. You're not a person. Look at Britney Spears. You're not a human being. Okay? You are not a human being. So it's a plantation. It's not a good place. It looks like fun, but it's not fun. It's horrendous. It damages people. Okay? It's really, really bad. It's a plantation. But Prince told us, I'm a slave. You are a slave to Tony Motola. You're not free. You're not allowed to own your music. You can't own your masters. You can't own your image. You can't own your name. Slavery. It is slavery.
About Tyla, because Tyla too seemed like she had a little incident that concerned a lot of her fans. Now, she was rushed out of a party that she had in Brazil. It was an H&M party, and she was being carried out, and it looks like she was out of it. Some people thought that she fainted. Maybe she was drunk. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. But she did react to the news of the incident, and she posted this drunk picture of Beyonce. So I guess she was kind of insinuating that she was drunk too. I don't know. But you know what? If Tyla's going to be drinking and partying, she has to be very, very careful, because there are people who like to drug people. They like to put stuff in drinks, and artists in the industry get preyed on. They do. Like, people try to target them and get them caught up and sabotage them. So Tyla has to be very careful and watch her back. Now, moving on, I want to talk about my problematic fave, Tamar Braxton. I was really sad to hear that something happened to her. She also got involved in an incident where she woke up in a pool full of her own blood, and she claims that she didn't know what happened. She said that she almost passed away on Sunday, and she had a face injury. She had a fractured nose. She lost her teeth and her mobility. I mean, it was crazy. And people suspected that something happened to her the night that she went to the V12 restaurant. She was actually walking through with this entrepreneur named Vinny Watson. And also she was there with the personality Funky Dineva. And she seemed like she was in good spirits. She was celebrating and partying, but we don't know what happened after this night. Funky Dineva, who was there with her, said that he didn't even know what happened.
For those of y'all that don't know, I'm talking about Tamar Braxton. I don't know what happened to the lady. We went to the roof, Chris. We ate. We had a good time. She was like, let's turn up for your birthday. We went down to the V12. Shouts out to Vinny and all the people at V12. That's the video y'all saw, or whatever, with us walking in. They're making a whole lot of noise. We left there. We all got in the car together. The car dropped us off at Tamar house. I didn't go upstairs. I went to my car. I went and met James Knox at BJ Rooster, and I came home. The next day.
Honestly, Tamar never should have divorced Vincent. Oh, sorry, your story, right? Tamar never ever should have divorced Vince. She should have stayed married. The single life, run the streets, being with different men, that strong, independent Black woman shit, it's not for everybody. Because I'm like, since Vincent, look at her life. Like, when she was married to Vince, people had way more respect for her. Like, her brain in the trash. Her mental health is in the trash. Her finances in the trash. She's not doing well. She should have stayed married. Even if Vince had tax issues, I think if they had worked together, they could have paid the IRS people together, and they could have moved on. Like, a lot of couples have tax issues. Like, Eugene and Toya had tax issues, right? But they stayed married. But I'm like, she never should have been divorced. It's not good for her. It's really sad. Really sad.
When I woke up, I had a text message from Tamar at 10 in the morning that said, can you give me Dr. Heavenly phone number? I did not think anything of it. People ask me for her number all the time. And then the next thing I know, folks is sending me this thing on the internet where the lady said she almost died and she was laying in a pool of blood. I don't know what happened. I promise you, on Isaac's life, I don't know what happened.
So that's what Funky Dineva had to say. I actually believe him. I don't think he really knows what happened, but I kind of find the story weird. You know what I mean? I wonder who Tamar was with then, because he claims that she went upstairs. So was she with somebody upstairs? Who was around? That's what I want to know. Who was around? Did somebody attack her? Did they hit her in the face? I know some other thoughts I had was maybe she got drunk or high and she probably fell out and injured herself. I mean, who knows? But we'll find out sooner or later. I just hope to God that she wasn't assaulted and violated. That would just be too much. It would be too much. And I was a little disappointed to see a lot of people dismiss Tamar's story. Now, some people believe that
Tamar's too old for this. Like, this girl's almost 50. She carries on like a goofy ass teenager. Like, it's just embarrassing. Girl, you never should got a divorce.
Doing this for attention. They feel like she's only doing this for publicity for the Braxton family values. They also feel like she made this excuse to get surgery. So they don't believe her at all. And I understand that Tamar does have a reputation of being dramatic. You know what I mean? But at the same time, this sounds like a very serious situation. And I do pray for Tamar. I pray for her recovery. Whew, these celebrities are really going through it, y'all. All that glitters is certainly not gold. I'll tell you that much. But anyway, tell me what y'all think about this video down below. Please like, comment, and
interviews on YouTube. We're gonna watch a little bit of this. They caught up with Lil Nas X's mother.
Wow.
And
imagine bringing your.
Yeah, she's so damn immature for her age. She's old.
They asked her about it.
Ask you about your son. Did you see him recently?
Yes. And one thing about it, he said, "Mama, you want to make sure I'm okay."
Well, no, hold on. Did you see where he was walking down the street in his whitey tighties?
Go to hell.
No, I'm serious.
Well, I ain't gonna say I see him walking in my tighties because I would have put behind.
Well, let me show you real quick. I want to get your reaction to it.
Because I got upset with behind it.
So you did see the video?
Oh, somebody said it to me.
Okay.
She is out of here. Gone. That's his mother. And they pulled up on her and asked her, have she seen him? I don't even think that she's able to even comprehend or understand or even know what's even being said.
Okay, so they told you about it.
They said, "Oh, you know your son is." I said, "Which one of y'all want to suck his dick?"
This is about, she's saying that they saying your son is gay, and she said, which one of y'all want to suck his? So she's still stuck on the fact that he gay. It's like, girl, we passed that.
I said, "Now, which one of y'all want to suck my son?" I said, "You suck it out, he'll give you five."
Hold on, let me see if I could play back this a little bit faster.
You suck it good, he'll give you a motherfucking dick.
So that was your reaction to it.
Yeah.
So this is
him
right here.
That's my doobie. That's my doobie. Get it, doobie. Get my tarot. What?
So this is him showing her him right now. He's literally showing her what he's doing. This is Lil Nas X strung out on the streets of Los Angeles before he took his drawers off. And she talking about, get it, doobie. Get it, doobie.
So this is him right here.
That's my doobie. That's my outfit. That's my doobie. Get it, doobie. Get it, my tarot. What? Get it, my tarot. Rub it. Get it, doobie. I'm gonna whoop your behind when I go.
Why you gonna whoop him? Why you gonna whoop him?
She said, get it, represent. And she gonna whoop his ass later.
Because I told his ass, he said mother.
Uh-huh.
I said, I'm like his ass, he said mother.
You ain't like the way he said that?
I said doobie. Not because somebody, everybody want to have something negative.
What's up, man?
Hold on. Commercial. So Hold on.
Probably. I mean, so seeing him like that, because they're saying it's overdose.
But get what? I don't judge my son. I was upset with him from the beginning. When he first got on Jerry Springer, I was really upset. Then when he got married, I was really upset. When he got on Ella, I hardly got upset. That's when I turned off on myself.
Why?
Because that's when I seen that you're gay. When you could have told your mother, or you told your dad, like, what's that mean? So you told your daddy.
Huh. So you feel like he should have told his mom first. I get that. I get that. Listen, Tamika, I want to ask you though. Seeing as how you're living this way, and seeing your son, who's a superstar, basically, being brought into the hospital for ODing, right? What are your thoughts on it? Do you feel like it's a generational pattern?
I'm gonna say it's a generational pattern. I'm gonna say I thank God and how to pay for it. We all still walk by faith, not by sight. I'm gonna be real with you. But one thing about it, you should.
She's mad that he didn't tell her that he was gay before he told the dad, and before he went on TV. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit more, and y'all can go watch the full thing on his page.
When you look at your son, kind of looks like, walking down the street and, like I said, eventually ODing, right, being high, whatever was going on with him, right? Whether it was chemically induced or whether it was something, mentally he had going on or whatever. When you see him like that,
it upset me, but one thing about it, I love him for who he is. He's my baby. He's my last kid.
Okay, all right. Do you assign any blame to yourself to say like, I'm living? No, what I'm saying is that, do you blame yourself? Yes, because like he may be going down.
She says she feels bad. She feels bad and she blames herself. In a nutshell.
Same road that you are.
But he can never go down the same road I've been down.
Well, yeah, because his life is totally different. His life is totally different.
But one thing about it, God is good all the time. He's just not good enough.
You say what?
God is good all the time.
No,
He's just not good enough.
Okay.
God is good all the time. We just not good to him. This is really, really sad.
And do you see her eye? Somebody beat her up. That's a black eye. Somebody beat her up and they beat her bloody because when she was right there, you can see the inside the eye. It's red. She got beat up. Somebody beat her up. Somebody beat her up. You see? Look when she opens her eyes. Somebody beat her up. She got beat up. I'm like, why did he put his mom in rehab?
He's my last kid.
Okay, all right. Do you assign any blame to yourself to say like, I'm living? No, what I'm saying is that, do you blame yourself? Yes, because like he may be going down.
She says she feels bad. She feels bad and she blames herself. In a nutshell.
Same road that you are.
But he can never go down the same road I've been down.
Well, yeah, because his life is totally different. His life is totally different.
But one thing about it, God is good all the time. He's just not good enough.
You say what?
God is good all the time.
No,
He's just not good enough.
Okay.
God is good.
Same road that you are.
But he can never go down the same road I've been down.
Well, yeah, because his life is totally different. His life is totally different.
But one thing about it, God is good all the time. He's just not good enough.
You say what?
God is good all the time.
Is it? Somebody beat her up. Someone beat her up. I'm like, it's a black eye because she's dark skinned, but it's a black eye. Somebody beat her up. Somebody beat her up. They beat her up bloody. I'm like, what? Like, if he has all, I mean, I'm sure he has enough money to put her in rehab. She needs rehab. Because in rehab, they give you other drugs to abate your addiction a bit. Because you don't, when you're in rehab, you don't go like raw, like that's excessive. They give you other drugs to abate your addiction. They're not as strong, but it's like it's manageable. But she got beat up. Somebody beat her up. Most likely a man.
No,
Okay.
God is good all the time. We just not good to him. This is really, really sad.
To take the system away.
You literally have a whole nice house on Glenwood.
Yes, I gotta ask God to take it away from you.
Take the desire away from you.
She got a house that she won't go live in. And she says she got to have God take the desire away from her. So you guys can go watch it in its full. Again, this is on.
It won't happen. She needs other kinds of drugs. Like to get people off of drug addiction, you need another drug. You can't just do it raw. It will never happen. It'll never happen. Oh, this is sad. This is really sad. This is really, really sad. This is really, really sad. What is this? What happened here?
That's why you're alone all the time. You're alone. Let me go. I'm not a crazy one. That's why I'm not gonna be with you. What is this? Nobody wants you black ass.
Child, in case y'all missed it, this is Amara La Negra's baby daddy. Okay, she was so delusional for this man. He told her on national TV and plenty of times in many ways that he did not want her He even told her at one point, don't nobody want your black ass. Even after he degraded her like that on national TV, this woman then went behind him begging him to leave his wife because Amara wanted to have more children with this clown, even though he was barely taking care of the twins they have together. Child, make this make sense. But fast forward today, her baby daddy, who's also from Love and Hip Hop Miami, he is in some deep, serious trouble. This man just got hit with 4 counts of rape in Michigan from a case that was dead for over a decade, but now just got dragged to life. So let's get into this tea because it's making people look at him sideways all over again. So let's get into this case because the allegations go all the way back to March 2010. When Allen was 20 years old, he was a foreign exchange student at Western Michigan University. Now, it is alleged that he assaulted a fellow female student in his apartment after meeting her at a campus recreation center. Now, get this. The student, she did everything she was supposed to do. Okay, she reported the assault at the time, and she also underwent forensic examination. But for some odd reason, no charges were ever filed against Allen. So the kit that was done, it just sat there. It was untested for over a decade. Why? I don't know. Could have been a backlog in the lab, mismanagement, or the system just straight up dropping the ball. Either way, she did everything right. Fast forward to this year and Michigan's Sexual Assault Kit Initiative, they come in and they re-examine older cases using the untested evidence kits. They retested her kit with, modern technology, and guess whose name popped up? Allen's. So karma came knocking. So he thought he got away with something, but nope. Amara, girl, this is your baby daddy. This is the man you were thirsty for, begging him to leave his wife, then wanting more kids with him, even though he ain't taking care of your twins. This is insane. And for the victim, can you imagine being failed by the system? I mean, and then this wound that she has is reopened, and she has to relive that nightmare over and over again because...
Amara, that's embarrassing. This is really crazy, y'all. People are batshit crazy. People are batshit crazy. Right, my babes. Don't go to bed. We'll be back later. She said, fuck careers. I need to watch this one. We're going to watch one tomorrow. This one out here setting up people. Let's see this one before we go to bed.
Tonight, a search for the killer of a woman found dead in a car on the Cross County Parkway in Westchester County.
Yeah, police say 33-year-old Ariela Mejio Polanco had been shot several times. Her body was discovered Sunday morning. She was a nightlife influencer with 500,000 followers.
And tonight, those followers are hoping investigators are successful in their efforts to figure out who killed her and why.
Here's Omnis News reporter Anthony Carlo.
Opus Lounge on West 202nd Street, typically bursting at the seams with nightlife, is dealing with the loss of life today. Co-workers remember Ariela Mejia Polanco the way she was in this portrait, part of a memorial outside.
Happy, yeah. All the time, she is happy. She's beautiful. She was beautiful. Beautiful. Pretty.
Known as Ariela La Langosta on social media, it's that kind of admiration that attracted more than 500,000 followers. Her notoriety as an influencer naturally brought about shock with her death, especially in her community. Cardi B posting, R.I.P. Dominican Pretty.
That's what it really hurts, Dominican, very beautiful. Such a thing like this, very, very sad.
It was Sunday morning at around 8 o'clock. Westchester County Police showed up to a grisly scene on the Cross County Parkway near the Broad Street Mount Vernon exit. Mejia Polanco was found dead behind the wheel of her G-Wagon, shot multiple times. She was headed home from work at Icon, New York in Inwood. The Lounge writing in part, "Our hearts are broken. Your joy, your humility, and the way you treated everyone with so much care always made you stand out." Police are investigating this as a targeted killing, not random, but investigators are trying to figure out who wanted the influencer dead and why. Mejia Polanco's family tells us the 33-year-old was a great daughter and mother who leaves behind 2 children, ages 13 2014.
I have a child too, and it's very heartbreaking to see these things.
And so there's so much more to Ariella.
It's like she set somebody up and he found out, so he came and smoked her ass.
Beyond Ariella the influencer. And despite police saying this was a targeted killing, the people who knew her personally, the people who knew her the best, well, they are rattled until her killer is caught. In Inwood, Anthony Carlo, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
What's good, y'all? What's the number TV? Your boy Pro Bro. I'm back today to talk about Ariella Lagunsta Polanco. You understand what I'm saying? She got killed while driving home or driving somewhere. I think she said she had an apartment up there, so I suppose she had an apartment, a house somewhere else.
Is he acting like they want to be vixens? You got baby girl, you got 2 teenagers. What the fuck are you doing? 2 kids. These women are so fucking immature. She has teenagers, a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old, and she's half naked on the internet asking for problems.
And at first, I wasn't going to do nothing on this.
We can bring traditional mothers back. We need traditional mommies.
Because it was just very vague about what happened. But since then, the streets have been talking.
What is this?
The internet has been talking. And so I just we're gonna talk about a few of these narratives that they got out there right now about what was the reason that she would be killed in that manner. I think we all can assume at this point that it wasn't a random act of violence, right? Because the way she died, where she died, time of death, none of that comes off as random, right? It looks like it was targeted. It looks like, her or maybe somebody she knows or was with or something was the target. She ended up dying though, right? So at first, everybody was saying, 6ix9ine, she used to date 6ix9ine, but that's from what I'm hearing, from what I did some research. I suppose they did mess around, but I think they became more like friends, and she did a few videos for him and this, that, and the third. And I think she was very big out in DR. Like she was popular in New York City, but I think she was extra popular in the Dominican Republic from what I'm seeing online. And for a long time, 6ix9ine was living out in DR. So whatever they definitely knew each other. But her relationship with him being the reason why she got killed, I don't think that's the case, right? Now, suppose she dates a guy by the name of Nata Cartier or something like that. And a lot of people have been talking about this guy's a shady individual. Now, I don't know him, never heard of him. I think he's from Dominican Republic. I'm not sure. But his name kept coming up as far as like he might be the reason why. Some people were saying that he was with her in the car and they was gunning for him. I don't know. I haven't really, I don't know how true that is. Other people were saying he's an informant, or they might have been informing together or something like that. Cartel. I'm hearing all this crazy stuff and they couldn't get to him, so they killed her instead.
Wow.
Now, I don't know how true that is because you got to think, right? So if he's cooperating, but he's still moving around, so like y'all trying to get him, but y'all can't get him, but then y'all kill his girlfriend, that's just gonna make him really go underground and really tell, and like probably go into witness protection or whatever they got available to him. So by killing her, y'all basically warning him that he's next type of shit, even though he might have knew already, but like now y'all making it like all right, they coming for me basically. So I'm getting out of here. I'm getting low. I'm gonna go work for the government. I'm gonna be with the government, have the government protect me. So I don't think that would be the case, right? I don't think they would just jump out the window and kill her when they trying to kill him, unless she was also involved. And I don't want to put that on her because we don't know none of that. So I don't know, right? The one that I'm hearing now that's sounds a little more believable, even though I'm not saying it's true, because it's shady, it's nasty work, right? For her to be involved in something like this. So I'm not gonna say it's true. I'm saying what's being said, right? Now the latest one that's being said, and the one that a lot of people are seem to be agreeing with as possible reason, is supposedly she has some clients that will come and frequent her bar, a certain nationality. They will come frequent her bar for a while. They will continuously come and spend money at her bar. Now what they're saying is these clients,
she set them up,
right? These patrons of the strip club or wherever she was at end up getting robbed. I'm hearing they got robbed for some kilos. I'm hearing they got robbed for some jewelry. I'm hearing they got robbed for kilos and jewelry. And within the year Supposedly it happened around a year ago. And within that time, it was brought to their attention that Ariella might have had something to do with it, that she might have set him up because they found out that Nata Cartier was allegedly her boyfriend. So they start putting two to two together, called allegedly that, hold on, she messed with him. We went to her bar. We get robbed after or the day, whatever. And I guess they put it together that she was responsible for it, that she lined them up, she set him up with her boyfriend, Nata Cartier. Now, supposedly they took a picture of her and sent it to him. This is what people were saying. Now, in the news report, they say she was expected home, and when she didn't make it home, supposedly her family, got in the car, whatever, and rode around looking for her, and they drove up on the scene where her car was at, and I guess I don't know if police was there or not. But now reports was also saying that, we know that what they were saying in the story about her setting him up, but the streets were saying, but basically, they sent the picture to her man. He jumped in his car, went looking for her, and found her, and police came, and they snatched him up and took him in for questioning. Now, in the report, it says her family, and it also says the police took her family into custody, basically back to the precinct to try to find out her whereabouts and her moves leading up to the point where she was killed. So, it kind of corroborates. They don't say him for sure. They say family. They say taken into the precinct. They say driving around, pulled up on the scene. This is all things that they're saying the boyfriend did. But in the reports, they're saying the family did. So, like I said, I don't know too much about this situation. I wasn't really, even though she was very popular, I wasn't too in tune. I didn't really know about Ariella, rest in peace to her. I never heard of Nata Cartier. I got to keep it real. This is all. But I had to do a little research, and, we have to talk about what they're saying out there, I got to say this, though. I don't think it was related to anything having to do with 6ix9ine. All right? But on that note, man, I just wanted to get these narratives out there, get these stories, these rumors out here. They're not facts. So we're just talking about, what the streets is talking about right now, what certain people in that nightlife industry.
These young ladies, they play dangerous ass games with dangerous ass people because they want fast money. These are some dangerous ass games with dangerous ass people. Wow. My Lord. Aren't you guys? That's it for tonight. Did about like 10 hours, right? So whenever y'all catch this in the replay, you should have enough content. Tomorrow I have my class at 12 p.m. I gotta go to my class. So maybe when I come back, I'll do a live. But they play a dangerous game. Another girl, she went to Miami. She left her son, went to Miami to go be a stripper, set somebody up. They smoked her in the car. Too many of these girls are getting comfortable setting up dangerous ass people. They will find out. They will find you. They will kill you. That fast money, lots of sex life, nothing good comes out of it, okay? Nothing good. When you have a 14 and a 13-year-old, you need to worry about being a mom. Stop trying to be sexy on the internet. Stop trying to twerk on the internet. Raise your kids. Now you left your babies behind. That's really, really selfish. It's really selfish. But anyways, you guys, love y'all very much, okay? Yeah. Now her sons don't have a mom. Like what kind of life is this? And also, if you have kids, even if you don't have kids, but because you do have kids, should you be out here dating street boys, drug dealers, shot callers, robbers, and shit like that? You have kids. Why are you dating criminals when you got kids? That addiction they have to fast money. Either be a single mom or be a wife to a regular person. But your safety should come first. And the safety of your kid should come first. Because whatever that guy's doing that he's involved in is going to come find you as well. And now you're dead and he's not. And do you think he's going to take care of your kids? Most likely not. Now, these kids will have to navigate life by themselves. It's really, really selfish. Really selfish. 13, 14-year-olds, you're out here twerking on the internet. Like, it's disgusting. Like, at what age? At what age can you say, I've had enough male attention, now I need to focus on my children? Like, come on now. Even me, I'm a big ass. I'm not doing that. It's like, oh, who cares? You got to grow up. A lot of these ladies do not want to act their age. Grow up. You're a grown-ass woman with children. Act your age. You're a mother. Act your age. Okay? So love you guys. Lonnie, Kevin, Brittany, everybody. Love you guys. Praise. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow. Okay? Enjoy the replay. Bisous. She got to go. I'm so tired. And plus, James is snoring. I gotta go. Okay. Bye, you guys. Love y'all. Nice live. Ooh, Lord, I'm tired.